hereby called to order. May we ask Pastor Joel Villanueva to lead the chamber in prayer?
Let us put ourselves in the presence of the Lord. Heavenly Father, we thank and praise you for this wonderful time and opportunity you have given us to serve our country and people. We pray that you bless each and every one of us, this institution, the Senate of the Philippines, our beloved country, the Philippines. We pray for our people, especially those who are struggling and those infected with COVID-19. We pray that you embrace them with your love and kindness and help them and heal them in Jesus' name. Lord, use us as your servants in helping our country and people. And to you alone, we commend everything, even today's hearing. We just praise you and honor you. We give you praise and glory in Jesus' name. Amen and amen. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you. May I first acknowledge the presence of my colleagues in the Senate. We have the principal author of the resolution bill being tackled by the Committee of the Whole, Senator Pampilo Lacson, Chairman of the Committee on National Defense, and also Senator Joel Villanueva. Then we have the virtually present, the members of the Senate. We have Senators Subiri, Ontiveros, Marcos, Villar, Pangilinan, Poe, Revilla, Drilon, Pacquiao, Tolentino, Go, Lapid, Binay, and we will announce the rest who will be logging in shortly. For today's discussion, we are going to tackle yet another impending setback that this country might face on a large scale if left unresolved. This Committee of the Whole hearing has been called by virtue of the adoption of the Senate by PS Resolution 685, authored by Senator Panfilo Lacson, on the food security crisis brought about by the severe outbreak of the African swine fever. It is very timely that the problems and the issues surrounding the livestock industry threatening the country's food security position comes in the most unfortunate time, where our country and our people are in their worst situation. If humans have COVID-19, hogs have African swine fever, or the ASF, and it has already spread all over the country, infecting most swine farms for almost 2 years now. Reports say that over a third of the country's swine stock have been exhausted by the ASF infestation and have been called to prevent the spread of the virus. As a result, the Department of Agriculture said that there will be an estimated total supply deficit of almost 400,000 metric tons of pork this year. PS Resolution 685 cited that the government, through the Department of Agriculture, has resorted to recommending to the President to raise the minimum access volume, or MAV or MAV, from 54,000 MT metric tons to 400,000 MT and lower the tariff to 5% from 30 to 40% range on the importation of pork meat as a means of arresting the undersupply and the increasing prices of pork in the local market. Because of this, the President, President Rodrigo Duterte, sent a communication to dated 26 March addressed to this representation, informing the Senate that he is recommending the increase in the MAV of pork by 350,000 MT. While this move may help ease the problem, we must also consider its consequential ill effects to the already suffering condition of the economy, like high cost of importation, unnecessary revenue loss, and undue competition to local hog suppliers, as well as the possibility of oversupply if left unrestricted. Having said that, it is very important that the Committee of the Whole to identify and resolve all these underlying issues. For one, it should be established whether there is really an immediate need at this point to increase pork importation after it has been speculated by some groups involved in livestock farming that it may just flood the market with the supply of pork, as we already have sufficient stocks to allocate the market. Now, to aggravate this situation is another controversial matter or issue of serious allegation hurled against some government officials getting involved in unscrupulous activities for personal gains. This is another area of the Committee of the Whole that will be inquiring into the so-called tongpats being imposed on the per kilo price of pork importations happening in the midst of the crisis faced by the country at present. So at the end of the day, we should look at the picture of this food security problem holistically and come up with some plausible solutions aside from the President's recommendation in increasing the minimum access volume. There may be other equally workable options that are more proactive, advantageous, sustainable, and acceptable that this government can do to the swine industry, the people, and the economy as a whole in resolving the problem. So before we formally begin, may I request the Senate Secretary to acknowledge the presence of all our resource persons present physically before us and those attending virtually, after which the Secretary is hereby to administer the oath to all the resource persons. Secretary Villarica.
The following resource persons are in attendance in today's hearing. From the Department of Agriculture, Secretary William Dar, virtually present. Dr. William Medrano, Undersecretary for Livestock, virtually present. Mr. Noel Padre, Assistant Secretary for Policy, virtually present. From the Bureau of Animal Industry under the Department of Agriculture, Dr. Realdrin Morales, Director, virtually present. Dr. Samuel Joseph Castro, Task Force ASF, virtually present. Commodore Eduardo Gongona, National Director, Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, BIFAR, virtually present. From the Compliance and Regulatory Enforcement for Security and Trade Office, Colonel Pedro Sanchez, representing, he is virtually present. We have invited resource persons from the National Meat Inspection Service, but no one has logged in. Who? Ms. Jocelyn Salvador is virtually present. She is the Executive Director and also concurrent head, Minimum Access Volume Secretariat. From the Economic Intel Task Force, aside from the Department of Agriculture Secretary, the following resource persons are present. Department of Trade and Industry Secretary Ramon Lopez, virtually attending, together with Yusek Ruth Castello, physically present. The members from the Bureau of Customs, physically attending, Commissioner Ray Leonardo Guerrero, Commissioner, Attorney Edward James Dibuco, Deputy Commissioner, Attorney Vener Bakiran, Deputy Commissioner, Attorney Vincent Philip Maronilla, Assistant Commissioner. From the Department of Interior and Local Government, Secretary Año is represented by Yusek Rico Judge Javier Echeverry, virtually attending. From the Department of Justice, Secretary Guevara is represented by Assistant Secretary Nicolas Felix T., virtually attending. From the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency, NICA, Director General Alex Paul I. Monteagudo is virtually attending. From the Philippine National Police, PNP, General Guillermo Lorenzo Eleazar, is virtually attending. From the National Security Council, Secretary Hermogenes Esperon is represented by Mr. Eugene Texon, virtually attending. From the Philippine Competition Commission, the chairperson is represented by Attorney Orlando Polinar, the Director of Competition Enforcement Office. From the Samahan ng Industriyang Agrikultura, the chairman is virtually attending, Engineer Rosendo So. That is all, Mr. Senate President.
Thank you. I was informed in advance that members of the Senate, there are some members who would like to or wish to make an opening statements. We will, of course, acknowledge you after a while. After we acknowledge first the opening statement of the principal author of Resolution 685, Senator Pablo Lacson. You're recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Senate President, Chairman of the Committee of the Whole, I could not think of an act more cruel than beating to death somebody who is already dying. Such is the fate of our 80,000 local backyard hog raisers. Sa kamay ng dapat sana ay ang kanilang pangunahing tagakalinga, ang kagawaran ng agrikultura. After their plea was ignored with the signing of Executive Order Number 128, Series of 2021 last Wednesday. Ang unang tanong, bakit sa halip na mag-isip ng ang kagawaran ng agrikultura ng mga paraan upang matulungan ang mga hog raisers na dumaranas sa matinding pagsubok dahil sa COVID-19 at African swine fever, ay importasyon kaagad ang kanilang inihaing solusyon? Don't they realize that such inconsiderate course of action has far-reaching implications on our country's food security and even on our national security? Think about this, Mr. President. The 80,000 backyard hog raisers have hundreds of thousands of farm hands, including their families, and even those who indirectly depend on the hog raising industry for their daily means or daily meals could become vulnerable and convenient targets for recruitment by the CPP and PA. Did they even bother to consult the Cabinet Security Cluster, Mr. President? Ang naturang EO 128 ay nagdidikta ng pansamantalang pagbabawas ng taripa sa pag-angkat ng mga produktong baboy. Sa una hanggang 3 buwan, naging 5% na lamang para sa 54,210 metric tons in quota importation mula sa umiiral na 30%. At naging 15% na lamang mula 40% para sa lalagpas sa quota. Sa susunod na 4 hanggang 12 buwan naman ay magiging 10% ang taripa sa in quota at 20% sa out quota. Ang pangunahing dahilan ayon din sa executive order ay ang African swine fever. On behalf of the hog raisers, we urgently appeal to the President to reconsider and recall such executive order. Let me cite my reasons for this appeal. Mula 2018 hanggang 2020, ayon sa mga datos na nakalap mula sa Philippine Statistics Authority or PSA, 1,850,000 metric tons o 1,850,000,000 metric tons ng karneng baboy ang average o karaniwang kinukonsumo sa ating bansa sa loob ng isang taon. Sa kabilang dako, 2,250,000 metric tons o 2,250,000,000 metric tons ang average o karaniwang lokal na produksyon ng baboy. So, where is the shortage, Mr. President? Hindi mamalinaw na higit pa sa sapat ang supply mula sa lokal na produksyon upang matugunan ang pangangailangan ng ating bansa. Ito ay sa kabila ng umiiral na African swine fever na nagsimulang nakapasok sa bansa noon pa mang Agosto 2019, na siyang ginawa nilang pangunahing dahilan sa pagkumbinsi kay Presidente Duterte upang pirmahan ang nasabing executive order. To further prove my point, ayon na rin sa datos na aming nakalap mula sa Bureau of Customs, ang inangkat nating produktong baboy ay higit 265,000 metric tons noong 2018, 250,000 metric tons noong 2019, at 76,000 metric tons noong taong 2020. Lumalabas na hindi nga kailangan pang mag-angkat ng kahit 1 kilo na kukunin sa 54,210 metric tons in quota na minimum access volume. Dahil ang official records ng gobyerno na mismo ang nagsasabi na sobra-sobra nga ang lokal na produksyon ng baboy nang humigit kumulang, listen to this, Mr. President, 403,000 metric tons o 403 million kilos kada taon upang matugunan ang pangangailangan ng bansa. Bakit? Inoobliga ba tayo sa ilalim ng WTO na mag-angkat ng kaukulang kota kahit hindi na natin kailangan? We check, Mr. President. Mukhang hindi naman. So, can we conclude that it is only because of the penchant and whim of the Department of Agriculture to import that made them do it? Maybe the bigger question is why or magkano? Mr. Chairman, the basic economic principle applies. When there is surplus in the local supply of pork in relation to the local demand, why are we importing? At ito ay sa kabila ng pagmamakaawa ng libo-libong lokal na hog raisers sa hindi makatarungang kompetisyon laban sa mga importers ng pork. Botya o double dead ang epekto ng EO 128. Bakit? Patay ang lokal na industriya ng baboy, patay din ang koleksyon ng taripa ng gobyerno. This brings me to the next point, Mr. Chairman. Ayon na rin sa estimates ng Bureau of Customs, ang inaasahang kikitain sana ng bansa mula Abril hanggang Disyembre taong 2021 ay 6.1 billion pesos mula sa taripa ng imported na produktong baboy kung mananatili sa 30% tariff rate for in-quota importation at 40% sa out-quota importation. Ngayon, dahil sa EO 128, babagsak sa 2.5 billion pesos na lamang ang makukolektang buwis sa bagong pairalin na 5% to 10% at 15% to 20% tariff rates. Ito ay kung susundan natin ang mga datos sa mga nakaraang buwan. Sa makatwid, dahil sa pagbababa ng taripa, nasa 3.6 billion ang inaasahang mawawala sa gobyerno. At base na rin sa isang simulation na sinagawa ng Bureau of Customs, maaaring tumaas pa sa 5.4 billion pesos ang mawawala sa loob lamang ng 9 na buwan. Hindi dito natatapos ang issue na dapat nating resolbahin, Mr. Chairman. Kasabay ng pagbaba ng taripa na isinasaad sa EO 128, tila minadaliring itaas ang volume ng allowable importation ng pork products sa bansa. Let me be clear, the policy to increase the volume of imported pork requires legislative action as provided under Section 6 of Republic Act 8178, otherwise known as the Agricultural Tarification Act, and I quote, "In case of shortages or abnormal price increases in agricultural products whose quantitative restrictions are lifted under this act, the President may propose to Congress revisions, modifications, or adjustments of the minimum access volume, provided, however, that in the event Congress fails to act within 15 days from receipt of the proposal, the same shall be deemed approved." Here's the rub, Mr. President. On March 26, 2021, the Senate received the recommendation of the President to increase the minimum access volume for pork importation by 350,000 metric tons, in addition to the current MAV of 54,210 metric tons for this year. This is equivalent to a 6-fold or 650% increase in the allowable volume of pork imports at present. Following the provision of the law, the 15 days provided to the Congress to act on the recommendation may have already lapsed, and hence, the proposal to increase the MAV for pork is already deemed approved. Pray tell, Mr. President, how can Congress take plenary action when we cannot hold sessions since we are on recess? Did the President even attempt to call for a special session of Congress so we can act on this recommendation to increase or adjust the MAV. Hindi ba kaduda-duda na isinumite ang nasabing rekomendasyon sa Senado noong March 26, ang huling araw ng sesyon sa Kongreso bago magsimana Santa at walang sesyon hanggang May 16. Granting without accepting that the recommendation was already in effect, is it not absurd that the policy, which will flood our market with imported pork, will not be a product of deliberations by the members of the two houses of Congress, but rather a result of devious machinations by those who want to trespass and usurp the power to legislate? This is not by any language mercy killing, Mr. President. Rather, it is merciless killing. Hindi mahirap isipin na dahil sa bagong policy sa importation, mas lalaki pang di hamak ang kikitain ng mga tiwali at korap na opisyales sa tungpat sa importasyon ng karning baboy na ayon na rin sa ilang reliable at highly placed sources sa loob mismo ng kagawaran ay pumapalo sa ngayon sa 5 piso hanggang 7 piso kada kilo na umiiral sa 30% at 40% tariff rates. Magkano na kaya ang magiging kalakaran sa lagayan kapag 5% na lamang ang dating 30% sa in-quota at 15% na lang ang dating 40% sa out-quota importation at least sa loob ng 3 buwan? Ang talamak na smuggling ay pinatunayan na mismo ni Secretary William Dar. Anya, ang mga nasabat na smuggled pork kamakailan ay positibo sa African swine fever. Sa kabila ng mga pinatutupad sana na regulasyon ng Department of Agriculture, may mga nakuhang datos ang aking opisina tungkol sa hayagang pag-angkat at pagpasok sa bansa ng pork products mula sa ilang bansang may kumpirmadong naitalang kaso ng African swine fever. Ang mahaba ding listahan ng modus operandi ng sindikato or may mahaba ding listahan ng modus operandi ang sindikato ng smuggling at misdeclaration ng mga agricultural products sa pamamagitan ng pagsasabwatan sa loob at labas ng kagawaran ang isinumite sa atin ng Cresto. Ito isang unit sa loob ng kagawaran, Mr. President. Systemic ang problema ng pork importation sa bansa. Kasabwat ang ilang mga importers na mabilis at magaling na nakakapagpalusot ng kanilang mga kargamento gamit ang modus operandi na tinatawag nilang RTC o Ready to Close Enterprises at mga C4H o Companies for Hire sa pagninegosyo nila sa iba't ibang ahensya ng Department of Agriculture. Katunayan, isa sa nahuling Ready to Close company noong 2020 ay ang MAPROC Trading na pagmamayari ng isang nagngangalang Mateo Malasike. Ayon sa report, nabigyan ang MAPROC Trading ng 847, repeat, 847 sanitary phytosanitary import clearances o SPSIC. Isang kritikal na dokumento para makapagpasok ng agrikultural na produkto sa bansa. Nang bisitahin ng mga otoridad ang registered address ng opisina ng MAPROC Trading sa Diego Silang, Sampaloc, Manila, isang residential house na mas maliit pa kaysa sa isang adjacent na laundromat ang tumambad sa kanila. Wala rin doon si Mateo Malasike at wala ring MAPROC Trading. Itanong natin mamaya kung may masugid bang investigasyon na ginawa ang kagawaran o katulad din ng lantaran at paulit-ulit na pagsuway sa mga official written memorandum ng 2 kalihim na huwag mag-angkat ng pork galing sa mga bansang may African swine fever. Ang aking pinatutungkulan ay ang katakot-takot ding SPSICs na inaprobahan simula pa noong 2018 sa ilalim ng pamumuno ni dating Agriculture Secretary Manny Piñol hanggang 2020 sa panahon na ni Secretary Dar. Sa kabila ng pinalabas na mga memorandum na huwag mag-angkat ng produktong baboy mula sa mga bansang kumpirmado ng merong African swine fever tulad ng Hungary, Germany, Belgium at China, to name some, ayun, nakapasok na nga ang African swine fever sa Pilipinas noon pang Agosto 2019. Na siya namang ginawang justification sa sinasabi nilang shortage sa supply, maski taliwas sa mga opisyal na datos ng gobyerno, na gobyerno rin ang pinagmulan. Mr. Chairman, usapang baboy pa lamang ito. Malawak din ang issue ng outright at technical smuggling at tongpat schemes sa iba't ibang agricultural products kasama ang manok, isda at gulay. At the proper time in today's hearing, with your permission, Mr. Chairman, I would like to recognize a resource person who will present in detail what he calls the 8 toll gates of agricultural smuggling along the expressway of economic sabotage, which will open our eyes to the systemic and institutional weaknesses that continue to lead the agricultural sector to perdition, if not corrected in time. Mr. Chairman, in the midst of the obvious botched job in resolving the problems of the agricultural sector, we need to address these compounding issues point by point. We need to know the crux of the problem. We need to identify those responsible for the mass murder of 80,000 backyard hog raisers, their employees and support groups, and the rest of the tens of thousands of poultry growers, as well as the millions of small vegetable farmers who continue to suffer big time only because a few shenanigans shamelessly stuff their pockets using their bloodied hands. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Lacson. Precisely, those are the very important points that the committee would like to look into. And hopefully during the day, we will be able to uncover all of these. Also, there are members of the Senate who wish to make opening statements. We will just appeal that they make it brief because then we have a long day. And we will be asking the resource persons, at least 3 or 4 of them, or 2 sectors to give us their opening statements also. So we would like to recognize now those who have registered for these opening statements. We have, of course, physically present Senator Joy Villanueva, and then Senators Risa Ontiveros, Senator Nancy Binay, Senator Francis Pangilinan, and Senator Cynthia Villar in the order of their request. So we recognize now Senator Joy Villanueva for the brief opening statements, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Magandang araw po sa ating lahat. First of all, I'd like to thank and commend our inspirational leader, Senate President Tito Soto, for calling this Committee of the Whole hearing. This is very timely and very important. We also like to thank and commend our dear colleague, the principal author of this resolution. And as a co-author, we're very happy that and proud that our colleague is walking the extra mile in serving our country and people, especially our hog farmers. Mr. President, nang mag-pork holiday po at halos walang baboy sa mga palengke, marami po ang naalerto. Ramdam po yung epekto hanggang sa mga karinderya at hapagkainan. Napakalapit po talaga ng isyung ito sa sikmura ng mga Pilipino. Kapag ang krisis po tumama na sa presyo at supply ng pagkain, alam po ng mga Pilipino na ang accountability ay nasa gobyerno. Kapag tinimbang po ang mga dahilan, makikita po natin talaga na may kapabayaan sa ating mga ahensya at maging kagawaran. 3 bagay lang po, Ginoong Pangulo. Una, gusto po nating malaman kung nagkaroon nga ba ng kapabayaan kaya sumirit ang presyo ng karne ng baboy sa gitna ng outbreak ng African swine fever. August 2019 pa lang, bago pa ang COVID-19, tumama na ang African swine fever at sa ating mga babuyan. Pero kumalat po yan sa 40 probinsya sa kasagsagan ng pandemya. It seems that we allowed an imported virus kill our local pigs by letting too much imported pork finish off what is left of our hog industry. The national swine inventory is down by 3 million heads. Piggeries have been emptied of 1/4 of their stocks. This 25% plunge in the livestock population translates to 100% bankruptcy rate in many pig farms. Biyak na po, Ginoong Pangulo. Biyak na po pati kanilang piggy banks. Sa amin po, sa lalawigan ng Bulacan, bumagsak po ng 1/3 ang production ng baboy noong nakalipas na taon. At 1/4 naman ang pagsadsad sa buong Central Luzon. 8,000 pesos pa din po ba na may tuturing kung bakit may mga aksyon na hindi direktang tumutugon sa impact ng ASF sa ating mga hog raisers, katulad po ng price cap, katulad ng pagtaas ng minimum access volume allocation sa pag-import at ngayon naman ay pagpapababa ng taripa o buwis. ASF is a global issue, yes, but its impact on our food security is a local problem which must have a local solution. In order of priority, unahin po sana natin ang pagsugpo sa ASF at pagtulong sa mga magbababoy. Dito lang po sa amin sa Bulacan, I was informed na tila naubos na ang buong commercial hog farms sa aming lalawigan. At kahit may pautang, halos wala naman pong nangangahas kumuha dahil nangangamba sila kung kakayanin nila itong bayaran ng walang direktang suporta mula sa gobyerno. Kaya ang gusto po nating itanong sa Department of Agriculture, ano nga po ba talaga ang farm level solutions nila? Ano po ang farm gate interventions nila maliban sa pag-alis ng tariff walls? Ang industriya po ng baboy ang second leading contributor sa ating sektor ng agrikultura. At ngayong matumal ang produksyon dahil sa African swine fever na sinabayan pa ng issue ng korupsyon at technical smuggling ng baboy. Hindi po ba nararapat lamang na magbuhos din ang ating pamahalaan para makapag-repopulate sila sa halip na itulak silang magtiklop ng negosyo? Nandito po tayo ngayon dahil kailangan po nating humanap ng mga alternatibong solusyon. Kasama na po ang ating apela na muli i-reconsider ang EO 128. Kailangan pong maglatag ng mga konkretong plano ang ating pamahalaan. Kailangan po ng totoong ayuda na sasagip sa ating mga magbababoy. Maraming salamat po at pagpalain tayong lahat ng ating Panginoong Diyos.
All right, thank you. Next, for the opening statement is Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Salamat po, Mr. President, at magandang umaga po, Mr. Chair, at lahat ng mga kasama. Well, nakakadismaya. Sa kabila ng panawagan ng lokal na industriya at paulit-ulit na babala ng Senado, ay itinuloy pa rin itong massive importation. Nasa higit 60,000 hog raisers, mga Kapampangan, Batanggenyo, Bulakenyo, ay ang mga naghihingalo ang operasyon at nagsasarado na ng tindahan dahil sa epekto ng African swine fever. Tapos ngayon, kakumpetensya pa nila ang imported pork? Dagdag pa po dyan, kapos pa rin ang tulong ng Department of Agriculture para sa repopulation at proteksyon sa peligro ng muling pagkalat ng ASF. Nagtaas nga ang insurance coverage pero nasaan ang mga baboy na i-insure? Napakasakit isipin. Ngunit kung hindi magbabago ang discarding ito, baka hanggang 2022 nag-i-import pa rin tayo. Parang nagpatalo, Mr. President, ang DA sa kabila ng pakinabang sa ekonomiya ng ating mga magbababoy. Paano ka maiengganyong magpalaki at magparami ng inahin yan? Comatose na nga ang industriya. Pero bakit parang walang balak buhayin at bigyan muli ng sigla? Inaasahan ko po na ang DA sa pagkakataong ito ay magiging bukas sa mga rekomendasyon at lubos na pagtulak sa mga polisiya na magbibigay ng kumpiyansa o lakas ng loob sa mga lokal na magbababoy, lalo na ang mga small hog raisers, para naman ipagpatuloy pa ang pagpapalaki at pagbenta ng mga baboy. Sa makatuwid, Mr. President, kung hindi iaatras ang EO, na yun ang the best, kung hindi pa talaga iaatras yung EO, mangyayari pa ang pagpapalaki at pagbenta ng mga baboy kung may, una, malakas na first border security na pipigil sa pagpasok ng ASF. Ikalawa, may direktang suporta para sa repopulation, dagdag sa access sa insurance coverage. Ikatlo, suporta sa pagpapatupad ng farm biosafety. Ikaapat, direktang suporta para sa mga maliliit na magbababoy upang maging biosafety frontliners. At ikalima, linisin ang hanay ng DA upang mapaunlad ang pamamalakad at mapanagot ang mga dawit sa korupsyon. Salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Tiveros. We now recognize Senator Nancy Binoy. Senator Binoy.
Thank you. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President. Magandang umaga po sa lahat. Noong Enero, binati ang taong bayang bugbog na sa dagok ng pandemya ng mataas na presyo ng pagkain. Taliwas sa inaasahang pagbaba dapat ng presyo pagkatapos ng holiday rush, pumalo sa hanggang 400 kada kilo ang presyo ng bagong katay na karne ng baboy. Napakarami ng umaalma. Hindi na mabilang ang umaaray. 4 months on, we have been unable to curb the high prices of food, which is an unforgivable burden we are imposing on the Filipino family, already groaning under the weight of the pandemic's effects. Our people are already getting sicker by the day. We must resolve to provide a solution to this tangled web fast. Failure to do so would mean that rather than placing food in our people's mouths, we take away that which sustains and fortifies them from the ravages of the unseen disease that continues to haunt our land. Umaasa akong sa pagbubukas ng Senado ng investigasyon sa issue ng African swine fever at ang masalimuot na epekto nito sa seguridad ng pagkain ng pamilyang Pilipino, matutumbok natin kung ano nga ba ang mga dahilan na pumipigil sa pamahalaan sa paglutas nito. Various technical terms will be thrown around during the course of this investigation, and we will be bombarded from all sides by facts and figures that could confuse those who do not follow the issue closely. Yet I do not doubt one bit that the Senate will remain clear-eyed and level-headed in parsing a solution amid all the confusion. Sa aming mga kababayan, manalig po kayo na hindi namin sasayangin ang pagkakataon upang sa lalong madaling panahon ay malutas ang problema ng presyo ng pagkain. Karapatan ng taong bayan ang murang pagkain. Asahan po ninyo na sa pagtatapos ng investigasyon namin ay makakapaghain kami ng paraan upang matamasa ninyo ang karapatang ito. Muli po, maraming salamat.
All right, Senator Binoy. We now recognize Senator Francis Pangilinan.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. President, and distinguished colleagues. Magandang umaga. And to our resource persons as well. At the outset, allow us to thank Senator Lacson for filing proposed Senate Resolution 685 and adopted the Senate Resolution 98, which paved the way for the constitution of this Committee of the Whole, and to look into the country's food security crisis brought about by the severe outbreak of African swine fever, and to adopt policies and measures to curb the reported corruption in the form of tongpats and technical smuggling of poultry and pork products, which, if left unabated, would result in billions of pesos of revenue lost. The African swine fever outbreak has already cost our hog industry about 56 billion pesos and affected more than 68,000 hog raisers, majority of whom are small backyard farmers. According to the Philippine Statistics Authority, our total swine inventory as of January 2021 was at 9.72 million heads, which is 24% less from previous year's level of 12.8 million heads. It has also resulted in severe shortages of pork supply and high prices and many food items. Sabi nga sa social media, dati, kapag kumain ka ng baboy, tataas ang iyong blood pressure o magkakaroon ka ng high blood. Ngunit ngayon, makita mo lang ang presyo ng baboy sa merkado ay magkaka-high blood ka na. Isusulong din natin sa pagdinig na ito ang mga hinaing ng ating local hog industry, lalong-lalo na ang ating mga backyard hog raisers na siyang lubhang tinamaan ng ASF. We hope to find the answers and justifications from the DA and concerned agencies regarding the government's response to ASF, which are the increase in the minimum access volume for pork by 350,000 metric tons on top of the existing 54,000 metric tons, and the drastic reduction of tariffs under EO 128, which the Senate and the hog industry strongly opposed. To give our colleagues and the public an idea of the tens of billions of pesos involved in the importation of 350,000 metric tons plus another 54,000 metric tons for a period of 1 year at a landed cost of $3 as provided by the DA, it is worth $1.2 billion or 58 billion pesos sa loob ng isang taon. To give us context as to what 58 billion pesos means, when this representation was chairman of the NFA Council in 2014 and 2015, we imported anywhere between 1 to 1.2 million metric tons of rice at the cost of 20 to 25 billion annually. In other words, itong 58 billion pesos ay halos doble o mahigit pa sa doble ng ating pag-i-import ng bigas to address our shortfall in rice production. Halos doble, limpak-limpak ang salapi na involved dito. At concern natin is limpak-limpak na salapi rin ba ang kumikita sa mga ilang hindi dapat nagsasamantala. In order to ensure the judicious implementation of the EO, we request the Senate, in the exercise of its oversight function, to require the DA and concerned agencies to submit the following: monthly updates on the ASF management and assistance to hog raisers, list of importers and issued import permits, monthly reports on the importation, including the volume and price of pork imported, report on the retail prices of pork in the market, and monthly reports on actions taken on violators of the Price Act and other pertinent laws. We further hope that this hearing would establish the urgency of the declaration by the President of a state of national calamity, which was the subject of this representation's proposed Senate resolution adopted as Resolution number 97 by the Senate, to allow the DA and other concerned agencies, including LGUs, to allocate more funds to combat ASF's massive damage to the hog industry, provide the much-needed assistance to our local hog raisers, and institute biosecurity and disease control measures, as well as calibrated repopulation to revive the sector. The funds should be sourced from the NDRRM Fund and the agency's Quick Response Fund, among others. Based on the public statements of the DA, they only have 2.6 billion pesos to address ASF this year, but they need 8.6 billion to be able to address ASF this year. Also, according to public statements of the DA, that recommendation to declare a state of calamity was relayed to Malacanang last March 9. It has been over a month since this recommendation was brought to the attention of Malacanang. The state of calamity declaration must be issued immediately if we are to ensure that our hog industry, the local hog industry, will survive this calamity. Finally, it is our hope that the Senate and the DA and other concerned agencies can work together to put a stop to the reported tongpats or kickback schemes. Maraming salamat at muli magandang umaga sa kanilang lahat.
Thank you. Yes, and for the opening statements, finally, the chairman of the Committee on Agriculture, Senator Cynthia Villar, is recognized.
Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat, lalong-lalo na sa aming Senate President Soto at ang aking mga kapwa senador sa Senado. Bilang chairman ng Senate Committee on Agriculture and Food, ay pinag-aralan ko po ang importation ng hog meat for the last 10 years, submitted by the Bureau of Customs. Ang lumabas po na ang highest importation of hog meat was in 2018, and what happened during the years thereafter, 2019 and 2020. Ilalagay po natin ang nangyari at makikita natin na in 2018, ang importation po ng hog meat is 392,000. In 2019, it's 335,000. And then in 2020, it's 256,000. Showing the attached importation of pork for 2018 to 2020, only the following are imported under MAB or outside MAB with 30 to 40% tariff. In 2018 po, 120,000, which is 30.8 of the total importation. In 2019, it's 96,000, which is 28% of the total importation. And in 2020, it's 92,000, which is 35.9 of the total importation. The rest are imported as offal with 5 to 10% tariff. In 2018, ang inimport pong opal is 271,000 metric tons. 2019, 239,000 metric tons. And 2020, 163,000 metric tons. There is no need to reduce tariff because majority of the imports are offal with 5 to 10% tariff. In addition, there is no need to increase MAV because the good meat under MAV and outside MAV, which has a 30 to 40% tariff, is only 30% of the sinasabi nilang short ng local production. Nais ko pong maliwanagan kung paano pinroject na DA na lumabas pong 388,000 ang importation of good meat when the biggest ever is 120,000 in 2018. Hindi po ba hindi nila sinabi na kasali dito sa total importation ay yung offal, which is 70% of the importation, and it's only ang tariff nito is 5 to 10% already. Na-project po sila ng additional for opal when in fact kasama na po yung opal do sa projection. Hindi po ba pag nagpo-project ka na importation, you are guided by the figures of the past. And if you feel differently, you decide on what will be good for the local hog raisers, of which 65% are backyard hog raisers who are poor farmers. There are 2.5 million hog raisers in the Philippines, and 65% or 1.6 million are poor farmers. I just want DA to explain to me their decision-making process, which I think is in favor of the importers and not in favor of our poor backyard hog raisers. With regards to our consumers na sinasabi nila na bibigyan ng mas mababang presyo, matagal na pong mababa ang tariff ng pork. Kasi 70% of our imported hog meat is 5 to 10% ang tariff. Tanong ko po sa mga consumer, ibinenta po ba nila ng mura ang pork sa kanila? Yun lang po. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Villar. We will now begin with the discussions and give the floor to our guests for their presentations. Just for the presentations, we'll open it to everyone later, but for the presentations, we will allow the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Agriculture Compliance and Regulatory Enforcement for Security and Trade Office, or the CRESTO, for their brief opening statements. Please limit it to 5 minutes. Then we will listen to the two private groups involved in hog production, CNAG and then the Pork Federation of the Philippines Incorporated. Then we will recognize the others later on as we go through the day. But in the meantime, we'll like to pick up from where Senator Villar mentioned the Department of Agriculture to explain. We give them the time to make their presentation. My actual question would be, sino genius ang nagrekomenda sa presidente ibaba yung tariff? So the Department of Agriculture, you're recognized for your presentation.
The Honorable Senate President and Honorable Senators of this 18th Congress, my fellow government servants, invited resource persons, and all those present today, good morning po. The undersigned officially assumed office as Secretary of the Department of Agriculture on August 5, 2019, a most challenging year when the African swine fever outbreak was officially reported in the Philippines. At the outset, I wish to express our sincerity as we participate in today's proceedings. Likewise, we fully welcome the conduct of this inquiry in aid of legislation on Senate Resolution number 685, more particularly on the alleged tungpats and technical smuggling of poultry and pork products. This will provide the department the venue and chance to update this August chamber on the programs and projects it implements in addressing the ASF outbreak in the country, report on the significant decrease in local pork production, as well as the department's recommendation to increase in quota pork importation under the minimum access volume with an addition of 350,000 metric tons and the lowering of tariffs. DA's response in managing the ASF and in assisting the hog industry include the following activities. Implemented disease control measures, such as the modified protocol in managing and containing and controlling the disease, established local veterinary quarantine checkpoints, disease investigation, surveillance, and other measures through its regional quick response teams and regional ASF task forces in coordination with LGUs. Now, to give you an update, Your Honors, the number of ASF incidents by quarter starting last year during the third quarter, which is the one of the highest, we have 3,060 incidents reported and managed and controlled. By fourth quarter of 2019, no, this is 2020, third quarter, the one I mentioned, 3,060. And fourth quarter of 2020, the number of ASF incidents has now gone down to almost half, 1,525. And during the first quarter of 2021, the number of incidents has now significantly gone down to 935 incidents. Number two, provided livelihood assistance under the Sure Aid program to ASF-affected farmers on top of the DA's indemnification program. This also includes provision of alternative livestock and other livelihood projects. Number three, adopted a whole-of-nation approach in the war against ASF through a heightened platform called Bantay ASF sa Barangay that aims to protect ASF-free smallholders and commercial swine farms, improve biosecurity, and proactive surveillance. This program will help assist in repopulating previously infected premises or identify financial support facilities for alternative livelihood projects for ASF-affected farmers. And number four, implemented a mandated price ceiling on selected pork and chicken products in NCR pursuant to Executive Order number 124 series of 2021. The DA, as part of its regular monitoring of food supply, assessed the country's pork supply and demand situation and determined that we are facing a sizable deficit in pork. The record shown earlier by Senator Lacson, yes, that we have 2.25 million metric tons of pork produced locally was true in 2019 and early years. but the estimates have gone down significantly in 2020 and much more the estimates for 2021. Estimates by the DA National Livestock Program on projected pork supply for 2021 shows a deficit of 388,563 metric tons from a supply of 1.22 million metric tons as against a demand of 1.6 million metric tons. So talagang manipis na po yung supply natin. The pork supply severe shortage, na-mention din ang ating senador na taga Bulacan, talagang bumaba significantly yung mga engaged now in hog raising. And that's why we need to put up a whole of nation approach to solving the concerns and the very problems obtaining in the hog industry. Further, the SF, which remains a problem in many pork-producing countries, and its resurgence in China, is also driving the price of pork higher in the global market. We need to fill in the supply gap, stabilize pork prices, and tame the upward pressure on inflation. Hence, the DA recommended measures to augment our pork supply through importation from ASF-free countries. DA's Policy Research Service conducted a simulation on the expected retail prices of imported pork at different tariff rates. Based on the simulation, by reducing tariff rates, we can reduce the retail prices of pork, reduce inflation, and provide reasonable profit margin. Let me mention that the lowering of the tariff and on the issuance of Executive Order 128 by the President, it went through as well a very rigorous process. So the recommendation started from the Department of Agriculture, went through the cabinet level Committee on Tariff and Related Matters, which is chaired by NEDA and DTI. And the same committee forwarded it to the Tariff Commission for their for their consultation following the processes, and reported this back to the CTRM, and which also the CTRM recommended this to the NEDA board. And finally, the NEDA board recommending it to the President of the Republic of the Philippines. On MAB, let it be emphasized that increasing pork importation under the INCOTA MAB is but a temporary measure to be implemented only for a period of 1 year under strict monitoring and supervision by the Interagency MAB Management Committee. As regards the alleged tungpats of about 5 to 7 pesos per kilo of imported pork, the present DA leadership categorically denies any involvement if such scheme indeed exists. As far as the MAB allocation is concerned, strict implementing regulations and guidelines are in place to ensure a transparent and non-discretionary systematic distribution procedure on the MAB allocation. The allocation is done through raffle. The initial MAB allotment year has long been set and fixed. Yearly or mid-year allocation may be conducted depending on the pooled amount of allocations that were either surrendered or automatically deducted as penalty for regular licenses that failed to meet the 70% utilization requirement. Finally, on my personal and official capacity as Secretary of the Department of Agriculture, the undersigned is one with all of you, with President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, in strict observance of good governance and no corruption in government, and will never allow any corrupt practice under his stead and leadership. At this point, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Senate President, if you allow me, I will now request Dr. Reldrin Morales to give you the details of our Bantay ASF sa barangay. This will detail the very important activities that we continue to implement in the country in regard to this fight against African swine fever. Mr. Senate President.
All right, Secretary Dar, yes, we will allow.
Okay.
You're recognized. Go ahead. Just make it brief, please. Who did you want recognized, Senator Secretary Dar?
Director Reldrin Morales of BAI po.
Director Morales, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, let me present to all the good senators. Let me present the Bantay ASF sa Barangay or Babay ASF, our elevated response now for countering the threat of African swine fever in the country. Next slide, please. In your slide, Mr. Chair, you will see the number of positive samples from 2019 to April 5 of 2021. As you can see, Mr. Chair, from a height of 1,773 from August 2020, let me use that figure. We are continually recording through surveillance a lowering of number of cases in the country. The lowest now, Mr. Chair, is at 283 as of the reckoning date of April 5, 2021. Next slide, please. Mr. Chair, in your screen is the ASF map of the Philippines. In the left is the national ASF zoning map. As you can see, the red areas are those which are considered infected initially, and the dark green areas are the areas which are considered still ASF free, Mr. Chair, with the pink areas surrounding the infected zone as the buffer area and the yellow areas as the surveillance area. I will not go into the detail, Mr. Chair, but I would like to call your attention on the map on the right, wherein we added gray color. Mr. Chair, the gray color that we put on the map on the left represents those areas on the right, represent those areas, Mr. Chair, which has no reported cases of ASF already for the last 90 days at least. So these are the areas that we are monitoring now through our surveillance, and will be subject of the repopulation program, Mr. Chair. Next slide, please. Mr. Chair, currently this is the program that we have, or the process that we are looking at, a stepwise approach to elevation status from infected going to freedom status, or what we call the progressive control pathway for African swine fever. From infected zone, Mr. Chair, we put in requirement such as presence of risk-based control plans to be in place, cases has to be contained, and there has to be a good understanding of the virus in the area, and so on and so forth, Mr. Chair. With that, we can elevate this status to buffer zone, Mr. Chair, and then to surveillance status, Mr. Chair. So this is the stepwise approach in our control effort for African swine fever, Mr. Chair. Next slide, please. Mr. Chair, the Babay ASF sa barangay has 4 key areas. These work areas, Mr. Chair, includes LGU engagement, surveillance, biosecurity, and awareness, leading to repopulation, which is altogether a different program under the Department of Agriculture. Mr. Chair, with this Bantay ASF sa barangay, we are putting all our strategies at the grassroots level, wherein we will request, coordinate our local government counterparts to take ownership and leadership in the effort to contain African swine fever. This has to be done, Mr. Chair, in order to arrest the impact of spread of African swine fever. The local government has to step up, but of course, Mr. Chair, with the full support of the Department of Agriculture. Second, Mr. Chair, would be surveillance. This would include knowing all the farmers. Early on, we heard that there are about 80 hog raisers in the country, Mr. Chair. And we would want to be very definite, Mr. Chair, on the actual number of hog raisers, particularly our smallhold farmers. That is why under the Bantay ASF sa barangay, we are moving to have a farmers registry, Mr. Chair. In addition, under this key work area, we are priming up or elevating our diagnostic facilities. We are moving to have all our regional animal disease diagnostic laboratories at the regional field offices to be capable of testing, Mr. Chair, African swine fever, even those regions which does not have ASF at the meantime. We are also in the process of procuring rapid PCR test kits that will be able to help firm up, Mr. Chair, results of possible cases in the areas. And Mr. Chair, the Department of Agriculture, in collaboration with State University, Central Luzon State University, is doing a research for the development of a local test kit that will able to help our farmers, Mr. Chair. The third key work area, Mr. Chair, will be biosecurity. This will be a pillar in the repopulation program. We cannot stay under the current farming system wherein there is no regard for biosecurity, because even those commercial farms which are observing biosecurity but not maximizing this, Mr. Chair, were hit by African swine fever. Thus, the biosecurity will be observed, particularly in the government effort to repopulate our population. And Mr. Chair, the number 4 key work area will be awareness. It will be necessary, Mr. Chair, that all Filipinos must understand what is African swine fever. Mr. Chair, the threat of 1 truckload of infected hogs is as potent, Mr. Chair, as only a 1 kilogram of infected chorizo. And Mr. Chair, it is most difficult to actually monitor disinfected products that are brought about by travelers from one area to another. Unlike, Mr. Chair, this truckload of hogs that can easily be monitored at the highways. Mahirap po i-monitor yung mga pasalubong na nakalagay sa loob ng mga bag ng ating mga biyahero. Thus, Mr. Chair, it is necessary that even consumers must be aware on the potential impact of lethal action such as bringing pasalubong say from Luzon to Mindanao of possibly tainted meat, Mr. Chair. Accordingly, we have to discourage swill feeding because it was documented that swill plays a very potent and significant role in the spread of African swine fever, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, technically, these are the 4 key work areas of Bantay ASF sa barangay at ang pag-monitor po nito ay hihingi natin na may sakatuparan kasama ang ating mga local government units wherein we'll ask them to play an important role. Next slide, please.
Can you wrap up, please? We're already
Mr. Chair, thank you po.
informed on the situation of the ASF.
Yes, sir. So, ngayon po, ang next slide, please. Ito po, Mr. Chair, yung recovery and repopulation. Next slide, please. Mr. Chair, ito po yung ating sitwasyon ngayon. Ito po yung mapa kung saan, Mr. Chair, indicated po. I-map out po natin yung mga lugar na wala talagang cases. Ito po yung gray area. Ito po yung traditionally free areas. And then, of course, the dark brown areas, Mr. Chair, are those areas where there has been no cases already from 1 to 90 days. And yung lighter brown po, this would be the areas where there has been no cases already from 91 to 180 days. And more than 181 days are the yellow areas. Mr. Chair, as I mentioned, it is imperative that we work with the local government units and we would like to have ordinances passed at the local levels, Mr. Chair, so that the local government units will be able to act as a force multiplier to implementing existing guidelines against African swine fever, Mr. Chair. So ito po yung current status, Mr. Chair, where we are looking at repopulating our hog inventory, Mr. Chair. Next slide,
All right.
please. Yan, salamat po,
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
thank you. Thank you, Director Morales. Maybe hear very briefly from the Cresto. Ano? Please, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, Mr. Sanchez of the
Magandang umaga po, sir. Mr. President, honorable members of the August body, all attendees to this Senate Committee of the Whole meeting. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Ako po si retired Police Colonel, Lieutenant Colonel Pedro Sanchez, ang assistant po ni General Blanc sa CRESO. In-upload ko lang po yung aking briefing.
inaayos niyo yung presentation niyo, ganun ba?
In-upload ko, sir. In-upload ko, sir.
Ina-upload, okay. Go ahead, go ahead now.
Yes, sir. As directed by this whole honorable committee, General Blanc prepared a briefing regarding the how smuggling of agri-fishery products being done at DA. Hindi po siya maka-attend ngayon dahil siya po ay under medication at nag-positive po siya sa COVID-19 kasama po ng kanyang dalawang miyembro ng kanyang pamilya. Ang aking pong order of presentation ay TESO mandates and functions, modus operandi in smuggling of, and misdeclaration of agri-fishery products, the crest of accomplishments, the 8 toll gates, and our recommendations. The data and facts that is being presented are the fruits in carrying out for almost 1 year and a half the mandates of the DA Compliance and Regulatory Enforcement for Security and Trade Office, or CRESO, which was created pursuant to DA Administrative Order Number 10, Series of 2019, which was approved by the Honorable Secretary William Dar. Basically, CRESO starts to conduct compliance monitoring and audit of regulatory and enforcement functions of the department's food safety regulatory agencies, or FSRAs, and gather data and conduct fact-finding and inquiry.
Mr. Sanchez,
Yes, sir.
this, we are reading into it. You can just submit this. You have already submitted this, so can you just go to the main issue of the situation as far as security and trade office is concerned? Yeah, okay.
Ito sir, yung aming na-identified na modus operandi ng agri-fishery products. Po, the first modus operandi is the illegal entry of pork and other pork products from banned countries, despite the numerous bans covering the period June 2018 to October 2020. Concerned bio officials and personnel allowed the entry of a total of 267 to 20 equivalent units of TEUs of pork and other pork products from countries affected with the ASF, broken down as follows. These shipments are in violation of DA issuances, which are all aimed at preventing the ASF virus from breaking havoc to the country's estimated yearly 230 billion swine industry. Common sense states that this illegal activity is the root cause of the pork crisis our country is experiencing today. And this is the explanation of former BAI Director Ronnie Domingo. What is appalling is the explanation of elsewhere BAI Director Dr. Ronnie Domingo. He abruptly reasoned out, among others, that the DA Memorandum Order Number 18, Series of 2019, covers meat products intended for human consumption, and that porcine meal, which is intended for animal feeding purposes only, is not covered by the ban. However, DA Memorandum Order Number 6, Series of 2018, included porcine meat meal exclusively utilized for the production of animal feeds and not for human consumption. This is one of the precautionary measures to prevent the entry of ASF in the country, and yet he allowed the entry of porcine meal into the country from banned countries. And the next modus is the spurious accreditation of the PAC, or non-existent cold storage warehouses. Shown are the two accreditation LTOs issued by USEC Ernesto Gonzalez and USEC Ariel Cayana. For BPEL 1, the former NMIS Executive Director, now USEC Secretary, USEC Ernesto Gonzalez, issued a spurious LTO on January 25, 2019, almost 4 months after it had been incorporated its new name as BBS and under a new management. Also, the former DASSW City Chairman, USEC Ariel Cayanan, issued a spurious certificate of accreditation to BPEL 1 on March 19, 2019, more than 5 months after it had... Yes, sir.
Mr. Sanchez, nasaan yung taong yan?
He's still is the current USEC for operations, sir, of DA.
Andiyan pa rin?
Yeah.
Akala ko ba walang corruption sa DA? Pero may smuggling, ha? Issue ng spurious, pero nandiyan pa rin. Anyway, go ahead. Continue. We will, Senator Lacson will dig deeper into that after you. Go ahead.
USEC further certified that BPEL 1 is accredited to store even plants and vegetable, contrary to the stipulation in the affidavits of Mr. Manuel Santa Cruz, President and CEO of BBS, and Mr. Cecilio, Operations Manager of BBS, that their CSW is intended only for meat and fish products. And BPL 1 did not have chiller intended for plants and vegetables. Ito po yung sumunod na slide tungkol po ito sa BPL 2, which now IC Point. For IC Point, former NIMIS Executive Director, now Yusek Gonzalez, has issued spurious LTO on July 26, 2018, almost 2 months before it was incorporated and the name IC Point. And while the company's name is still BPL 2, it is noteworthy that the tin supplied into IC Point LTO is the same tin by the former BPL 2. Pareho po ang kanilang tin number. So supposedly, hindi dapat pareho ito. For BPL 2, the former DA CSW City Chairman Yusek Kayanan issued a spurious certificate of accreditation on August 12, 2018. That is to store even fruits and vegetables and products contrary to the stipulation on the affidavit of Mr. Ignacio, General Manager at IC Point, that they never had garlic or any kind of chilled products. They never operated any chiller room that caters to such products.
When you say former chief, yung dalawa, asa na sila ngayon?
The Yusek Gonzalez is now the Yusek for Consumer Affairs, while Yusek Kayanan is still the Yusek for Operations of the Asia.
They were, promotion pa?
Hindi ko
After this is spurious?
hindi ko po alam, sir.
All right, continue, go ahead.
And the third modus, this is what we call the MAPROCE model. For the period covered, MAPROCE had been issued 847 space ICs using BPL 1 and BPL 2 as its final destination of CSW. Mr. Santa Cruz and Mr. Mike Cecilio of BBS executed an affidavit certification that MAPROCE had never been BPL 1 nor BBS client, while Mr. Ignacio of IC Point attested to the same in his affidavit. MAPROCE is considered a company for hire, or C4H, or ready to close company, R2C, or in short, a dummy company, as its office does not commensurate to a big-time importer, and same was already abandoned when Creso personnel visited the same at its given address in Sampaloc, Manila, sometime August 2020. Per BIPAR record, BPI and DOC, the address is 1401 San Diego Street, Zone 49, Barangay 499, Sampaloc, Manila.
Excuse me, Mr. Sanchez.
Yes, sir.
Yung sinasabi niyong 847 SPSICs, ganong karami yun? Ilang kilong baboy yun?
May data po doon, pero hindi ako privy doon sa number ng kung ilan yung pork po doon. Iba-iba po ito, may isda, mayroong...
Si Secretary Dar, would you know the amount, the number, the equivalent, which was issued to a non-existent trading company? 847 SPSICs. Ilan yan ng ilang kilo pork yan?
Hindi, wala po akong knowledge doon sa kilo.
No, Secretary Dar, would you know?
May I request the Director of BAI to answer that, Your Honor?
Director Bay, go ahead.
We are checking po kasi yung 847, Mr. Chair, includes BFAR, BAI, and BPI. So pinapacheck namin, sir, yung sa BAI po ngayon, sir. Mr. Chair.
Hindi nyo makukuha, mabibigay sa amin kung ilang kilo. Yun lang ang tanong namin, ilang kilo ang laman ng 847 SPSICs.
Mr. Chair, the SPSICs are permits po. Papakuha po natin kung ilang permits out of 847 yung nai-issue ng BAI. If may nai-issue si BAI, at papakuha po namin, Mr. Chair, yung total volume na nakalagay dun sa SPSICs.
Well, we have plenty of time today. Please give us a figure later on. All right? Continue, Mr. Sanchez.
So, per record of DTI, ang kanyang address po naman ay 1983-B Catamanan Street, Barangay 2, Tondo, Manila. Ito po yung slide wherein we were able to identify yung ibang companies using BPL 1 and 2 as their final destinations. A total of 60 companies has been said as CSW as final destinations of their imported fishery commodities, with a total of 5,647 spurious special ICs issued to them by BPI, BIPAR, and BAI.
All right, 5,647 na total. Go ahead.
Ang last po na modus is the unauthorized diversion of imported agri-fishery products to other final destinations or CSW other than what is indicated in the SPSIC, ERFI, and the BIR. 9 companies were monitored to have done this. For Aquatic Care Enterprises Incorporated, a BIPAR registered fish processor, 12 containers of imported fishery products were diverted without authority to Sea Dragon Cold Storage in Caloocan instead of the company's CSW in Osami City, the one indicated in the SPSICs. And this shipment were neither intended for processing or cannery, but for distribution to wet market or institutional buyers using the Sea Dragon as the wet market.
Mr. President, Mr. President, Mr. President,
Go ahead, go ahead.
Mr. President,
Who's this?
Senator Tolentino po. Yes. For purposes of orderliness, Mr. President, may I request that Colonel Sanchez be placed under oath, considering the gravity of his allegation. Together with the rest of the resource persons, Mr. President, perhaps there was a
Yes,
lapse
thank
on
you,
the
Senator
part of the
Tolentino.
Secretary.
We were not able to do that earlier because of the. All right, maybe ask the Senate. Kasama siya kanina. Kasama ka siya kanina. You were together. You were with those who took their oath, right, Colonel Sanchez?
Hindi po. Iwalay po ako. Yung location ko po ay nakaiwalay po.
Well, it's not. There is no harm if you do it again. All right, Secretary Milarica, go ahead. Mr. Sanchez, Colonel Sanchez, will you raise your right hand?
Please rise and raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing?
Yes, sir.
Please respond.
Yes, sir.
And you swear to all the statements that you made earlier.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. According to
All right, okay, thank you, Colonel Sanchez. Okay, continue.
For High Towering Company, 2 container shipment containing frozen squids were diverted to Glacier Mega Fridge in Company in Parañaque City instead of the final destination of CSW indicated in the SPSICs. At High Tower Storage and Trading Center Incorporated, located at 502 Palangka Street, Quiapo, Manila. It turned out that the shipment was frozen mackerel, hence misdeclared. Since not secure prior certification from PFDA, BIPAR violated the SO number 284 series of 2020 when it issued the SPSIC with final destination other than PFDA facilities. Also, DOC encroached into the authority of DA when it designated Glacier Mega Fridge as a final destination of CSW premise on its e-tracking policy. Nabotas LGU also reported other companies diverting imported fishery products to other CSW other than PFDA facilities as required by DA issuances. As shown, spurious accreditation of CSW and diversion of agri-fishery products are violation of numerous laws and issuances. And these are the laws and issuances of the that were violated with regards to the spurious final destination. These are the accomplishments of TRESO during the period. Since its creation, TRESO was able to file 4 cases, complaint ranging from grave misconduct to serious dishonesty against hearing DA officials and personnel, 3 at the Ombudsman and 1 at PACC. As shown, the respondent, a former BAI Director Ronnie Domingo and others, BAI Director George Culastre and others, and BIPAR Director Eduardo Bongona and others. Also, TRESO referred cases to different venues of offices for investigation and appropriate action as shown.
I see that you have furnished NBI. Did you furnish Nika? All these, Colonel Sanchez?
O wala po, sir.
Huh?
Hindi po, sir.
Hindi.
Opo, sir.
We suggest that you furnish the National Intelligence Coordinating Authority also.
Yes, sir.
All right. Go ahead. Can you wrap up now?
The next briefing is regarding the 8 toll gates to agri-fishery products, sir.
All right. Go ahead with the toll gates.
Toll gate number 1, according to Dr. Ethel Cablay Cuyco and Attorney Ramon Cuyco, the latter acting as pro-bound legal consultant of TRESO, had identified the 8...
Mr. Chairman, may I just interject?
Go ahead, Senator Lab.
Colonel Sanchez, is Attorney Cuyco here? Is he present? Virtually or physically? Or virtually? Is he around? Okay, please proceed. He's not here. Okay, thank you.
And identified the 8 toll gates towards smuggling in their co-authored book, Agricultural Smuggling and National Security. Toll gate number 1, registration of business names and mayor's permit. There seems to be an ease in acquiring DTI and LGU and even CDA registration for business. TRESO was able to identify cooperatives financially incapable in importing based on their financial capabilities vis-a-vis the amount of the importation they undertook. These are the list of 12 cooperatives, sir, na na-identify ng TRESO na supposedly are not authorized to import rice products. Toll gate number 2, accreditation with the Bureau of Customs after toll gate number 1. The next step is to register your trading outfit with the Bureau of Customs Accounts Management Office or AMO. Citing the cooperatives and as shown is the revoke accreditation of importers published by Bureau of Customs as of July 20, 2020.
Hold on. Senator Villar, you wish to say something? You are muted. Senator Villar, go ahead.
Okay. I just want to make a manifestation that these rice importers who are cooperatives were forbidden to do that before already. Because we have discovered that before. And I think the DA, I don't know if they implemented it, they are forbidding these cooperatives from importing rice already.
All right. So presently they are forbidden. Go ahead, Colonel Sanchez, proceed.
Of these 363 revoked accreditation, 204 are for reasons of no existing office. Ali, yung nga na-revoke po dyan, sir, ay wala mga opisina. Yung 204 out of 363. Toll gate number 3, enlistment by DA FSRAs as commodity importer, citing the cooperatives and MAPROCAS models, the DA FSRA's accreditation systems.
Nagamit nga nila eh.
As the registration and accreditation system in these three toll gates are weak or loose, many companies were accredited without offices. Toll gate number 4. Securing SPSIC from the SPSRAs, only those accredited or enlisted as importers are allowed to apply sanitary or SPSIC. Data gathered indicate that the FSRAs lack due diligence in issuing SPSICs are evidenced by the numerous spurious issuance of the same. Also, there is no monitoring auditing tool used by the FSRAs in regard to utilization and liquidation of issued SPSICs, or more importantly, the volume utilization. The data on volume of importation being presented by the officials are taken from the PSA, which obviously are readily available data from the FSRA should they have not been sleeping on the job. Toll gate number 5, the bringing in of the goods and the risk classification. The BOC Entry Processing Center Risk Management Office determines the risk classification of the shipment, either be red, orange, yellow, green, or super green. Even this risk classification system, more popularly known as selectivity, has never known to be infallible as risk classification can be easily altered. For example, the four magnetic lifters entered on July 11, 2018 at MICP by SMYD Trading was initially tagged red the next day, but was cleared and released on July 14 or after 3 days. PDEA swab tested lifters at the warehouse and found traces of shabu. Toll gate number 6, a charade at the border users in danger. At the BOC designated examination area, based on the electronic request for inspection or ERFI by the importers, concerned DA FSRA conducts the so-called first border inspection in a quick, open look, close examination only fashion. You have to be dispatched immediately, ignoring the necessity of and discarding a thorough examination or inspection required of food imports, a clear violation of the law. Excuses, space limitation, and port congestion. So open close examination only is the method of examination that are conducted on these containers. This is the quality of inspection that the BOC and the FSRAs currently possess at the port. They simply open the shipping container van, take a quick look or peep if you may, then close the container van again. And off the container goes hauled off to somewhere, if not nowhere. The complete CRFI by the concerned FSRA becomes the basis for BOC to address, impose, and collect tariff, a clear violation of the law, Section 12 FSA of 2013. Toll gate number 7, a short ride to disaster called the second border. After the open close only type of examination at the port, these containers will have to be transported through unaccredited trucks to their final destination, euphemistically called the second border. The final destination or CSW indicated in this PSA could have been the venue of the second border inspection. But in many instances, either the CSW is defunct or non-existent or unaccredited, or the shipments are diverted without authority to other CSW or at the premises of the importer or the facility of the third parties. Number 8, toll gate number 8, the beginning of the end of government control when the shipping container arrives at the second border of the final destinations as indicated in the SPSIC. Imported commodities will be examined thoroughly or any degree as determined through the accompanying importation notification document or IND, the presence of concerned FSRA. The day border inspection report or the BIR is subsequently issued. This is the only time the shipment is cleared by the concerned DA FSRAs. However, as shown earlier, more than 5,000 SPSICs which covered shipments or imported agri-fishery products were hauled off from the ports of their second border, their final destinations, and the fact CSW, thus non-existent in the eyes of the law. All this happened with full knowledge of government regulators, BAI and NIMIS for meat imports, BA and PFDA for fish and fishery imports, BPI for plants imports. In the first place, they issued spurious SPIC to cover these importations. This is like icebergs of agri-fishery products smuggling. Yung upper portion po, sir, yun po yung nakikita. Yung lower portion, yun po yung hindi natin nakikita, sir. So upper portion po, sir, yan lang po ng namomonitor ng Quest o namomonitor ng mga law enforcement agencies, yung fly-by-night dummy importers, manipulation ng import list categorization, open and close examination, unsafe, uninspected, repump storage. While yung nasa ilalim po, ito yung mga hindi nakikita ng mga normally na hindi nakikita ng mga enforcement agencies, particularly kung ito tinatago na sa mga commodities na ini-import. Possibly entry of mass destruction, weapons of mass destruction, para smuggling, illegal drugs, large-scale smuggling, ASF and other human livestock health risks, entry of invasive species, and corruption. Based on the prepared presentation of General Blanc, these are his recommendation. Pursue the establishment of a DA agri-fishery product cold storage examination area, or DASEA, wherein the BOC and the DA FSRAs exercise co-jurisdiction and will serve as a one-stop shop for clearance procedures of the agencies. 2, the implementation of national single window as databasing of all transactions and documentation of agri-fishery importation, integrating therein the identified 8 toll gates for transparency and easier access by the authorized users. And lastly, the officials and personnel, BOC personnel, importers and brokers and cold storage warehouses who have complicitly in the illegal activities enumerated above must be subjected to formal or preliminary investigations. That's all, sir, the presentation of General Blanc, and thank you po.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Colonel Sanchez. Senator Pangilinan, yes.
Yes, just a quick manifestation, Mr. President. We appreciate the report given by Cresto and that we see it's a detailed report. Our concern lang, Mr. President, is that the list of importers as well as co-ops pertain to rice importation. Of course, the committee hearing today is about pork importation, and perhaps later on, they can provide us information or data regarding precisely those involved in pork importation. For the record, Mr. President.
All right, thank you, Senator Pangilinan. We will take that into consideration if the Committee on Agriculture will also recommend instead of a hearing of the Committee on Agriculture itself. But we can take it up later. We can talk about it among ourselves. But right now, the way it looks, we will not be finishing this in one hearing day. I might have to schedule another one on Thursday so that all the issues will be uncovered and be explained or whatever necessary. So we will take the recommendations also of the Cresto into consideration. So right now, let us continue. Before the formal discussion, we would like to hear from the 2 more resource persons, this time from the private groups involved in the production, in hog production, CNAG and the Pork Federation of the Philippines. Let's listen to CNAG first. Please try to limit it within 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Mr. President, just a quick manifestation.
Senator Gordon, yes.
Just a quick manifestation, Mr. President. I don't want to say this, but I have to. The Blue Ribbon has been investigation cases like this, and it went extensively. It's the same modus operandi all the way. With customs is involved, a department is involved, and then they have people who are fake, who have fake identities. As you said, companies for hire. It's just like the case of those people in customs that we investigated who are still in jail. But I was just wondering, I'm not going to pursue it anymore. Later, I'll pursue it later. Why they report investigations, but there are no arrests? There's no pursuit of these people. Mahuli nyo lang isa dalawa dyan eh, meron na kayo nagawa eh. Ang problema, panay investigation, puro intelligence gathering. Pero babakapan nyo lang yan from the time that you get the company for hire and you go back, who brought it to the company, who applied for it in customs. You can trace that. I don't know why ang report ninyo, kunyari may nahuli kayo, parang yung bang, we have all the suspects, case closed. That's not the case. That's all, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Gordon. We will expect that later also. All right, Sinag, you're recognized.
Mr. President, good morning, Senator Soto, and of course sa lahat ng mga senator.
Oh, yes, Rosendo So, my party mate. Go ahead.
Yeah, Senator, can I ask the Secretariat to show the slides? To present the slides. Paki-present, ano lang ng Secretariat sana para mapakita. Before that, Senator, kung marinig natin na ang BAI kanina na sinasabi, mas 1 kilo na frozen meat lang, pwedeng makontamina ang isang bayan, no? Or more than that. And for the past month, we have asked the Secretary to check the incoming imported meat from other countries because we know that the start of ASF is the imported meat, no? Up to now naman hindi pa sinasabi talaga kung saan galing yung imported meat na pumunta sa Rizal. Kasi it was taken by kinuha ng mga nagdadala sa swill feeding galing sa mga hotel. We don't think yung mga hotel nagbibili ng imported meat na illegal. So ang sinasabi natin, pwedeng galing sa legal na shipment na dumating dito na kaya na-contamina itong mga stocks natin na baboy. One example dun sa Cebu na 2019, may nahuli silang ang nakalagay is Belgium pero ang laman is galing Poland. So may transshipment na nangyayari. Pero up to now, Mr. President, ang problema natin, walang in-inspect ang DA dun sa port of entry, yung first border na sinasabi natin, dun pagbaba, walang isang tinetest. Ang kailangan lang natin na pondo is 45 milyones. 45 milyones na ibibigay nila sa mga chiller sa imported meat dun sa mga palengke. Yun lang kailangan natin. Last year, we imported around 250 million kilos. Out of 250 million kilos, yung prime cut is 100 million, nasa 100 million kilos lang, no? So out of 250 million kilos. Kung 250 million kilos divided by 25,000 kilos per container, we only need 10,000 testing. One testing costs around 4,500 lang. And this will equivalent to 45 million na gusto nila ibibigay sa mga importer para maglagay ng freezer dun sa mga palengke. Ang budget ng DA sa ASF is 1 bilyones. Pero itong 45 million, ayaw nilang gawin kasi pabor sila sa imported. No? Kung makikita nyo, itong presentation natin para makita yung puunan ng mga importer. From January 2020 to January 2021, average price of prime, itong Port Bailey na sinasabi nila, yung prime cut, it's only 81 pesos landed. CIF with ano na yan, bayad na lahat dun sa port of entry. Pwedeng next slides, please. Pag makita natin yung 40% tariff noon, kung ang retail price is at 300 pesos, kumikita na ang imported na karne around 136 pesos. Ganong kalaki na, no? So, hindi namin alam kung ito yung sinasabi ni Senator Lacson na kasama kasi yung tongpats. Ngayon, binaba pa itong taripa sa 5%. So, ang nakikita natin itong 165, ito is marked up. Ito 165 na ito, kung makikita natin, kung 5%, no, ang tariff na ikokolekta. Pero ang ating secretary, natatawa tayo, gusto pa nila gawin 350 yung retail. No? Na dapat pwedeng may markup na yung importer, pwede itong ibenta sa 140 pesos. Bakit in-announce pa na dapat yung retail price ng SRP ng imported is 350? Eh yung mga imported meat sa palengke, kung makikita natin, nasa 250 yung bentahan, nasa 200 pa. Sa 40% tariff. Ngayon, gusto pa nila itaas. Hindi namin maintindihan yan. No? Next slides. So ito yung na-compute natin kung base doon sa import. Itong mga record na ito is yung mga importer ang nag-declare sa custom. So ito yung record natin na nakuha sa Bureau of Custom. Kung i-compute natin sa 40%, sa retail, dapat ang retail price is 185, sa 30%, 175, sa 15%, 148, sa 5%, dapat 138. So ibig sabihin, kung 138 pesos, kumikita na yung importer ng 30 pesos, kumikita na yung retailer ng 40 pesos. Next slides, please. So, ito yung nakikita natin na mukhang talagang may tongpats. Kung ang suggested retail price ng liempo is 350 and ang kasi is 270, mas titingnan natin sa online, ang bentahan ng liempo sa online is nasa 200 pesos lang. Ang bentahan ng kasim is 180 to 200 pesos. Next slides, please. So ito, tinignan namin yung February import, itong taon na ito, sa 40% tariff, ang pumapatak na puunan is 122 pesos average. So mababa talaga ang imported, maski may taripa na 40% na. Next slides. So ito yung 30% tariff, February landed dito sa atin, ang puunan is 111 pesos. Next slides, please. January, 40%. Kung makikita natin is 118 pesos. Next slides. 30% is 109. Next slides. December, more or less ganun din ang presyo, no? Yung ito is 30% tariff. Next slides. Ito yung mga Mr. President, ito yung mga supplier ng mga importer. Maybe para at least to clarify kung yung presyo ba na dinideclare nila sa custom tama, pwede ba ang Senate sumulat dito sa mga supplier kung bakit ganun kababa ang benta nila dito sa ating bansa and ang benta nila dun sa bansa nila mas mataas. Ito ba is dinadump dito sa ating bansa para mamatay ang ating mga hog industry and mabuhay yung hog industry nila, maubos tayo dito. And we hope na masuri natin itong mga supplier. Yung mga nasa red one kasi, yung mga supplier ng chicken, hindi ko inano, yung sa pork lang ang inano ko. So, next slides. Ito yung mga supplier. Next slides. Next slides. So ito yung mga supplier, Mr. President. Sana makuha natin sa kanila kung anong binibigay nila dito sa mga importer natin para bakit ganun kababa and pinapatay itong ating local industry. And ngayon kung bumaba na 5%, talagang mamamatay ang ating local industry. Next slides, please. Next slides. So ito yung mga importer. Next slides. So Mr. President, ang inaano lang natin sana, maimbestigahan sana kung ito ba pupunta sa tongpats dahil nakikita natin ang laki ng amount, no? Yung kanina yung sinasabi na 847 containers. Kung isang container is 25,000 kilos, this is around 21 million kilos yung kanina pinisenta. More or less ganun ang kilo. Yun lang, Mr. President. Magandang umaga po.
Thank you. Yes, next to present is the Pork Federation of the Philippines, represented by the AGAP third president, former Congressman Nicky Briones. Mr. Briones, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President Tito Soto. Good morning sa lahat ng mga senador, sa members ng Committee of the Whole. Una, nagpapasalamat kami dahil nung sumulat kami sa ating Senate President Tito Soto ay nung March 16, nakapaloob dyan yung mga nire-request natin sa ating pamahalaan. Una, yung stop ng lowering ng tariff, pero nagkaroon na nga ng Executive Order 128 at lumabas na tuluyang ibinaba ang taripa na naipaliwanag naman ni Kasendo yung mga kinikita ng ating mga importer in spite na dun sa 40% tariff. At base din sa ating computation, yung pagkakababa ng taripa ay ibinigay ng DA or ng ating nag-recommend na ibaba ang tarif ang 14 billion pesos na halaga na dapat imakolekta ng ating pamahalaan at yan ay pupunta sana sa pondo para maitulong sa ating mga magbababoy, sa mga magsaka. Yun ang isang nakalulungkot, Mr. Senate President, na sa halip na hayaan at 40% dahil napakalaki naman ang kinikita ng ating mga importer even at 40%, ay binaba pa yung taripa at nawala tuloy yung 14 billion na supposed to be makukolekta at may itutulong natin diya sa tinatamaan ng African Swine Fever na matagal na nating hinihiling na bayaran ng 10,000 kada ulo ng baboy upang kusang mag-declare ang ating mga tinatamaan ng African Swine Fever. Sa report kanina ng ating DA, lumalabas na parang nawawala na yung African Swine Fever. Kami po hindi naniniwala dyan sapagkat dahil wala namang nakukuha sa ating gobyerno, walang ibinabayad, wala pong nagdideklara na sila ay tinatamaan ng African Swine Fever. Yan po ay pinupuslit at nabibenta po yan between 8,000 to 10,000 kada ulo ng baboy na kinukuha ng mga traders. At ako'y naniniwala na yan ay nagagawang mga tusino lang gunisa. At yan ang dahilan kung bakit napakabilis kumalat ng African Swine Fever dahil hindi po yan luto. So, at nangyari nga, nung pa natin sinasabi, yung kanilang protocol at pagpigil o programa para matigil ang African Swine Fever, maliwanag pong hindi epektibo sapagkat naubos nga po yung ating baboy dito sa Luzon. So yung ginagawa nila, yung pa rin,
Kaya ako'y naniniwala patuloy pong kakalat ang African Swine Fever. Yung pong Davao Region, halos naubos po yan. Yung Masbate, yung Leyte, yung pong Misamis Oriental, lahat po napasok na rin po ang Visayas, Mindanao. At ako'y naniniwala po tuloy-tuloy yan. Hanggat hindi po sila nagkakaroon ng pondo para sa indemnification fund na ating pong hinihiling ay 10,000 kada ulo ng baboy. Gusto po nating magbayad ng ating pamahalaan upang kusa pong mag-declare ang ating magbababoy pagtatamaan ng African Swine Fever. At ang pinaka-importante po rito, magkakalakas po ng loob bumalik, mag-repopulate ang ating magbababoy. Meron po tayong mga 500,000 na inahing natitira pa sa buong Pilipinas. Ang iniisip po namin, kung kami lang magagarantiyahan niyang 10,000 kada ulo ng baboy pag tinamaan kami ng African Swine Fever, kami po kusang magre-repopulate, hindi na po namin kailangan yung mga pondong sinasabi ni Secretary Dar. Dahil yung po 500 ulong inahin, pag pumili ka lang ng isa sa anak ng 500 inahin yon, isang partner na babae, at gagawin mong inahin, 500,000 po yan, pagka sa loob po ng isang taon, meron ka agad 4 na milyong dagdag na partner para sa supply po ng ating mga baboy. Sigurado po yan na magkakalakas na ng loob ang ating mga magbababoy. So, hindi po yan ang ginagawa. Sa halip po, ay dinidiscourage. Binaba ang taripa, nagbigay ng freezer sa ating mga importer. Abay, kayo po ba naman nakakita? Di ba pag kami nagtitinda na soft drinks, beer, ice cream, yung processed meat, ang nagbibigay po ng mga freezer ay yung mga kumpanya na nagpapabenta. Pero dito, ang nagpapabenta ay mga importer na karne sa mga palengke. Pero ang nagbibigay ng libreng freezer ay ang ating Department of Agriculture. Nakulang ang suporta sa magbababoy para matigil ang African Swine Fever. Doon po sa Batangas, sa bayan namin San Jose, kami po magbababoy ang nag-aambag-ambag para po magkaroon ng pambiosecurity sa dinadaanan at pinapasukan ng lahat ng mga kargamento ng baboy, feeds, at mga even sa manok. At kami po ay naglalagay talaga ng pambiosecurity. Kami na po ang gumagastos. Kaya, yun po sinasabi, sabi nga, tumigil, hindi po totoo yan. Kung inyo pong titingnan, inyo pong tanungin yung malalaking magbababoy. Yung pong top 10 na malalaking magbababoy. Halos yan po itinamaan at naubos sa Pilipinas. Pag sinabi pong top 10, ang alaga po niyan 100,000 baboy. Meron po bang nag-declare ng tinamaan ng African Swine Fever? Pero naubos dahil nagkaroon po ng tama. Ibinenta po yan. So ano pong ibig sabihin? Kaya po nagkaganito ang sitwasyon. Yung pong kapalpakan ng Department of Agriculture sa pagpigil sa African Swine Fever ay pinagtatakpan nila na gustong pabahain ng imported para masuportahan ang mga consumer. Pero in the long run, ang epekto po niyan, Mr. Senate President, ay ang ating po magbababoy aatras dahil natatakot niya sa sobrang importasyon, 350,000 ang dagdag, metric tons, binaba ang taripa, ay lalo pong aatras ang ating magbababoy, hindi po mag-aalaga. Sa ginagawa po ni Secretary Dar, pinapatay po niya ang ating sektor ng pagbababuyan. At nakalulungkot po, sigurado po, sa halip na mag-repopulate, magbabawas po ng alaga. Lalong-lalo na po yung mga backyard raisers. Pag bumaha po niyang in-import na katumbas po yung 8 milyong ulo ng baboy at dumating sa Pilipinas at nakapasok po yung imported na karne sa iba-ibang palengke at inilibre ni Secretary Dar ang freezer sa lahat ng palengke sa Luzon, Visayas at Mindanao, sigurado po malulugi ang magbababoy. At pag nangyari po yan, yung pong kakaunti ng natitirang magbababoy ay magsasarado, lalo na po yung mga backyard. Kaya ano po yung sinasabi niyang food security na gusto niya mangyari? Paano po kung walang ma-import pagdating ng next year? Okay, sigurado magkakaroon tayo ng krisis. Kaya tama po si Senator Pangilinan na dapat tayo magkaroon ng state of calamity. Unahin po ang pagpupondo ng malaki para matigil yung African swine fever. At yan lang po ang susi para tayo bumalik sa normal ang supply ng baboy. At ang nakakalungkot pa po, di sa sinabi ni Sendo kanina na napakababa ng presyo at kailangan makuha resibo doon sa record ng custom. Ako po yung naniniwala, meron technical smuggling dyan. Yung undervaluation. Kung makukuha po ang resibo galing sa abroad, i-compare sa dineklara sa custom, huli na natin ang nag-undervalue. At yung pong tingnan natin, yung sinabi po kanina ni Senator Villar na 70% po ng ini-import na karne sa total na importation per year ay 70% ay opals, fats, skin. Ibig po sabihin yan, dahil yan po yung mababa ang taripa, 5 to 10%, di yan po pinadadaan yung minimis-declare na karne ng baboy. At yung pong mechanically deboned chicken, 5% din po ang taripa. Yan po yung naniniwala ko na minimis-declare din po yan, kahit tunay na karne ng manok, ay di yan din po pinadadaan. Ang aking pong hiling sa ating Committee of the Whole, hingin po natin yung top 10, 20 na importers, na traders. Yan pong mga fats, opal, skin, at yung pong mga mechanically deboned meat or chicken. At diyan po makikita natin, iisa-isahin ko pong hanapin ang mga opisina niyan at alamin ko po kung sino mga stockholder. Napagkat nangyari na po yan, noong panahon mga 2004, ako po matagal ko na pong nilalabanan na smuggling. Tiningnan ko po yung mga naka-rehistro sa SEC. At mga fictitious po ang mga pangalan. Meron 500,000 nakapag-import ng bilyon. At tiningnan po namin ang opisina, wala pong opisina. Kaya yung pong nireport kanina, may katotohanan po yan. Na merong tongpats at yung pong matagal ng tara na sinasabi sa custom, 150,000 po kada container na 25 tons ang laman. At ako po ay merong isang gustong sumali sa pag-import. Dahil nakakita na napakarami ng i-importin, ang laki ng kikitain. Abay, sabi sa akin, hinihingan daw siya na 150,000 na tara sa custom. Ay, kaya totoo po yung sinasabi. Nung nag-report kanina, kami po yung nagpapasalamat kay Colonel Pedro Sanchez. Sapagkat dito mabubulgar at sana po tuloy-tuloy nating imbestigahan. At ang una nga po, hingi natin yung top 20 lang na meat traders. Huwag na po yung mga meat processors. Naniniwala po ako yan hindi papasok dyan. Pagkat nakataya, mapakalaki nilang negosyo. Pero yan po mga traders, yan po kung fictitious, iba-ibang pangalan ang inilalagay, talaga pong gagawin yan. Sapagkat pwede naman ang mga meat processors dyan bumili ng kanilang kailangan. So, yun na lang pong mga meat traders ang ating hingi, Mr. Senate President, sa Committee of the Whole, para tuluyan po nating maimbestigahan kung ano-ano ba mga kumpanya yan na nakakapag-import, na pinadadaan dyan sa mababang taripa, at saka yung po mga nag-undervalue. At tungkol naman po sa food safety, na hindi naman po talaga na-inspeksyon ang mga ini-import nating mga karne, ay pwede pong tuloy magkaroon ng ibang variant ng ASF na makapasok sa atin dahil wala pong testing. At yan pong bird flu, pwede pong makapasok sa atin. Bakit po? Pinayagan po ni Secretary Dar yung Netherlands na makapagpasok ng mechanically deboned chicken. Samantalang ang Netherlands ay napakaraming outbreak ng bird flu. Germany at saka Belgium. Ay bakit po niya papayagan na makakapagdala ng mechanically deboned chicken? Hindi naman tayo nag-check kung merong bird flu po yan. Ay kawawa po ang ating kaming mga mag-iitlog. May alaga din po akong layers. Mga magmamanok. Ay pag yan po'y tinamaan din ng bird flu. Ay nako, naniniwala po ako. Katakot-takot na problema po ang aabutin ng ating bansa sa kakulangan ng pagkain. So sana po, Mr. President, ay imbestigahan din bakit pinapayagan ng ating Department of Agriculture na mag-import po ng mga karne galing doon sa may tama ng bird flu. May outbreak. Ay tayo rito, pag tayo mayroong diferensya yung ating agrikultura, hindi po tayo nakakapag-export. Talagang chinecheck ng ibang bansa. Ay tayo walang checking, walang testing. Dapat po habang walang testing, wala tayong kakayanan na i-test yung pagpasok na ma-check kung may dalang sakit ng hayop o ng COVID. Ang China po, sine-check even yung COVID. Dahil marami po silang na-check sa mga seafoods, karne ng baboy, manok, na meron pong positive sa COVID. E di, talaga pong nakataya ng lahat. Hindi lang ho ang hanap buhay ng ating mga magsasaka, ganun din po ang kalusugan ng ating mamamayang Pilipino. Yung pong food safety para sa health ng ating mga kababayan. Yan din po ang dapat tutukan dahil hindi po nagagawa ang tamang testing at inspection, Mr. Senate President. Thank you. And thank you very much.
Thank you, former Congressman Briones. We will now open the discussion to our colleagues to raise their questions. So please, our resource persons, hang on and stay with us because there will be many questions that our colleagues will be asking. Senator Villar, yes, before we start.
I just want Senate Secretary Dar to answer my question during my opening statement about how they computed that importation of hogs, considering yung pinakita ko na historical figure ng importation from 2018 to 2020 na wala naman dumating doon sa sinasabi niyang figure.
Secretary Dar, would you like to react now?
Yeah, we have a PowerPoint presentation on that, Honorable Senate President, the pork supply, para makita lahat.
No, I just want you to answer because that is the demand, the historical importation. Kung tataas man doon, a percentage lang. Katulad nun, naandun, ang good meat, 120,000 metric tons. Sabi ng ating industry, 25% daw ang namatay. At worst, there should be a 25% increase. So the maximum importation of good meat would be 150,000. So I want you to answer. I don't want that presentation. You are presenting so many things. You answer my question, how you computed that your importation. Because that is historical. That's the highest na nga 120. Nung 90,000 na lang Ngayon 2020. Yung 120, that is the starting point because that is the highest figure. So if you are going to import, that should be the highest thing. And if you say na nag-shortage because namatay ang 25%, then you increase by 25%, that is 150,000. That's not 400,000. So you explain to me the logic behind that. I cannot understand the logic behind that. I don't want any more presentation. Huwag na lang mag-hearing, puro presentation. Sagutin niyo yung question.
Po, Mr. Senate President, may I now request our Director of BAI who has all this information now.
But you are the one who signed and recommended to the President that increase in tariff. You should answer that because when you signed that, you should have understood what you are talking about.
That's why
To answer that directly, Secretary Dar. Otherwise, prepare to answer it later when we give the floor to Senator Villar.
I am answering, Mr. Senate President.
Explain to
What
me.
is the? Go ahead with the answer.
Yeah, the supply, these are our analysis po. Yung supply ay nasa level lang ng 1.2 million metric tons. At may beginning stock tayo na 33,000 metric
No,
tons.
I heard that answer already, Secretary Dar. I heard that answer. And your answer, it's 388,000 metric tons. I studied that. But when you import 388,000 metric tons, only 30% are good meat. 70% are offal. So ang good meat is 120,000. Oh. So why will you recommend 400,000? That includes offal. And 70% are offal. You explain to me because I cannot understand that. Don't give me those figures. I want the logic behind the recommendation.
Now, the other point
Yeah, wait. Secretary Dar, let us, to be fair to the members of the committee, so that there will be order. This is a full-blown issue that Senator Villar has brought up. So let's start with the discussion. You prepare for the answer for Senator Villar. I will recognize her after the two members of the Senate who are physically present here. They're given their time, and then we will go to your question, Senator Villar.
Thank
So
you
let's
very
start
much.
off with your indulgence, please. We start off with Senator Ping Lacson, the principal author of the resolution. To all our colleagues, we will follow the usual protocol, those physically present, and then the officers, and then the order of login. Senator Ping Lacson is recognized. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Nabanggit po kanina ni Secretary Dar na ang shortage, 388,000 metric tons. Kaya kailangan magdagdag ng importation na 350,000 metric tons. Yun ang kanilang recommendation kay Presidente. Ano po yung basihan nyo doon sa 388,000 metric tons? Analysis or data?
Your Honor, Senator Ping, ito po yung analysis out of the livestock program dito po sa Department of Agriculture. Ito nga, I was wanting to mention na ang demand po natin this year ay 1.6 million metric tons at ang supply lang ay nasa 1.2 million metric tons. So yun po ang deficiency natin, 388,000 metric tons.
Opo. Ano po ang mas papaniwalaan ninyo? Analysis o yung datos?
Well,
Kasi
yung
po sa datos kanina, binanggit ko, at ito po ay nanggaling sa PSA, ang pinagugutan ng United States Department of Agriculture doon sa, meron kaming slide yan doon sa production versus consumption. Ang consumption po sa loob ng 3 taon, iwanan na natin yung 2019 at saka 2018. Focus na lang tayo sa 2020. Noong 2020, ang local production natin nasa mga 2,142,647 metric tons. Ang consumption 1,780,000 metric tons. So ibig sabihin may surplus tayo sa taong 2020 ng 362,647 metric tons. So ang pinagtataka ko po, kaya nga tinatanong ko, saan ang galing yung inyong sinasabing deficiency or shortage? Kung datos ang titingnan natin, ako mas papaniwalaan ko yung datos kaysa sa analysis, mawalang galang ng Department of Agriculture. Kasi analysis yun Di ba dapat mag-rely tayo sa data na sa gobyerno rin nanggaling kasi PSA Pakisagot mo.
Starting 2020, because of the lingering African swine fever, ay bumaba na po yung production level natin. At napakinggan rin ninyo naman yung mga iba't ibang mga mahal na senador na talagang significant na yung pagbaba ng local production na po natin. Yun po ang basehan po namin na talagang itong 2021 ay maraming hindi nagtuloy na mag-hog production. At the same time, nandyan pa rin yung ASF. So, talagang mababa. Nakikita naman ninyo yung pressure ngayon sa merkado po. At ngayon...
Secretary Dar, yung presyo sa merkado, pwedeng artificial yan eh, kasi ina-anticipate nila na babahang importation. So, pwedeng yung mga ibang importers o yung ibang nagtitinda, sinasamantala na nila, nataasan yung presyo. Sabi nga nung anak ko, nagpunta ng palengke the other day, 400 plus na nga eh. Bigla. Nanggaling yun sa mga 300 plus, naging 400 plus. Nung nabalita na merong EO 128. So, maniniwala pa kayo na yun talaga yung nakadikta sa merkado na presyo? Hindi siguro. Anyway, kung nakikita nyo sa screen, maliwanag yung datos na ito official record ito eh. So between official data and your analysis, I'd rather take the side of the official data. Now, moving on, Mr. Secretary, dahil medyo kulang naman sa oras na sa pagtatanong, yung mga mandates ng iba't ibang bureaus, itinatawag na Food Security Regulatory Agencies, FSRAs, BAI, BPI, Fisheries, and so forth and so on, NMIS. Sino ba talaga under the law ang nag-i-issue ng sanitary, phytosanitary import clearance? Yung SPSIC. Sino dapat ang nag-i-issue niyan?
Lahat po ngayon, sila po nag-i-issue yung mga regulatory agencies namin.
Pero nasa batas po, national, pagdating sa meat and meat products, dapat NMIS yun ang nasa batas.
Indicate
Kasi,
NMIS and BAI po ang nag-i-issue doon.
hindi ba dapat yung National Meat Inspection Service ang nag-i-issue ng SPSIC?
BAI po, BAI po.
Yun nga po mali. Naglabas ng administrative order na binibigay sa BAI ang magkapag-i-issue ng SPSIC. Pero kung titingnan natin yung batas, dapat nasa National Meat Inspection Service kasi ang BAI, ang dapat mandato niya yung sa mga feeds ng mga hayop,
Mr. Chair,
So baka pwedeng tingnan nyo ulit ito para makorek ninyo kasi yung source, yung tubig hindi pwedeng mas mataas kesa sa source. So ang pagre-rely natin dito yung batas, umiiral. Anyway, are you aware of yung admin order number 26 issued by the department, Mr. Secretary?
That's being mentioned here, Your Honor, na series of 2005 application for issuance of BQC SPS clearance.
Sino po dapat nagbibigay ng SPSIC? Sa admin order, sinasabi niyo BAI. Pero pagka ang ating pinagbasihan naman, yung batas, I think there's a Republic Act here, mentioned as amended. Ang dapat National Inspection. Anyway,
Your Honor, can I request the BAI Director kasi siya yung mayroon inform.
yes, Mr. Chair, the Bureau of Animal Industry po issues SPSICs because by law, Mr. Chair, BAI has the mandate on disease prevention and control, and the primary consideration of SPSIC, Mr. Chair, is prevention of entry of possible diseases through importation of live animals, live poultry, and even meat and meat products, Mr. Chair. Thus, for this purpose, it is BAI that issues the SPSIC. But, Mr. Chair, for the purpose of firming up yun pong ating border protection, we have a process of accreditation wherein both BAI and NMIS composite team do the accreditation process of the exporting country, Mr. Chair. The Bureau of Animal Industry team looks at the animal health programs of the exporting country, while the NMIS team inspect the food safety standards and the meat safety standards of the exporting country. That is the way how BAI and NMIS works with this importation accreditation, Mr. Chair. Pagka po dumating na at na-accredit na po yung exporting country at yung mga particular plants or meat plants that will export, it is BAI po that issues the SPSIC, Mr. Chair.
Sige, hindi na po ako makipagtalo sa inyo. Reviewin nyo na lang yung Republic Act 10536 against your Administrative Order Series 2005. Anyway, moving on,
Mr. Chair.
dito tayo sa ASF. In the first place, paano ba tayo dumating dito sa ganitong sitwasyon? Kung ititrace natin kung paano nakapasok ang ASF sa bansa, sino po ang dapat nating pagtuunan ng sisi? Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Senate President, Senator Ping, we have as the main agency of the department that manages all issues like SF, the Bureau of Animal Industry. Sila po yung nag-monitor, nagso-surveillance at gumagawa ng mga protocols at hanggat yung proseso na makal out yung dapat makal out na infected na mga baboy. So Bureau of Animal Industry po.
Okay. So matitrace natin ang responsibilidad sa BAI.
The question of Senator Lacson, Secretary Dar, is saan ba nagsimula? Paano nakapasok sa atin? That is the question.
Okay, and the report of the BAI, let me request Director of BAI to do that.
Hindi, ako na rin ang sasagot, Secretary Dar. Kasi narinig ko naman sa briefing ng inyong presto. Nagsimula makapasok ang ASF dahil sa kai-issue ng SPSIC nung dating direktor ng BAI, Director Domingo. In spite of several memorandums issued by the former secretary, including yourself, kasi umabot ito ng October 2020, nag-issue rin kayo ng memorandum. Ito yung DAMO number 43, issued on September 14. In spite of that, tuloy-tuloy pa rin yung pag-issue ng dating direktor ng BAI ng SPSIC. Kaya napakarami nakapasok, Hungary 201 TEUs. Ito yung 20 equivalent units. Ano bang equivalent ito? Pag sinabi nating 1 TEU, mga ilang toneladang baboy yun o ilang containers? Customs, would you know the answer? 1 TEU is equivalent to how many containers?
Sir, it's a 120-foot container, sir. I just don't know how...
20 equivalent units. So, ilang containers yan?
Isang 20-foot container yun, sir.
Isang 20-footer container. Ang isang TEU.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so...
20 TEUs po yun, sir. Yes, sir. 1 TEU.
1 TEU is 20... 120-footer.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, Hungary, 201. Ito yung mga in-identify na noong araw pa na merong ASF. And yet, sige pa rin yung pag-issue ng SPSIC. No? Umabot sa, ang total na issue ng mga SPSICs, binanggit kanina ng Cresto, napakarami. So, nakapasok yung ASF sa ating bansa August of 2019. Kasi, even as early as June 2018, nag-issue na ng mga memorandum yung dating secretary, pati kayo. Ano ngayon ang action taken nyo? Dahil nagkagulo-gulo tayo, pumasok ng ASF, anong action taken na ginawa ng departamento dahil na-pinpoint naman sa pag-imbestiga ng Cresto kung sino yung responsible? Nasaan na po si
Nandito po si
Director Domingo?
Nandito po si Director Domingo, gusto niyang sumagot po.
Hindi, tanong ko muna sa inyo, nasaan na siya ngayon?
Si Director Domingo po na reassign na po sa Philippine Carabao Center.
So anong action taken ng ahensya ng kagawaran dahil sa nakapasok yung ASF? Napakalaking tama nito sa ating local hog industry, Mr. Secretary. Anyway, yeah, let us hear from Director Domingo.
Yeah, let us have Ronnie.
Go ahead. If the Director Domingo is there, go ahead.
Yes po, salamat po Mr. Senate President. Salamat po sa pagkakataon na ito na makapagbigay linaw po kami tungkol po sa mga issues po na ito. Pwede po bang next slide please? At sa position po
Huwag na po yung slide.
sige po. Hindi, may proseso.
Anong status? Kayo ba nakasuhan na imbestigahan? Una ng departamento? At kung nakasuhan kayo, malaman lang anong status ng kaso laban sa inyo?
Sir,
Or maybe Cresto can answer?
noong March po, sumulat po ang Cresto tungkol po sa mga bagay po na yan. Sinagot na po namin kay Secretary Dar. At meron po kasi mga technical issues na hindi lamang po naunawaan ng Cresto. At natahimik na po noon. Noong August po ay sumulat po muli sila at sa analysis po namin doon sa mga sinasabi nila ng mga pinalusot na mga shipments ay ganun din po yung similar problem nung March. Hindi lamang po naintindihan yung coverage ng ban at saka yung target country ng mga bans po niya. Kaya kung papayagan po ninyo, paliwanag ko po yung proseso ng SPSIC kasi po ay ako po nagtuturo ako dati sa kolehiyo. Nung pumasok po ako sa Bureau of Animal Industry, kailangan ko din pong aralin po ito para hindi ako makagawa ng maling konklusyon at makapagbigay ng maling advice sa aking sekretary. At yan po yung ugat ng ating mga sinasabing illegal SPSICs. Hindi po kasi naunawaan yung content po ng mga memo na nilabas po ng Department of Agriculture. If I will be allowed.
Pwede natin marinig uli yung Cresto, Colonel Pete Sanchez.
Yes, sir. Yung pinal po namin na kaso, yung kay Director Domingo, ito po yung tungkol sa importation ng pork products from Spain, pero it appears yung records na nakuha ay nanggaling China. Galing China po. Yung importer lalabas na SPSIC para sa China po. Yung importer po nito ay yung Maka Foods International at doon po siya bumili ng produkto sa Horizon Food Distribution ng Spain. Pero nakabase siya sa Germany. At that time na dumating yan po dito sa atin ay temporary suspended ang systems accreditation ng Germany. Baka po nalilito po kayo, sir. Yung pong importation po na yan ay galing po yan sa France. Pero yung consolidator po niya, ay broker niya, ang office address sa Germany na meron po tayong ban. Ang po natin ay bawal, dapat ang produkto manggagaling sa bansa na walang ASF. Ang sinasabi po niyo shipment galing po sa France. Kung titignan po ninyo yung shipping permit at palagi ko po nabasa po ninyo, nabasa niyo po doon nakasulat yung Germany, pero hindi po yun ang source. Hindi po yun ang source. Hindi po Germany ang sinasabi kong source. Nakabase lang siya sa Germany at that time na based doon sa pinipare nila na complaint nila General Ablang.
Mr. Dr. Domingo, magpaalam muna kayo sa presiding officer kay Senate President bago kayo sasagot kasi dalawa na kayo nagsasagutan.
Yes, sir. Sorry po, sir. Base po doon sa complaint na ginawa ni General Ablang, prepare ng kanyang mga lawyers, yung Horizon Food Distribution po ay taga-Spain pero naka-base siya sa Germany. At that time, na-suspended yung systems accreditation ng Germany. Pero yung sa ibang dokumento na nakuha, ang sumosource lang siya sa ibang sa ibang bansa. So, nakita po dito na ang source ay, ang pinanggalingan ng pork ay China. At that time ay ban, covered ng ban ng DA Memorandum Order number 26. Yun po yung naging kasihan.
Anyway, case folder niyan binabasa mo, Colonel Sanchez. Ang gusto ko lang malaman, ito ba yung malaking bahagi ng kadahilanan kung bakit nakapasok ang ASF? Itong pag-issue ng mga SPSIC, in spite of the warnings issued in the form of memorandums na wag mag-issue o wag magpapasok ng mga pork products galing sa mga bansang nakapaloob sa mga memorandum.
Mr. Chair, the Senate President, may I answer?
Go ahead, Director Domingo.
Kami po, sir, ay in-analyze po namin yung posibleng risk na panggagalingan po na African swine fever. Isa po dito ay pwede po yung legal importation. Nang ginawa na po namin ay nag-recommend na po kami sa Secretary, iba ang mga bansa na walang African swine fever. At sa na merong African swine fever. At dahil po dyan, 27 countries po yung binan po natin. At dahil din po dyan, nireklamo po tayo ng European Union, bakit natin ginawa yung mga yun, wala daw po science. At kasama ko po ang Department of Agriculture delegation, dinepensa po natin yung stand po ng DA para malinis po yung posibleng panggalingan ng ASF. Ito nga pong legal importation. Ikalawa po, pwede po manggaling ang ASF doon sa mga hand-carried na mga pasalubong. At marami po tayo mga OFWs na may daladalang pasalubong. Hindi na po tayo lalayo, sir, sa Europe kasi po nung panahon na bago pumasok sa Pilipinas, pumutok na po ang African swine fever sa China at saka sa Vietnam. Ang China po, Mr. Chair, 400 million po ang baboy po nito at ang pinatay na po nila ng time na 1 million po. Ang Vietnam po ay 30 million ang baboy nila. Ang napatay na po nila 3.8 million. Kaya pong ginawa po natin, nanghigim po tayo ng pondo sa national leadership po natin, dinagdagan po natin yung tao po natin sa airport at pinalakas po natin yung measures para po ma-confiscate yung mga karne na hinihinala po namin pwedeng panggalingan na ASF. Diyan din po pumutok na minura-mura po kami sa television, sa radyo, dahil sa nagko-confiscate po kami. Ang ikatlo po, Mr. Chair, is smuggling. Yan po, aminin po namin, hindi po namin hawak yung area na yan sapagkat kailangan po natin dito ng multi-agency approach para po masawata yung problema na yan. At kumain natin last year, ang Metro Manila po, si Mayor Yorme, marami po na balita na toneladang smuggled na karne ng China ang nakapasok sa Pilipinas. At nung kami po ay nag-interview sa unang putok ng ASF sa Pilipinas, ang sabi namin sa mga taga Rizal, bakit kayo tinamaan ng ASF? Ang sabi po nila, nagpapakain po kami ng swill. Saan ang gagaling ang swill nyo? Galing po ito sa Metro Manila. At yung pong sa report ng Veterinary Board ng Metro Manila, ang sabi niya po sa media, ito pong mga smuggled na karne na to, ito po yung mga binebenta sa restaurant sa Manila. Kaya yung pong hakot po ng karne, sir, yan po yung nagdala sa Rizal, kaya po nagkaroon po ng African swine fever, at yan po yung analysis na binigay po namin sa Secretary ng Agriculture. Salamat po, Mr.
Yun ang mabigat. Director Domingo, sandali lang. Doon kami nabibigatan sa analysis eh. Simpleng-simple yung tanong ni Senator Lacson eh. May direct answer yun eh. Saan ba nagsimula? Paano nakapasok ang ASF sa atin? Ngayon, ang sinasabi ninyo, kung ano-ano paraan, meron pang pasalubong na sinasabi. Barya-barya yung pasalubong tao kumakain eh. Hindi naman kumakain ng baboy ng pasalubong eh. So, barya-barya ang usapan yun. Ngayon, sinasabi nyo, smuggling. Ang tinatanong kanina ni Senator Lacson, simpleng-simple lang para sa mga layman natin, mga nakikinig. Yung bang mga inisyo ninyong SPSICs, tuon sa mga bansa na may mga ASF, ay maaaring yun ang mga kasama sa mga pinagmulan. Ganun kasimple yung tanong eh.
Sir Cherry, ikaklaro ko po, hindi po kami nag-issue ng SPSIC sa mga bansa na may ASF. Yung sinasabi po ng Cresto na in-issue namin sa mga bansa na naiban na ay yun po yung mga shipments po na merong aprobadong SPSIC bago pa po magkaroon ng ASF, yung mga bansa po na yun. Late po siya dumating sapagkat isasakay po yan sa barko. Ang pagdating po mula dun sa origin hanggang sa Pilipinas po, mga 2 to 4 months po yan eh. So yun po yung nire-report nila ba't may pumapasok pa. Yan po ang explanation, Mr. Chair. Mga tail end arrivals po yan ng mga valid importations po na mayroong SPSIC.
All right, that is between you and the Cresto. All right? Ang sagot ngayon, ang sinasabi mong sagot mo sa amin is no. Hindi pinagmulan yung mga inisyo ninyong SPSICs. Yan ang sagot nyo. At ang
Yes, ma'am.
sinasabi ninyo ngayon, pinakamalaki sa lahat is smuggling.
Yes po, sir.
O ano ngayon sabi ng BOC sa sinasabi ni Director Domingo?
Sir, una po sa lahat, gusto ko lang po i-explain na pagdating po sa importation ng karne, nandun po lagi ang BAI, ang DA at ang NMIS, sir, para alalayan po kami sa pag-i-inspect nito mga imported shipments ng mga meat products and poultry products. Kasi po ang Bureau of Customs ay walang kakayahan para suriin ito. Lahat po ng importations, tama po ang Department of Agriculture.
So silang nagbigay ng permit,
Ang basihan
sila
po
rin
namin,
nag-i-inspect.
yes sir, ang basihan po namin sir sa pag-inspect nito mga meat and poultry importations ay yung mga permit din po na binibigay ng Department of Agriculture, ang SPSIC, kung saan nakalagay po kung anong klaseng karne ang ini-import, saan po ang pinanggalingan, at sinesertifika po nila na yung karne po yun ay malinis at safe for human consumption.
Ay, ano yung smuggling na sinasabi?
Yun na nga pong gusto ko
Sinabi smuggling, ang automatic sa inyo, unless sa bangka binabaksak doon sa para mga droga.
Yes,
Which is impossible. Sigurado sa inyo, dahil tunay-tunilada to eh.
Yes, sir. Kaya nga po pagpasok niyan, sir, yung sinasabi na sa first border inspection pa lang, sir, nandun na po yung BAI at saka DA. At tinitingnan nila po sumusuri sa mga dokumento na dala-dala po ng importation na yun. Tinitingnan po nila yung veracity, yung authenticity ng mga documents na yun. Tama po sila. Limitado lang po ang inspection na magagawa namin doon dahil kulang po sa pasilidad. Dahil po ang frozen na importations po ito, hindi po namin pwedeng i-strip yung mga reefers kung saan po sila nakalagay dahil mabubulok po yung mga frozen na goods na nakakarton po doon. So limitado lang po. Ang tunay po yung complete inspection po, nangyayari po yan sa second border inspections. Sinasabi po ng Department of Agriculture na cold storage warehouses po nila na sila din po nag-accredit. So doon po, nilalabas po yan at doon din po, sabay-sabay pong ini-inspect ng Bureau of Customs, ng DA at ng NMIS at dito po yung talagang kumpletong inspeksyon. So doon po nila talaga masusuri kung tama po yung deklarasyon doon sa laman ng reefer na in-import po dito papasok sa Pilipinas.
Dali na lang with the indulgence of Senator Lacson. O balikan natin ngayon si Director Domingo. Smuggling, sabi nyo, paano smuggling? Paano hong ginagawa yung smuggling?
Sir, halimbawa po ay nakatag doon sa shipment ay ice cream. Hindi po sa amin papa-inspect po yan. Halimbawa po nakatag.
So tinuturo nyo ngayon dito, BOC yan.
Hindi po.
Bureau of Customs may kasalanan, gano'n ba?
Tama po yung sinasabi po nila na lahat na may dokumento, susuriin po namin yun. At kapag hindi po ayon sa aming mga memorandum na na-submit, halimbawa po, yung produkto makita mo, mga Chinese characters galing na sa China, confiscated na po yun. Basta po dumaan sa sistema po namin, nililinis po namin. Yung hindi po dumaan sa amin, yun po ang hindi po namin magarantiyan po.
Commissioner, go ahead.
Sir, tama po yun, sir. Sa kaso po ng lahat ng refrigerated shipments, ito po dumadaan sa X-ray inspection, sir. So dito po namin nalalaman, in fact lahat po ng agricultural product ngayon, pinapadaan po natin sa sinasabi nating orange lane, kung saan sila ay sinasubject sa X-ray inspection at nakikita po natin sa pamamagitan ng X-ray kung ano pong laman nun. So kung meron man pong mga frozen goods dyan, nakikita natin at tinutugma natin sa deklarasyon nila kung tama po. And pag nakikita po natin na medyo suspicious, binubuksan po natin yun para matignan po natin kung tama yung laman. Ito nga po ang problema dahil sabi nga po sa inyo, pagdating sa cold storage facility, limitado lang po ang area at capability ng Bureau of Customs doon. Tama po yung sinasabi nila na ang inspection po namin ay 10% lang. Binubuksan po namin yung container at base po sa kakayahan na pwede namin baba at buksan, yun lang po nabubuksan namin. Hindi po namin kayang halugugin yung buong laman ng container dahil sabi ko nga po, wala kaming pasilidad, wala pong pasilidad ang puerto at wala rin po kaming kakayahan.
Pero si Director Domingo, alam nyo pala may smuggling eh. May smuggling ng pork.
Sir, nakikita na po namin sa palengke po yung iba naman po ay nakikita po namin sa media, mga reports. At yung iba naman po sir ay report po ng mga tauhan po natin na nagbabantay po sa pier po natin. Alalahanin po natin Mr. Chair, napakalaki pong lugar ng pier po natin. Isang opisinang maliit lang po ang Bureau of Animal Industry doon po sa location po na yan. Kaya kung ano lamang po ibabato sa amin na shipment for inspection na sasabihin ng BOC, yun lamang po yung pintuan para makapasok po kami sa inspection process po na yun.
I'm sorry, gentlemen, I cannot reconcile what Cresto and the Bureau of Customs and Director Domingo is saying. Anyway, Senator Lacson, please.
Thank you. Yung mga veterinary quarantine officers, kailan nyo nag-i-inspection ng mga meat products? At what point ginagawa yung pag-inspection?
Pagdating po sir yung shipment at meron pong related po dyan sa karne, Mr. Chair, ay tatawagin po yung ating veterinary quarantine officers. At doon po sila papasok sa
Okay. Ano-ano mga dokumento ang hinahanap ninyo sa mga importers?
Ako lang po yun sir, yung SPSIC po, i-validate lamang po namin kung tama po yung dumating tsaka yung application po nila.
Nakakita na ba kayo ng IBC? Alam niyo ba kung ano yung IBC, Director?
If you don't mind, pakialis nyo nga itong slide na to and can we see who we are talking to?
Director, nakakita na kayo ng IBC? O alam niyo pa kung ano yung IBC?
Yes po, yan po yung certificate na galing po sa ibang bansa po.
Okay. International Veterinary Certificate. Yan ang napaka-importanting certificate na dapat tingnan ng inyong mga quarantine officers kung legal yung pagpasok at malinis yung papasok ng mga karne, ng mga beef products. Tama po ba?
Tama po, sir.
Yes. So, paano ngayon makakapasok yung may mga galing sa bansa na may ASF? Kung unang hahanapin nyo yung IBC. Ito yung hindi na tinitingnan kasi. Walang due diligence because initially, ito yung dapat hanapin kasi ito yung galing sa port of origin eh.
Mr. Chair, sa application process pa lamang po, meron po kaming online system. Wala po ditong face-to-face transaction, walang corruption po dito. Yung pong mga reviewers po natin, tsaka endorsers po natin, hawak po nila yung listahan ng mga bansa na bawal padala sa Pilipinas.
So kung ganun kahigpit ang mga requirements, paano nakakapagpasok ng pork or pork products yung mga katulad ng MAPROC, yung tinatawag na RTC, yung ready to close enterprises? Paano sila lumulusot? Puro fictitious. At tapos sabi ng Cresto kanina, is pure use yung mga napirmahan ng ilang officials diyan sa department. Isa ka kayo nabanggit na nagpirma ng spurious na dokumento.
Mr. Chair, Senator Lacson, yung pong pag-issue po natin ng SPSIC o import permit ay sa level na po yun ng Assistant Director pati po yung veterinary quarantine chief po. Hindi na po ako pumipirma dyan, kahit po secretary, hindi na po sila pumipirma po dyan. Yung pong sinasabi niyo pong kumpanya ay hindi po registered po sa amin yan. So malamang po.
Yes, sa DTI, naka-register. Pagkatapos i-accredit ng Bureau of Customs. Now, ang tanong sa Bureau of Customs, again, ito na naman yung controversy doon sa inyong amo, hindi ba? Yung amo, napaka-controversial nito eh. So, kung meron mga naka-red flag na ng mga companies, mga importers, and I'm sure meron kayong hawak, paano nakakalusot pa rin sa, di ba, merong yung green, merong super green, merong yellow, may mga ganyan kayo categories. Paano mapasok yung mga meat products?
Sir, unahin ko muna, explain ko muna sa inyo yung accreditation process, sir. When we accredit an importer, sir, in this case, meat or poultry importer, sir, we require them to submit documents. Paalala lang po, no, pag nag-accredit po kami, we do not create a juridical entity. Ang sa amin lang po, binibigyan lang po namin sila ng accreditation for the purpose of importation. Meaning, bago po sila lumapit sa amin, kumpleto na po ng dokumento yan. May dokumento na galing sa SEC, certifying na sila legal, may mayor's permit, may business permit, may NBI clearance, kumpleto na po lahat yan. So ang ginagawa po namin yan, sinusuri po namin yan, yung dokumentong sinabit nila, nagko-conduct po kami ng aming due diligence at yung sinasabi namin site inspection sa mga opisina at sa mga warehouses sila. And then, during the process of this investigation po, we provide them yung sinasabi nating provisional accreditation subject dun sa final findings po namin na investigation. Now, once they are accredited, sir, unawain po natin, sir, no, yung accreditation po yan, sir, is subject to conditions ng regulatory agencies as far as the goods that they will be importing. Kung karni po yan, hinahanapan po ng SPSIC yan. Ang DA po, bago sila i-accredit to import, hinahanapan din po sila ng accredited warehouse kung saan po i-conduct yung inspection nila at kung saan po i-store yung mga imported goods, yung mga cold storage facilities na binabanggit po kanina. So yan po, outside na po ng Bureau of Customs yan. Ngayon, pag in-accredit na po namin sila at inauthorize na po natin sila mag-import, darating na po yan, maglalunch na po na importation sa amin yan. Ang basehan po namin ngayon dyan ay yung mga importation documents na isasabit nila. Again, kasama po dyan yung SPSIC. Kung saan nakalagay yung country of origin, kung anong karni po yung importin nila, ano po yung harmonized system code na ginamit nila, at anong taripa na i-declare po nila. Ngayon, papasok po sa examiner namin yan. Titignan po namin ngayon dyan, base doon sa record sila, kung sila po ay kasama doon sa listahan na mga natanggal na po namin. Kasi tama po kayo doon, Senator Lacson. Bago po dumating ako dyan sa Bureau of Customs, sabi nga po, talamak po dyan yung sinasabing consignees for hire. Marami na po kami natanggal dyan. So, pag sila po ay malinis, tutuloy po natin yung importation. Papayagan po natin sila. At pag pumasok na po yung importation nila, ang una pong dinadaanan niyan, sir, yung sinasabing first border inspection. Ang first border inspection po, nandun po ang BOC, nandun ang Department of Agriculture, nandun ang BAI, nandun ang BIFAR. Depende po kung ano pong agricultural product ang ini-import. Whether it is an ice cream po yan, dairy product or ano, lagi po nandyan sila dyan. At para siguraduhin po nandyan sila, binibigyan po namin sila ng advance inward foreign manifest. Daily po namin binibigay sa kanila. In fact, advance po namin binibigay para alam po nila kung ano po yung mga importations, agricultural products na papasok po para ma-inspect po nila yan. So sa first border inspection po, nandun yan, sinusuri na po yan, pero limited inspection. Bago po umalis ng Bureau of Customs premises yan, para siguraduhin po namin walang diversion, kinakabitan po namin ng electronic seal. Iyan yung pong e-track. At yun rin po ang dahilan kung bakit nahuli namin yung high tower na binanggit po kanina ni Colonel Sanchez. Na ang deklarasyon niya po ay squid. Tapos doon, ang laman po pala ay mackerel. So nahuli po namin yan kasi dahil nga bago po yung sistema, yung gusto po mag-divert ng produkto na yun, inadvertently, pinutol niya yung seal ng container, na-detect po namin, kagad-agad nahuli namin. So ganun po ang yan. Nakabitan po namin ng seal yan, paglabas ng Bureau of Customs premises, diretso na po yan doon sa customs sa cold storage warehouse facility sa CSW po. So doon po nag-aabang na naman po, nandun po yung customs, nandun po yung BAI, nandun po yung DA, nandun po, ang importante po nandun yung NMIS. Doon po sabay-sabay po yung bubuksan yung electronic seal at bubuksan na po yung laman ng container, ibababa na po lahat yun. So doon po yung kumpletong inspeksyon. Kaya doon po malalaman kung tama po yung deklarasyon base doon sa sinabit na dokumento at doon sa laman ng container. Kaya yun nga pong tanong dyan, paano magkakaroon ng smuggling ng mga ganitong klaseng produkto kung in the first place po sa complete inspection sa second border inspection area ay wala naman po kami natatanggap na report na discrepancy. Wala pong bumabalik sa aming report ng discrepancy.
Yeah, pero sa poultry products, bilis lang ng konti, no? Iba yung record ng in-export ng China kaysa sa in-import ng Pilipinas. Ang laki ng diferensya. Nakita ko yung datos eh.
Yun nga po, sir.
So paano hindi nagtatali? Nag-export yung China sa Pilipinas ng so much, so many tons. Pagdating dito, sa record naman natin, halos kalahati lang yata yung import records natin. So merong mali.
Actually, sir, hindi lang po sa sa importation ng chicken. In fact, malaki pong discrepancy ng importations.
Anyway, move on na lang ako uli kay Director Domingo. How are the CSWs being accredited? Paano nyo nalalaman na, kasi kanina sa briefing ng Cresto, sa presentation nila, meron silang tinatawag na non-existent na mga cold storage warehouses. So, kayo nag-accredit dito, hindi ba? DA?
Mr. Chair, tama po, DA po. At yung specific na office po na gumagawa po niya ng NMIS, nandito po ang director po ng NMIS.
Ilan yung na-accredit nyo na CSWs?
Mr. Senate President, si Director Jocelyn Salvador po ang bagong
NMIS.
director. Can she answer that?
Go ahead, Director Salvador.
Magandang tanghali po, Mr. Senate President. Lahat po ng mga cold storage warehouses po na ina-accredit po namin ay may kaukulan po rin kaming requirements na kailangan po nilang i-comply at meron din po kaming on-site inspection po ng mga cold storage warehouses. Yung nabanggit po kanina, sir, yung una-una po yung MARFROC, wala po kaming listahan no, nasagot po namin yung inquiry po ng Cresto na hindi po namin siya ever na-accredit po at ang sagot po namin sa kanila if ever lumapit po sila sa amin at magpa-accredit ay i-notify po namin sila. Yun po sir. Yung
CSWs ba, pareho rin to ng customs banded warehouse for some meat products? For example, yung pinoprocess para, meron din bang re-export?
Okay ba po sir ang customs banded warehouse sir sa cold storage warehouse sir?
Meron din?
Magkaiba po yung dalawa sir.
Yeah, pero meron mga, yung parang sa garments, di ba? Sa meat products, meron din ba yung pinoprocess pero hindi for sale dito?
Wala pong ganun.
Walang
sir.
ganon.
Wala sir.
Anyway, ang tanong, customs or sa Department of Agriculture, paano natin masigurado na pag-release sa customs, didiretso sa cold storage warehouse or warehouses yung meat products? How can we be sure?
Sir, if I may answer, sir. Sa Bureau of Customs po, sir, kinakabitan po namin na electronic seal. Bago po namin proyekto po yung electronic tracking of containerized cargo. Kung saan po yung electronic seal ay GPS, GPS enabled. So alam po namin kung dumarating po sa tamang destination yung container at alam din po namin kung kailan binubuksan. Dahil pag binuksan po yun, meron po kami mga tao na may body-worn cameras na kinukunan po ng picture habang ini-examine po yung laman.
So diretsong CSW sigurado?
Yes, sir.
Colonel Sanchez, paano nangyari yung sinabi niyong non-existent na CSW? BIPEL ba yun? BIPEL 1, BIPEL 2?
Yes, sir. Ganito po yun, sir. Una, sir, dun sa pag-determine ng inspection. Nakasaad po sa EPES Food Safety Act ng 2013, may provisions po doon na dapat yung importer ay binibigyan niya yung inward notification document sa FSRAs. Kasama na po yan yung mga bill of lading, yung sinasabi nyo IBC, yung mga manifest sabi ng BOC, for the FSRAs to determine anong degree ng kanyang inspection, which not na hindi po nagagawa. Nagre-rely na lang doon sa kung ano ibibigay ng custom na document. So supposedly dapat nire-require yung importer na isubmit kagad ito once na umalis po sa port of origin yung commodities. With regards po doon sa DEPAC non-existent cold storage, hindi po yung MAPROCE ang non-existent doon, yung BIPEL 1 and 2. Ang BIPEL 1 and 2 ay dati po na pag-aari ng matandang Ignacio. Sometime in 2018 na disintegrate po yan at na-registered sa SEC sa iba-iba ng pangalan. Yung BIPEL 1 na naging BBS, Cold Storage and Processing, na kanyan sa SEC ng registration na bago, at yung BIPEL 2 ay naging IC Point. Yun na po yung bagong pangalan at under new management. Ngayon, yung BIPEL 1, BIPEL 2, BBS, IC Point are still existing doon sa list of accredited storage warehouse o cold storage warehouse. Even doon sa may roll down ng Intercommerce Network, nakalagay pa rin sila doon. Kaya ibig sabihin, dalawang pangalan ng cold storage na isa man ang facility. Yun po yung punto doon.
Okay. Anybody can answer? What happened? Have you heard about the 5,000 missing containers ng mga agricultural and fishery products? 5,000 lost along the way.
Mr. Chair, sagutin yung sa VIFEL po.
Sige po.
Mention po ni Mr. Sanchez. Totoo po yung sinabi niya na nag-change lang po yun ng name. At existing po na yun ng mga bago pong mga pangalan nila. Pero po yung VIFEL 1 and VIFEL 2 hindi na po nag-exist sa amin pong listahan. At totoo, nasa ano pa po sila, hindi po totoong nawala po sila. Nagpalit lamang po sila ng pangalan dahil na-divest na po
Hindi na nga rin ma-account kasi nagpalit ng pangalan. Paano na masusundan nga yun?
Wala na po kasi sir sa listahan namin yung VIFEL 2 kaya wala na pong dumadating po sa amin ng mga shipments po from VIFEL 1 and VIFEL 2.
Yes.
Dumadating na po sa amin ay yung pong naka-register po sa amin yung IC point at yung VVS. Thank you po.
Okay. So, kalimutan na. Pagka nagpalit ng pangalan, hindi na masundan, forget na lang.
Ari ko po bang i-elaborate, sir? Kasi po pag nagpalit po sila ng pangalan, yung pong yung pong aming accreditation po, ina-update po namin sila. Kaya po pagka po meron po kasi kaming electronic system po na simula po sa pag-apply pa lang po lamang ng SPS, pumapasok na po doon. Nakasulat po doon ang timano, lahat po ng mga accredited namin na
Thank you. Thank you po. Ito yung sige, salamat po. Ito yung problema kaya kung binring up yung kaso ng 5,000 containers. Itong 5,000 containers na subject to sa open close examination. So immediately dinala ito sa defunct cold storage warehouse. Yun ang tatawag na second border. Ngayon, yung imported products, i-inspectin yun dapat, di ba? Prior to their release to the market. Pero ang problema, yung cold storage warehouse or warehouses, non-existent na nga. Sabi nyo nga, nagpalit ng pangalan, hindi na ma-locate. So, ano na nangyari ngayon? Na-divert na yung 5,000 containers. Hindi na natin maintindihan kung saan na napunta. Who's responsible? Customs or DA? Ang nangyayari kasi sa atin, tuwing may hearing, natapos sa usapan, nakalimutan, may panibagong issue, may hearing na naman, yun na naman ang pag-uusapan. Nakalimutan na natin lahat yung mga past issues. Now, ubos na yung tanong, one last question na lang sa Cresto. Did you include in your investigation yung corrupt practices? Kasi 8 toll gates ng smuggling ang binanggit ninyo. Bawat isang toll gate, naglilid nga sa smuggling papunta sa economic sabotage. Kasama ba sa investigation yung possible acts of corruption o corrupt practices na na-commit ng mga taga-DA na dinadaanin itong ito, naman nasa toll gate, sabihin na natin.
Sorry sir, kasama din po yun. Kung merong, kasi ang aming investigation po...
Sino-sino yon? At saka ano yung findings ninyo?
Ang aming pong investigation ay nagko-concentrate doon sa mga documents na nakukuha po namin based on the analysis ng aming yung kanyang consultant na lawyer ni General Blanc.
So ang tanong, magkano per kilo ang kalakaran dyan?
Wala po
sa HAGS. Sa narinig mo, base sa intelligence ninyo?
Wala po akong doon na alam doon sa kung sabing may tongpats o kalakaran. Wala po akong personal knowledge with regards to that, sir.
Kung mayroong palusutan, walang kumikita, napakatanga naman nun.
Wala po kaming nakuha ang ebidensya with regards to that.
Sige. Ubus na yung oras ko. Mamaya na ulit.
Mr. President, with the indulgence of Senator Ping.
Yes, Senator De Veras,
Thank
the Senator Villanueva is next in line because he is physically present.
Very
Is that a
briefly, Mr.
manifestation?
President, if I may. Yes, it's a manifestation, Mr. President, if the presiding officer prefers.
Go
Thank
ahead,
you,
go ahead.
Mr. President. Kasi tulad po ni Senping, napansin ko po dun sa presentation ni Colonel Sanchez, yun nga pong 8 toll gates. And then nabanggit din po ni Director Domingo kanina na wala pa rin silang first border facility. When actually, Mr. President, ilang taon na pong naka-budget ang Kongreso para dyan sa first border facility na iyan. Kaya at the proper time, itatanong ko, kailan ba talaga iyan matatapos? Kasi po, Mr. President, wala na nga pong first border facility hanggang ngayon, kahit ilang taon na po nating na-budgetan iyan sa Kongreso. And then, yung second border facilities na tinatanong din ni Senping includes non-existent or not qualified cold storage warehouses. At sa third level, parang ngayon sa kabila nitong kakulangan, inaasahan ng DA yung mga hindi pa handang local government units na sila yung sumalo ng tungkulin sa biosafety measures. So for the record, Mr. President, gaya ng sinimulan ng ilarawan ni Senping, mukhang butas-butas po yung first, second, and second level na border protections na dapat mayroon. Laban sa smuggling at laban din po sa African swine fever. Salamat po, Mr. President.
All right, Senator Joel Villanueva, you're recognized. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll go straight to the point to our DA Secretary. Question lang po. Una, let me point out yung 68,382 farmers affected, 40 provinces, 2,402 barangays. Kino-confirm nyo po itong figures na ito? Is that in an affirmative, sir?
Yeah, opo, Your Honor.
Yes, so you confirm. Sir, how many farm workers have been displaced?
Sir, wala kaming datos doon, Your Honor.
May Senator Joel, can I add something?
Sure.
Senator
With
Joel.
permission, Senator Villanueva, go ahead, Senator Villanueva.
According to record, there are 2.5 million livestock farmer. Can we ask the Department of Agriculture to account that para malaman natin kung ilan dyan ang hog farmer? Because there are 2.5 million farmer in the livestock, poultry, and dairy sector. I just want to know the breakdown of the 2.5 million. Thank you very much.
So,
Mr. Chair,
respond. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair,
Secretary, go ahead.
Senator, ang may mga nasa site po, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, na nasa 25% ng total workforce sa agriculture ay nandun po sa livestock sector, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, but the affected is 68,382. Unfortunately, we don't have the figures for displaced farm workers. Secretary, I shared the disappointment of my colleagues. And I am also disappointed with the fact that the DA was the first to recommend the reduction in import tariffs to the President when its mandate, and let me remind you of your mandate, clearly states that it is responsible for the promotion of agricultural development by providing the policy framework, public investments, and support services needed for domestic and export-oriented business enterprises, and that it envisions a food-secure Philippines with prosperous farmers and fisheries. Yan po yung mandate po ninyo. Hindi po mandate yan ng NEDA na naituturo kanina. They have clear roles, gaya ng BSP, roles in inflation management, and key role of DA, again, regarding this issue is to increase agricultural productivity and to empower our farmers. So yung next question ko, na-consult nyo po ba yung mga hog raisers dito sa inyong proposal at recommendation sa ating Pangulo? Kasi kagabi, kausap ko yung mga taga Bulacan, hindi ho sila naghihingalo. Sabi nila, hindi kami naghihingalo, patay na kami. Wala na kaming buhay as hog raisers. Ako, lumaki ho ako sa Bulacan all my life, yung mga kakilala ko pong hog racers, nung bata pa ho ako, for the first time ngayon ho, tumigil na ho sila. Lahat po sila, hindi na hog racers ngayon. So, na-consult po ba sila?
At nakonsulta po yung mga hog racers industry leaders. Let me mention also, Mr. Senate President and Sen. Joel, na I agree with what you have mentioned na mandatos po ng kagawaran ng pagsasaka. Pero on top of that, we also would like to believe na yung ensuring food security for everyone, every Filipino is as much a major responsibility po ng Department of Agriculture in tandem with other departments. So yung ang ginawa po natin, ito yung sinasabi natin na balancing act, yung ag industry, sila po ang first priority natin in terms now of enhancing productivity and relatedly yung repopulation po. Mayroon po kaming nabanggit nung mga series of Senate hearings, but I can now mention again, yung first priority natin is the repopulation of the hog industry. Yung backyard and semi-commercial dun sa mga green zones na hindi pa apektado po ng African swine fever, ay mayroon tayong nakalaan na galing sa Agricultural Credit Policy Council na 500 million pesos. Ipapautang yan sa mga hog raisers, zero interest payable in 5 years. Doon naman sa backyard clustering, in ASF affected areas, yung graduating from being a red zone at naging pink and yellow zones ngayon, ay mayroon ongoing na programa na 600 million pesos para sa ganon, dito na ginagamit yung sentineling approach at the same time yung clustering approach. Now, pangatlo po, para sa commercial hog raisers, ay mayroon tayong na-generate diyan sa Land Bank of the Philippines 15 billion pesos na loan facility, 12 billion din sa Development Bank of the Philippines. Okay? So para ito utangin ng mga commercial hog raisers. Now, what are the other incentives na binibigay ng gobyerno doon sa para sa commercial hog raisers? Yung premium subsidy po, kasi they have to apply for insurance with the Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation. At dito na sa bagong yugto ng ASF, Bantay ASF sa barangay, ay ang insurance na po ang mag-indemnify kung mayroon pong madidepopulate na baboy, both backyard and commercial. At gusto kong banggitin na 10,000 na po ang premium ang ibabayad ng PCIC amin doon sa isang ulo na madidepopulate sa mga fatteners. Kung ito ay breeders naman, ay 14,500 kada ulo ang ibabayad ng PCIC. At ang parental stocks ay nasa 34,000 ang ibabayad ng PCIC kung mayroon depopulation. So, maganda po itong incentives na binibigay po natin para sa ganon ay para ma-accelerate po yung repopulation. Now, yung sa Bantay ASF sa barangay, mayroon kaming ni-realign na mga budget sa iba't ibang programa dito sa DA, 1.5 billion pesos. At ito yung ginagamit po natin ngayon, pambili ng mga bagong PPEs, mayroon tayong rapid PCR at mga disinfection facilities na ibibigay po namin sa lahat po ng LGUs. So,
Yes. Thank you, Secretary. Just to expedite the questions that I'm trying to raise here. Secretary, gusto kong ipaabot sa inyo, yung mga nakausap ko, sinasabi nila, wala daw na silang lakas ng loob ng mga mangutang, especially kung ito nga, tuloy-tuloy na itong pagbaba ng taripa at tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang smuggling. Yung ibang nakausap ko, Secretary, 2-3 beses na silang nag-try, pero dapa pa rin daw po sila. Tutulungan ko po kayo dun sa sinasabi nyo kanina, no? Let me just show this slide. Yun know, pag tinignan nyo yung sa Central Luzon, bumaba nga po ng 22.8% yung pong production, no, ng mga baboy. Pero kagaya po nung binanggit ni Senator Lacson, 416,651 ang surplus. Do you contest these figures as surplus? Itong mga figures na nakikita nyo po?
ang pinapakita po ninyo ay sa Central Luzon ay negative 22 po. Yun ang nababasa ko po.
Yes, the question, Secretary, is there's a 416,651 surplus.
Okay, ang isang explanation po yun, mayroon sinasabi na live weight versus carcass. So yung mas mataas na volume or kilo ay live weight yun. Pero
Secretary, I'm sorry, mauubos po yung oras ko eh. It's a question of yes or no. There's a 416,651 surplus in 2020.
Wala kaming alam na may surplus na ganun ka. Ang surplus sa aming pag-aaral ay nasa 20.
Sige po, okay po, para hindi tayo magtalo. That's your analysis. Ito ho, yung data. But let me again point out, and I agree with what you made mention a while ago, ang importante, mas priority is to find ways to redirect inventories dun sa mga non-ASF provinces and focus on repopulation instead of importing. Let me just put that on record. Second issue, Mr. President, that I'd like to raise.
Porso ko lang yun sa live weight. With the permission ba, Senator Villanueva? Gusto ko lang po i-porso yung live weight versus yung consumables. Ilan pong percent ang nako-consume versus live weight ng isang baboy?
70% po.
70%, yes. Pero hindi pa rin accurate kasi pag tinanggal mo yung innards, pag tinanggal mo yung paa, gagawin pang crispy pata yon, yung innards pwedeng chichirong bulaklak, kung ano-ano. So anyway, 70%. Assuming na 460 o 400,000 metric tons ang surplus. Pag inalis mo pa ng 30% yun, surplus pa rin eh. Thank you.
That is the reaction, Secretary Dar. Go ahead.
At yan pinag-aralan po natin. Kung mayroon man surplus, bakit tumataas ang presyo po?
Ayun nga tinatanong.
Yun nga.
Yun yung tinatanong namin eh.
Mr. President, what I'm saying is, ang beginning stock for last year beginning stock for 2021 out of 2020 ay 33,000. So talagang pinag-aralan po natin yan na manipis na ang supply dito sa taon na 2021.
Thank you, Mr. President. Parang mali ngayon yung PSA. Let's Secretary, overall current policy po ba yung to shift them away to alternative livelihood programs, yung pong support sa hog production? O pansamantala lang po yan?
Pansamantalang po yan para mayroon tuloy-tuloy na livelihood projects ang mga apektado sa ASF po. Pansamantala po.
Okay po, dun sa 68,382 na affected hog farmers, ilan po yung target nyo dyan?
Opo, ang ating budget available for that ay 600 600 million targeting 8,000 farmers.
So yung 68,000, 8,000 po yung target. Tapos wala pa rin po kasi tayong numero doon sa mga displaced hog farmers, no? I hope matulungan po natin sila. And again, ipe-point out ko po, wala akong gustong mangutang ngayon dahil takot sila doon sa pagbaba ng taripa at yung continuous smuggling. Itong slide po napapakita ko lang, Secretary, siguro sa DA. To date po, how many ASF testing centers or laboratories are operational? Kasi sa DA website, 4 lang po yung nakalagay dito. Validity of the accreditation, recognition of all the 4 ASF testing facilities listed in your website, they are now over, sir. So ang tanong, na-renew ho ba yan? Meron bang provisional authority ngayon yan?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Just recently po, itong pinakahuli po, yung bioassets, yung pong nasa pinakababa, within the hours, within a few minutes, sir, we're just validating po yung
Una po, siguro maganda na ayusin nyo po yung website nyo. Meron tayong crisis ngayon. Diyan lang nakakapunta yung ating mga kababayan. Tapos hindi pa pala updated. Yung 4 pala na yan, meron pang 11 na ibang recognized testing facilities. Let me move forward, Mr. President. For POC and the Bureau of Animal Industry, share ko lang po itong isang slide na ito. Sa BOC, what is the total value and volume of smuggled pork seized by the Bureau of Customs in 2020? And how does it compare to the total value and the volume of imported pork?
Sir, for 2020, ang total seized meat and poultry products by the Bureau of Customs amounts to 375, roughly around, that includes already 2019. You're only asking about 2020, sir?
Just for last year.
500,000, sir. For 2020, sir.
500,000 ano po yun?
500,000 pesos po. Total value. Around 500,000, sir.
The value is only 500,000?
Yes, sir. Kasi,
So?
yes, sir. Yun po yung nasis lang natin.
Ilang kilograms of meat po yan?
Mostly, sir, nakuha lang na po natin, sir, during 2020 is yung mga dumaan po sa airports, karamihan.
Ayan ang dahilan kung bakit wala nang gustong maging hog raiser sa Pilipinas. Sir, tingnan niyo rin po itong slide na ito, no? Do you have any official estimate on smuggled pork products? Kasi kung titignan niyo po itong mismong slide na ito, and this came from the Bureau of Customs, Mr. President, dated March 31, 2021. Sinabmit po dito sa Committee of the Whole. Kung titingnan niyo po ito, 14 out of 16 meat poultry seizures in 2020 have no estimated values, sir. The report does not also provide the standardized estimate on the volume of smuggled meat. Example, yung data are reported in terms of packs of smuggled meat. Some are reported in terms of total number of apprehensions. Bakit po ganito, sir?
As I've said, sir, most of the mga seizures natin happen at the airports, and pag nasist natin sa airports, so immediately they are turned over, sir, sa bahay.
Wala po kayong polisiya as to titignan ito, i-check. Bakit po yung iba may estimated value, but yung iba wala?
Yun po, sir, ni-retain po natin yung kami pong nag-custody dun, sir. Pero pagdating sa airport, immediately, sir, tina-turn over sa bahay yun, sir.
I think, Mr. President, hindi po acceptable ito at kung ang Department of Agriculture is saying na and confirming na smuggled po na baboy ang dahilan ng pagkalat ng ASF dito sa Pilipinas, patuloy po tayong haharap ang ating meat industry sa banta ng ASF at bagong disease strains kung walang gagawin para sugpuin ang ating meat smuggling. Kasi hindi ko katanggap-tanggap ito, sir, no? And I would just like to put that on record. Walang official estimate, etc. And again, 14 out of 16 na sinabmit niyo po sa amin, wala totally. Mahirap kumbinsihin yung ating mga kababayan na wala ho talagang smuggling na nangyayari sa meat products alone that we're talking about. Another thing that I'd like to ask, and before I ask questions, Mr. President, may we also ask Director Domingo, kanina binanggit niya po, he is very sure na hindi galing doon sa mga bansa na nakaban noong 2018, like sa Belgium, Germany, Hungary at China, itong ASF. Sinabi niya po yun, sure na siya na hindi galing doon yung ASF. Siguro, pwedeng malaman na lang, paano mo na siguro na hindi galing doon?
Mr. Chair, yung pong ating system online. Nakalagay po doon kung sino yung nag-process ng papel na yon at anong oras po yun. Tapos hawak po nila, sir, yung listahan ng mga memo natin kung sino-sino mga bansa yung na walang ASF at may ASF. And then based on that listing, i-endorse nila o di-disapprove po nila po yun. Kaya po yung sinasabi ng mga dumating ay maganda lang po doon na simple lang yun eh. Tignan lang kung sino yung nag-issue ng dala-dala nilang dokumento. Yung sinasabi nila China, never po kami nag-issue ng SPSIC sa China kasi ang China po may bird flu na, may FMD pa, at saka may ASF pa.
Hindi ko po alam, Director, kung papaniwalaan ko yun or just by saying that you will be able to convince me right away na hindi po galing doon. No? But at the same time, yeah, pinaniniwalaan ko din po somehow yung binabanggit nyo na sa smuggling galing. No? But you look at this slide, this particular slide, yung tariffs po, kanina binanggit ni Senator Villar, 70% noong offals, yung imported meat. No? Pag tinignan po natin dito, yung sinubmit din ng Bureau of Animal Industry data on pork importation, it shows that around 95 million kilos of offal were imported to the Philippines. Pork offal alone accounts for already, pag tinanggan nyo po ito, yung offal lang, 37% na of the total pork importation in 2020. What is so glaring about this is the fact that yung offal has only 5% na tariffs. Hindi ho ba parang mag-iisip ka mabuti na dito kinakarga lahat yung pinapasok na meat? Do we have any mechanism or are there mechanisms in place to make sure that imported pork products are not misdeclared as pork offal or perhaps chicken by importers kasi mababa yung tariffs nito?
Chair, if I may po.
Sige
Mr.
po.
Chair, yun pong once po na ma-open po sa port of entry, naglalagay po ang bai ng seal at itinatag po niya yung National Meat Inspection Service. So, nag-aantay na po kagad yung NMIS sa cold storage. At dun sir, ulit po, ibinabalidate po yung declaration dun sa SPS as to the content of the shipment, Mr. Chair. Para po yung misdeclaration or yung under-evaluations or yung technical smuggling ay hindi po mangyari. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Do you want, sir, to?
Sir, tama po yun. Ganun din po ang paraan ng Bureau of Customs. Sa pamamagitan po, sir, ng joint inspection namin sa second border inspection area sa cold storage warehouse. Doon po namin na-ascertain kung base po doon sa nilalaman na SPSIC, ganun din po ang content ng container na dinala doon.
So hindi po nagagamit dun sa OFAL, kinakarga para
Sabi ko nga po, sir, kung talagang nakalagay OFAL doon, sir, sabi, ang SPSIC, sir, nagbibigay niyan, sir, is DA din eh. So sila nakakaalam niya, sir, bago dumating dito, alam na nila.
Sir, kayo yung tatanungin ko, tingin niyo ho ba posible na kinakarga dun sa OFAL yung mga ini-smuggled na meat products?
Sa dinami-dami po ng mga kahon na i-inspectin, hindi ko lang po alam kung sabi nga po, nagagawa po ng
So posible po, maaari, sabi niyo.
Maaari po.
Salamat po. Again, Mr. President, yung fight against agricultural smuggling should be more aggressive kasi otherwise, wala rin. Hindi ho talaga susubok muli yung ating mga hog raisers, hindi sila mangangahas na mangutang kasi ganun din pala eh. Andito rin pala yung smuggling. Tapos ito pa, bababa pa yung taripa. For the record, sa Bureau of Customs, how many pork smugglers were you able to apprehend in 2019 and 2020?
Hindi, wala po kaming data rito. Ang data lang po namin is mga seizures. Yung sa 2020 po, sir, yung sa airport po, i-clarify ko lang po. Kaya wala po kaming values doon kasi karamihan po doon, sir, mga malilit na lang po, mga packages, mga dilata na galing po normally sa mga passengers na pumapasok.
Meron po ba kayong na-apprehend na traders, importers na accredited po mismo ng Bureau of Customs?
Meron po. Yung nga po, yung sinabi natin, yung high tower po.
And we have a list of that, pasubmit na lang po sa committee.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Bigyan po
thank
namin
you.
yung listahan.
Last question, I only have a minute to spare. Sa Department of Agriculture, yung pong since the launch of the Bantay ASF sa barangay program, pwede ho bang malaman how many veterinary biosecurity officers and barangay biosecurity officers have been trained as of the present date, and are there areas that have high incidence of ASF that lack biosecurity officers?
Mr. Chair, we've already conducted training in 15 regions. And per training, Mr. Chair, it could have as much as 100 biosecurity officers trained, Mr. Chair, at the LGU level.
Your number is only 100, sir?
100 po, Mr. Chair, per region, per 18. And we have engaged already about 15 regions, Mr. Chair.
Siguro just to wrap up, Mr. President, when we ask a status report na lang, update on this particular issue, because I think to strengthen our fight against African swine problem, it is crucial that we empower our local hog raisers who are at the forefront of this outbreak, and we should continue to provide them free and subsidized intensive training on biosecurity protocols so that they can implement this on their own backyards. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo. Salamat po sa ating mga resource persons. I will continue my question in the second round siguro, Mr. President. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Senator Villanueva. Before I recognize the next senator, we're just curious here. Director Domingo, you were former Bureau of Animal Industry head, and you were transferred to the Carabao Center. Bakit?
So, streamlining and familiarity. Pag sinabi po natin streamlining, you shape something to make it effective. Bandang September po last year, sinabi ko na kay Secretary, sir, mabigat na yung trabaho natin. Kailangan ko po ng 3 assistant directors. And
So, who transferred you? Secretary Dar?
Secretary Dar din po. And then familiarity po sir, kapag lahat na nung alam natin sa disease control nagawa na natin, baka hindi na tayo effective kasi familiar na tayo doon. We need somebody who can do the job. Si Director Ren,
So, how many of you were realigned?
sir, may 3 pong bagong director, assistant director ang BAI, bago po ang kanilang OIC director. Naging 2 na din po ang assistant director ng National Meat Inspection Service, may bago din po silang OIC. Ang Philippine Carabao Center po, ako nalagay doon, may 2 din po ako na bago na Deputy Executive Director po, sir.
Yes, that was a reshuffle. I remember an interview, a radio interview of Secretary Dar, and they were asking him, Secretary Dar, they were asking you what you did on some of these issues being hurled against the Department of Agriculture, and your answer was that you used the word rigodon. I distinctly remember that, and I was not too happy about that word being used. Pag sinabi rigodon, pinaikot-ikot mo lang. Kung may mga animalya, hindi dapat rigodon. Anyway, that's my comment. You can react if you want. But nevertheless, we are going to recognize the chairman of the Committee on Agriculture because earlier she had a very important question to the secretary. So we'll recognize you, Senator Villar, before the officers. Senator Cynthia Villar, you have 10 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to Secretary Dar to answer how he computed that meat importation because it's really far from the record of the Customs Bureau about the importation of meat in the Philippines. So I want an explanation on how he computed that 400,000 metric tons for good meat.
Ang mga basehan po ay una, yung mga importations dati kagaya ng mga opals, ay 70% po ay ito yung 70% of imports na pupunta sa processing. Ang pupunta sa mga markets po, sa supermarkets ay 30% yung premium cuts po dito. So ito yung isang basihan dun sa 350,000 na additional MAB.
But you know, yung importation of good meat, based on history, 10 years, pinakamataas nung 2018, 120,000 metric tons. And the rest are offal na may 8 to 10, ang ano is 5 to 10% na ang tariff. Ang nagbabayad lang ng tariff na 30 to 40% is 120,000 metric tons. And that was in 2018 at its height. Bumaba pa nga yan ng 96 noong 2019, 96,000 metric tons at 92,000 in 2020. What made you think na yung 92,000 magiging 400,000?
Tama po yung data natin ng 2017, 2018, 2019 ay tama po kayo. Pero dito ngayon sa 2021, this will not apply because of
tayo naman, Secretary Dar, lahat tayo marunong mag-compute, lahat tayo marunong mag-analyze. Yung importation na yan is dependent on need. Hindi naman yan, it came out of heaven na walang reason dyan. So that means ang demand is ganyan lang. Ngayon, kung sinabi mo lumiit ang production ng meat, ng hog meat sa Philippines, tatanungin natin gaano lumiit. And sabi ng industry at sabi mo rin, by 25%, di ba? Ang namatay na hog meat sa Pilipinas because of ASF is 25% of the total number. So, at worst, magdadadag ka ng 25% dito. Di ba? Logical yun eh. O bakit mo dagaga? Paano magiging yung 92,000 magiging 400,000? That's out of meron bang demand na umi-increase a year ng 4 times? 4 times in a year? 400% in a year? Kasi yung importation na yan, depende sa demand yan. Sino namang importer ang hindi mag-i-import kung may demand? Diba? Bumababa nga eh. Mataas pa nga nung 2018, bumaba pa ng 2020. Tapos, palalaki, sasabihin mo 400,000, that's out of range. Miski nabawasan ng production ng meat, ba't mo tinatanong yan? Dapat nung pirmahan mo yung recommendation sa president, in-understand mo yan. Kasi hindi ako pipirma ng something that I do not understand. Papahama ko sarili ko? Oh.
Mr. Senate President, Madam Senator, ang sinasabi po natin ay talagang itong taon na ito.
Hindi nga kayo nag-a-agree sa demand eh. Di ba nag-usap-usap na tayo? Iba rin ang findings ng PSA sa demand. Iba ang findings mo. So we're talking now of the actual importation. Ibig sabihin, kung hindi tayo mag-agree sa demand at saka sa supply, hindi na nga kayo nag-agree, iba yung figure ng PSA, iba yung figure nyo, pwede yung figure nyo, self-serving yon. Hindi mo ba naisip yon na ang binigay sa yung figure is self-serving? Let's look at the history, yung importation. Kasi ito hindi mababago to. Ito ang report ng Bureau of Customs. Ito ang in-import. Ipagpalagay na natin hindi yung 92,000 in 2020 na bumaba. Pagpalagay na natin 120,000 noong 2018. That's the highest in 10 years. Alayo pa rin nun sa 400,000. Hindi ko nga ma-imagine sino nag-project eh. Sa'yo. Kasi ako, hindi papasa sa akin yung projection na yan.
Let me, Sir, Mr. Senate President, kung ang demand ay base dun sa PSA data na 15 kilos kada tao, ang total demand ng Pilipinas ay 1.6 million kilos, million metric tons.
Pero hindi sinabi doon kung good meat or opal. Kasi yung opal, yung sinasabi nila na paa, ulo, laman loob, gano'n. It's the total demand. Kasi some people, if they cannot afford the steak, they buy the yung mga mumurahing portion of the pig. Di ba? So you cannot say demand.
Just a while, Senator Villar. Secretary Dar, ano yung sinasabi niyo computation? Ano yung per capita? Per 15 kilos per Pilipino? Maraming Muslim hindi kumakain ng pork eh. Ba't yun compute yun?
Per capita average po yun. So, demand...
maraming hindi kumakain eh.
Kasama na po yan sa...
6 na milyon sila eh.
Kasama na po yun. At PSA...
Go ahead, Senator Villar.
Kasi parang sa akin, ito ang pinakamaliwanag na demand. Kasi ito yung in-import eh, di ba? Kasi very wise naman yung mga importers eh. They will not import what they cannot sell. Di ba? They won't import beyond what they cannot sell. So ito ang maliwanag na importation, and the highest ever in the 10-year history is 120,000 metric tons. Yun ang nakalagay sa report ng Bureau of Customs. Bakit ka i-import ng 400? Alayo naman noon. I mean, I can understand tumaas to ng konti by 25%, but it cannot be 400,000 metric tons. Cannot be. Ngayon sinasabi nila, baka daw yung opal, yun good meat na dineclare lang opal kasi maliit ang tariff. Kasalanan ba natin yun kung technical smuggling sila, di parusahan natin, di wag natin ibaba ang tariff. Ibig mo sabihin, after doing technical smuggling, i-reward pa natin na ibababa natin ang tariff ng mga technical smuggler. Parang wala naman yata sa tama yun. Mali naman yun na strategy. So, at saka hindi naman nila inaamin na may technical smuggling. So, ang demand lang is 120,000 metric tons. So, if sabihin mo namatay yung mga baboy ng 25%, edi the worst that you can ever do is increase it by 25%, which is 150,000 metric tons, not 400,000 metric tons. And nakakatawa nga, without even consulting yung asosasyon ng mga hog farmers, ganun ang kanilang ang sinasabi nila sa akin, ang importation daw ng good meat would be 150,000 metric tons. Di tumama, increase it by 25% because ang namatay na baboy 25% of the whole population. Paano naman tayo naging 400,000? Nakakaawa naman yung ating, alam mo ba na ang hog farmers natin, 65% are backyard farmers. They are the poor farmers of the Philippines. In case of doubt na hindi magkasundo, I think the worst you can ever predict is 150,000 metric tons importation of good meat, di ba? And 54,000 non MAB. So, bakit mo i-increase ang MAB ng 350,000? Hindi ko talaga maintindihan yon, Secretary Dar. Ako, mabait naman ako sa department ko. Pero hindi ko talaga maintindihan yung computation yon. Sobrang out of range. Out of range na hindi kayo naawa sa ating mga backyard farmers, and they are 65% of the hog raisers in the Philippines. Kawawa naman sila. Pag ganito, hindi ganito. Ito ang record ng Bureau of Customs for the last 10 years. Yung 2018 lang ang malaki, 120,000 metric tons. How can you project that way? Sino ba nag-project sa'yo? Pagalitan mo yung nag-project sa'yo. Mali yun. Yes, Senator Drilon is raising his hand.
Pwede
The
po,
minority leader is recognized.
Mr. Senate President, pwede pa sana akong kumpletuhin ko lang yung sagot para maniwala.
Sige.
Kompletohin.
Sige, answer first before Senator Dillon, with the permission of Senator Villar. Go ahead.
Opo, ang demand, let me start. Demand of the
Hindi nga nagkasundo sa demand.
1.6 million metric tons. At mayroon tayong reduction now at 25%. So, yun po, kung 25% yung reduction na ng hog inventory, ay ano ang 25% ng 1.6 million? That's 400,000 metric tons. So, ang supply natin ay local production plus import. That gives you yung to supply the demand for 1.6 million. Marami pong salamat.
Yung shortage na sinabi niya is 388,000 metric ton, but that includes opal. Kasi pag kinumpute mo to, di ba, kasama opal doon, yung 70% opal. Nakalagay dito Yung projection mo na pinakamataas na 388,000 na shortage, 70% nun opal Ganyan ang importation 70% opal, 30% lang ang good meat. So when it's opal, you don't increase the MAV. That's not good meat. And the tariff sa opal is already 5 to 10%. You don't have to decrease that. And 70% of the importation has a tariff of 5 to 10%. 30% lang ang may tariff na 30 to 40%. So bakit mo i-increase lahat yung shortage? Marami nun opal.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. Minority leader. Go ahead.
Yes. With your provision, Senator Villar, I just want to pursue the point that you are raising. I think the first issue is what kind of a deficit are we really talking about? There's a huge discrepancy. Senator Villar is saying that on the basis of a 10-year history, we should be expecting only about 150,000 metric tons of the deficiency. This is very far or more than double what Secretary Dar is saying at 400,000. So this is the basic difference between what the senators are telling the Secretary of Agriculture and what the Secretary of Agriculture is projecting to us. This is a basic issue which must be resolved before we can formulate policies. But just on that point, with the permission of my other colleagues, Secretary Dar, how many heads of pigs would 400,000 metric tons be equivalent to? Ilan pong baboy yan? Just for a layman's point of view. Kung ang kailangan natin 400,000 metric tons ng pork, ilan pong baboy yan?
Your Honor, Mr. Senate President, Senator Frank, that's totaling 5 million.
5 million heads. All right.
70% carcass.
Okay.
For the whole.
What is our present pig population? Is it about 8 million?
Nasa,
Pigs?
Mr. Senate President, Mr. Chairman, Senator Frank, nasa 9.7 million na tayo.
9.7 million. So, 9.7. 5 million over 9.7 is almost 50%. Tama po ba yun? 50% of the present population of pigs. Yan po ay i-import natin. Is that correct?
We will import 400,000 metric tons, yes.
Kaya nga po. That's why I was asking, ilan po ba ito? How many pigs will this be? What I'm driving at, Mr. Secretary, is that have you considered whether or not this will devastate the hog industry, particularly those backyard hog raisers, which constitute to me almost 70% of, from my studies, almost 70% of our hog industry would be manned or generated by the backyard hog growers. And if you import this much, almost 50% of our present hog industry, will not that cause the collapse of the local industry and consider and affect the lives of 70% of those in the hog industry who are backyard growers or yes, backyard belong to the backyard industry? How will this affect? Can I ask a direct question? In your assessment, how will the importation of almost or of over 50% of our present pig population affect our hog industry? Because yun po ang ating pinaglalabanan eh. Ang mga senador po ay nababahala na dahilan po sa malaking importasyon, eh masisira ang buong hog industry. Ang sinasabi ni Senator Villar, eh dapat hanggang 150,000 metric tons kung tingnan mo yung 10 taong history ng importation. Bigla mong ilalagay sa 400,000 metric tons at hindi, ang tanong, basic question, how will this affect our backyard hog raisers. If you're saying that this constitutes more than 50%, of the 9 million plus present pig population.
Mr.
Go ahead, Secretary Dar.
Senate President, Senator Frank. Yearly, we have been butchering 21 million heads of hogs yearly. So ganun po. Now, having said that, yung deficiency natin this year ay 400,000 metric tons. So binabalanse po natin, I have said before, na mayroon tayong repopulation program at ganun din na nilalabanan pa rin natin yung ASF. So yung tanong ninyo, apektado ang mga backyard hog raisers? Even now po, apektado sila, but we are doing our best with the repopulation program para sa ganun ay makabalik po sila sa mainstream ng hog industry.
Yes. Pero yung repopulation program ng Secretary Dar, mukhang sobra-sobra. Kung pakinggan mo po, kung tama po yung sinasabi ni Senator Villar, hindi naman ganun kalaki ang dapat ang importation natin. From history, at the most, Senator Villar is saying 150,000 metric tons. You are recommending more than double, and you are admitting that this will involve about more than 50% of our present pig population of about 9 million. You know, the reason why we're asking this question is that we are concerned we cannot get a proper explanation how this policy decision was arrived at. We could not even agree as to what is the expected deficit on the basis of the past record of Department of Agriculture. It would appear, according to Senator Villar, that 150,000 metric tons is the correct figure, even considering the deficit. We could not agree on the deficit.
All right. And to top it all, following up the question of the Minority Leader and Senator Villar, why are you lowering the tariff? Gusto niyo dagdagan yung importation? O gusto niyo dagdagan? O sige, dagdagan natin dahil kukulangin tayo. Ba't binababa niyo yung tariff? Aalisin niyo yung kita ng gobyerno. Sa bulsa, punta niyan.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Senate President, that's correct. Because if there is a deficit, these importers, as Senator Villar said, natural po yan negosyante. May pangangailangan na import. Ay di mag-i-import sila. At regardless of the tariff rate, hindi po kailangan, sabihin na natin na kailangan tayo mag-import. Kailangan ba natin ibaba yung tariff?
Correct.
Ang laki ng binaba.
It's mind-boggling unless, you know, we're being paranoid right now. But my big question is, how were you able to convince the President? Pag nalaman ng Presidente lahat ito nangyayari na to, ewan ko paano nyo na-convince papayagan, ibaba yung tariff. Hindi ba? Senator Villar, go ahead. You still have your time.
In fairness to the hog industry, they don't mind the importation. They just want to maintain the tariff. Yun lang. In fairness to them, they don't mind the importation. Kung kailangan mag-import, kaya lang, wag naman ibaba yung tariff. Yun lang ang request nila na nung hearing namin sa DA, sinabi na namin yun. Na okay, sinabi nila na okay sila na mag-import. Kung ilan man ang i-import, wag lang ibaba ang tariff. Ang problema, kaya binaba pa yung tariff, inalaw pa yung importation. Iyon ang mabigat, yung in-increase yung MAV and then binaba pa yung tariff. Kasi hindi ko makita paano na-reach yung 400,000 in my long history. Kasi ako naman po, hindi ako senador eh. Ako po ay marunong mag-compute kasi business ang aking background. Hindi ko makita paano na-arrive at yung 400,000 because when we look for demand, we look at the history. Kaya tiningnan ko po yung importation sa Bureau of Customs kasi itong mga importer na to marurunong din to eh. Marurunong to, hindi nito gagawin na hindi tama eh. Ang highest is 120,000 metric tons for the last 10 years. Increase mo yon. Sabi hindi to bumaba ang pig population, the hog population from 12 million to 9 million. It went down by 1/4. So, kung hindi nila na-cover yung 1/4, di itaas mo yung importation by 1/4. Di ba? That's the most. That's the most you can do. But my God, from 120,000 metric tons to 400,000 metric tons, that's a lot. And that 120,000 metric tons was in 2018, the highest ever. In 2020, it's only 92,000 metric tons.
Yeah,
Yung kinukolekta ninyo,
Mr.
yung
President.
customs, yung kinukolekta ninyo sa 30% na tariff, ibababa ng 5%, kinonsulta ba kayo? At pumayag ba kayo? Commissioner Guerrero? Doon sa pinapirmahan nila kay Presidente, binababa ng 5% yung tariff. Sa 30% na tariff.
Maliit lang
na
kasi yun
kinikita ng Bureau of Customs. Kinonsulta ba kayo? Pumayag kayo?
Wala po, sir.
Hindi kayo kinonsulta?
Hindi po dumaan sa amin, sir.
Yes,
Mr. President.
Please, okay, Senator Villar, you can wrap up. Your time is up. Go ahead.
Yeah. Kasi po yung tariff lang naman po na nakokolekta nila, maliit lang po eh. Kasi 70% nga, 5 to 10% lang eh. 30% lang yung 30 to 40. Ang tariff collection nila, pinakamalaki ever in 2018 is 4.9 billion. Because 70% nga is mababa na, 5 to 10% tariff. Ang mataas lang is yung 30%. So ang tariff collection lang nila ever, the highest ever, is 4.9 billion. Tiningnan rin namin yung income ng Bureau of Customs.
Yes, sir. Just on the point of the MAV, is it true, Secretary Dar, that on January 19 of this year, you recommended that to the President to triple the country's pork imports from an annual minimum access volume of 54,000 metric tons to 150,000 metric tons? Is that correct?
Katotohanan po yun, Mr. Senate President.
Okay.
Ba't lumipat sa 400?
January, you recommended 150,000 metric tons of imported pork. Why suddenly are you recommending now 400,000? What happened between January 19 and March 26? In a matter of 3 months, you increased your recommendation from 150,000 metric tons to 400,000 metric tons.
Maybe the advisor is bad.
I don't want to speculate, Senator Villar. I am asking,
Review your advisor. Maybe the advisor is bad. Who came in during that time? You review. You will find out.
Why don't you tell us, Senator Villar?
No more. I don't want to accuse people without basis.
Okay. Anyway, it's a fact, Secretary Dar. January 19, 2021, you recommended an annual minimum access volume of 150,000 from the 54,000 present rate. What happened in 3 months that the minimum access volume is being increased to 404,000 specifically, and you also recommended a reduction of the tariff rates for the in quota and out quota. Kaya po
Pwede
itong mga tanong na ito ay kung wala tayong sapat na sagot, hindi po maintindihan ng taong bayan kung bakit ganon.
Pwedeng sumagot po.
Yes, sir. Yes, we're waiting for an explanation.
Yeah, thank you again, Mr. Senate President, Senator Frank. Wala akong nire-recommend na 162,000. Ang nire-recommend ko lang sa cabinet meeting nung February na ay itong 350,000 volume or MAB plus na tinatawag.
Teka po, Secretary Dar. Just 5 minutes ago, you confirmed that on January 19, 2021, you recommended 150,000 metric tons.
Not confirm, Your Honor. Wala akong kinonfirm. I said, hindi po totoo yan.
Hindi po totoo ito.
Opo.
Hindi mo ba sinabi kanina na you confirm it? The records will show, unless I heard it erroneously. You confirm that indeed, ha?
Hindi po.
Ito.
In fact, sabi ni Senator Villan, nag-iba siguro yung advisor.
Senator Lacson is recognized. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Answer that.
To answer the question of Senator Drilon, there is an article here, news article, quoting the DA Secretary, dated January 19, 2021. No, itong part lang, ano? Agriculture Secretary Dar said in a phone interview that it was likely that the viral disease spread and so on and so on. Anyway, jumping to the next paragraph, from an annual minimum access volume of 54,000 metric tons, Dar said the DA was looking to triple that to 150,000 metric tons. So you're now denying that you mentioned this or issued this statement, Secretary Dar, to the media?
That was a hypothetical question. So I was quoted. But yung sinasabi na recommended, wala akong nire-recommend po na 162.
Okay. So maybe you did not recommend, but you firmly held the view that 150,000 metric tons is the needed importation. So the same question is valid. Why suddenly is there a change in assessment that what we need today is 400,000 metric tons, 404 to be exact.
Mr. Senator Frank, ang ginawa ko after that ay pinaaral ko po sa livestock group natin at saka sa MAB Secretariat kung ano po ay re-recommenda po natin sa kabinete. So yun po. So yung recommendation po ng livestock group with the MAB plus MAB Secretariat ay 350,000.
Okay. So anyway, I think that's
all right. Perhaps you may continue with that if you're not satisfied, Senator Dillon, in a while, just a while. Commissioner Guerrero, before we recognize the next, because the time of Senator Villar is up. If you were not consulted, all right? If you were consulted in the lowering of tariffs, would you have agreed?
That would depend, sir, if it would lead down to the general benefit of the public, sir. Because
definitely it will not benefit to the coffers of the country.
Yeah, but there are
If the earlier mention was paralleling us to what's happening to an iceberg on illegal activities, the tip of the iceberg, as mentioned earlier by Colonel Sanchez. You know, the Titanic is the country.
Yes.
So will you agree or not?
Right now, sir, we are doing our best to maximize our collection, sir. So this will
Therefore, you will not agree to the lowering of tariff.
But again, sir, the lowering of tariff could result to the lowering of prices also of food commodities. That is, it depends on how it will be implemented.
Oh, but it's not. It's not. They will have the same price. Tumataas pa nga eh.
Yes, sir.
Lower lang yung tariff eh. Pero yung pa rin na presyo, ngayon pa lang, nagtaas na ng presyo eh.
Yes, sir.
The reason I'm saying this is if you do not agree, you are Commissioner of Customs, the President has a high regard for you. I know, personally, I know that for a fact. You should tell the President, inform the President that the Bureau of Customs do not agree to this lowering of tariffs.
Mr. Senate President,
Yes, Senator.
your foregone revenues will be something like 3.6 billion, di ba?
Yes, sir.
Tama.
Just very quickly.
All right, anyway, we proceed to the next. Senator Pangilinan?
Yes, yes, just very quickly, a manifestation, Mr. President, which begs the question, one of our largest revenue-generating government agencies not being consulted on a matter of reducing our revenues. That's also a policy question. I think should be very basic, that every time we decide to reduce revenues or at least affect revenues of the second, if not the first, the biggest revenue generating entity in the country, dapat may consultation. Parang sino ba ang nagpasya dito at paano ba ito fast track? Yun ang tinatanong natin, isa sa mga katanungan natin, Mr. President. But again, I will raise that later, Mr. President. Thank you. Just that manifestation,
Yes.
Mr. President.
Mr.
All right, thank
President,
you, Senator Pangilinan.
Mr. President,
Senator Binay, go ahead.
with the permission of the majority floor leader, just request, Mr. President, if we can ask Secretary Dar to submit the names of the livestock group tsaka yung MAV Plus who recommended to him to increase it to 400,000 plus. Yun lang po, Mr. President.
Did you get that request, Secretary Dar?
Yeah, Mr. Senate President, can I come in?
Yes, go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, number one.
Did you hear the request of Senator Binay?
That's true. I am confirming that we will submit the names, Mr.
All right, good.
President. And let me add, yung proseso kasi ng itong lowering of tariff para naandun rin karamihan sa background dun sa EO 128. But I would like to repeat for clarity's sake. Ang recommendation started from DA. Okay. Now, this has to be received and discussed by the cabinet level tariff and related matters committee, CTRM, na ang chair dito and co-chair yung DTI secretary at saka NEDA secretary. So pinagdebatehan doon at ang resulting conclusion after the first meeting of CTRM ay i-refer yan na sa Tariff Commission for further consultations. So lahat ng stakeholders ulit ay inibitahan ng Tariff Commission. Then, by the end of the process, ay nagrekomenda sila back to the CTRM. At doon na-finalize yung recommendation or decision ng CTRM to recommend. At ang next step after that ay isasangguni sa NEDA board. So ang NEDA board also passed this lowering of tariff measure. Then the Secretary of NEDA and the TI Secretary formally endorsed it to Malacanang. And so it became Executive Order 128. Yun po.
Yusek, Undersecretary Castello, do you confirm that the DTI was included here and that did you agree?
Good afternoon, Mr. President and the members of the honorable body. We confirm this, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, the Secretary Lopez was consulted and Secretary Lopez agreed to the presentation of Secretary Dar and the Department of Agriculture in a meeting held I think it was Wednesday morning, Mr. Chair, August 7.
All right, thank you. May we now recognize the president. Let's go to the officers now. They've been waiting for a while. The president pro tempore, Senator Ralph Recto. Then we will recognize Senator Subiri and Senator Drilon. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Just a few questions to Secretary Dar. Secretary, magkano ho ba ang baboy ngayon sa palengke?
Presyo ng baboy ngayon po ay nasa between 350 to 380. Opo.
Okay. Prior to ASF, magkano pa dapat ang presyo ng baboy sa palengke?
Mayroon tayong dating SRP yun bago or even during the ASF at mas mababa talaga.
Magkano dapat ang presyo ng baboy sa palengke? Assuming walang ASF.
Let 260 to 280 po.
Okay. So sa madaling salita, pumalo yung presyo na mahigit 100 piso per kilo. Okay? Because of ASF. Now, etong ginawa ninyo ngayon na executive order na pagbawas ng taripa, sa estimate ba ninyo bababa ang presyo ng baboy sa palengke?
That's the whole objective po.
At magkano tinatarget ninyo ang bababa ang presyo?
We have a computation here. Kung mamarapatin, I request one of my officers to mention that.
Sige, pwede natin. For as long as it is not counted of part of the 10 minutes, can we take a look at what the price should look like once you allow the importation? Sige. Magkano presyo?
Director Real Breed, ito yung computation po. Hindi pa, ito yung sila lang nag-compute muna. Okay.
Mr. Chair, very much po. Currently po, looking at 40% tariff, yung pong liempo ay papatakbo na nasa 350. If we will compute at 15% tariff, it will be around in the neighborhood of 295 pesos, Mr. Chair. At
Okay.
Sa 5% po ay nasa 275, Mr. Chair.
Okay, question. Hindi mo ba lahat ng import na yan ay hindi naman fresh at yan ay frozen?
Mr. Chair, yun pong frozen ay qualified po as fresh frozen.
Okay? Pero hindi yan fresh na locally produced. Di ba? Frozen yan. Kaya nga pinag-uusapan kanina yung may mga refrigeration van o kung ano-ano. Hindi mo ba yung mga import na yan binibenta sa supermarket at hindi sa palengke?
That is true, Mr. Chair. However, yun nga po yung limitation nito, kaya po hindi siya naibebenta sa palengke ay dahil nga po walang cold chain or walang freezer. Under Administrative Order number 6, it is required po na ang imported meat kung ibebenta sa palengke ay dapat po mayroong cold chain facility.
Sa makatuwid, hindi rin bababa ang presyo sa palengke. Kasi frozen yan, pag supermarket yan, din sa palengke.
Mr. Chair, that's why there is a plan po to support yung mga retail vendors po sa palengke na together with the LGUs po nabigyan sila ng facilities, researches.
Mukhang malabo pa yan. Mukhang malabo pa yan. But having said that, the point is this. No? Okay. Assuming hindi tayo mag-import o itaas natin yung MAB at magbaba tayo ng tarifa, how long will it take for the hog industry to increase their production by 30%? With current prices. Current prices is an incentive for them to repopulate, isn't it?
Mr. Chair, it will take siguro po Mr. Chair around 2 to 3 years po. And just for the information of the August Chamber, ang Spain po, it took them 30 years to actually control and eradicate ASF and completely transforming po yung kanilang production environment. Meaning to say, nawala po yung kanilang mga backyard farmers.
because of the biosecurity requirement, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so ulitin natin. You are saying that the local industry, it will take 2 to 3 years for them to be able to repopulate?
Yes, Mr. Chair, given the current situation na ASF po ay may threat pa din siya, Mr. Chair.
Okay, now let's move on. Saan nang galing yung ASF mo yan? Galing ba sa Pilipinas yan o galing sa imported yan?
Mr. Chair, as mentioned kanina po, wala pong ASF ang Pilipinas. Ito po ay pumasok lamang sa atin and ang tinitingnan nga po natin
Okay.
through illegal.
So, yes. So itong ASF parang COVID din yan, is that correct? COVID sa tao, ASF sa baboy.
You can have that analysis, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Pero today, dahil sa COVID, hindi natin pinapayagan ang turista pumasok sa Pilipinas.
That's true, Mr. Chair.
Pero yung turistang baboy, papayagan natin.
Mr. Chair, if I may po, we have a system accreditation in place and under po sa international committee.
No, I understand that. Ha? Pero there is testimony earlier here na hindi kaya natin i-check yung mga meat imports natin sa port. Di ba?
Mr. Chair, that is the reason why we have the second border for 100% inspection.
Okay? Pero nakalusot rin. May ASF eh.
Sir, as previously mentioned, Mr. Chair, it is due to the smuggled products that found its way into swill or refuse na itinapon po sa Rodriguez, sa Rizal.
O, kaya nga. O, paano pumasok yun? Smuggled.
That's the assumption, Mr. Chair.
Correct. Now, if you are to increase the MAV, you want to increase more imports. Is that correct?
For 1 year, Mr. Chair.
Yes, for 1 year. Okay. And there will be more avenues for smuggling. Is that correct?
This, Mr. Chair, are legal imports. At ang sinasabi po natin, kapag legal importation po, Mr. Chair, there is no room for smuggling, Mr. Chair. These are not smuggled. Rather, these are legal importation, Mr. Chair.
Kung nga pumapasok yun eh. Okay, but anyway, the point is this, no? Will you guarantee na bababa ang presyo from 400, 380 to 280? Are you guaranteeing that?
That is the intention, Mr. Chair. Yes po.
That is the intention. Okay, for 1 year. And what happens after 1 year? Will you increase? Is it in the EO that those tariffs will go back to normal, to 30 and 40%? Wala naman sa EO yun eh, di ba?
Yun pong babalik po sa normal lahat, Mr. Chair. Volume and tariff.
After 1 year.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And what plans are you doing in the DA to repopulate naman? Because you mentioned earlier, it would take 2 to 3 years to repopulate.
Mr. Chair, meron pong programa na ni-implement ang DA ngayon, which is called Inspire. Ito po yung pagtulong po doon sa mga ag-racers to repopulate po doon sa previously affected areas. And as well, doon po sa free areas ay to expand po yung production.
Okay. Ano yung itutulong ninyo? What is the budget of the DA for the hog industry next year? Or this year, 2021? Alam ko, napakaliit eh.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I am taking charge of the project Inspire. This is the National Repopulation and Recovery Program for the swine industry. This year, we will be needing about 6.9 billion.
Now, how much is your budget this year for the hog industry?
With our realigned budget, Mr. Chair, we have 600 million plus 1.6 for the Bantay ASF or biosecurity. So this is 2.1, and we would like to have additional funding requirement of 4.2 billion.
Okay, so let me stop you there. Thank you for that information. So in effect, today, as we speak, wala kayong pondo para sa hog industry. You're asking for additional budget, and we thank you for letting us know.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we thank you for letting us know. Now, okay, the hog industry was asking for indemnification. Okay? Hindi nila kasalanan na nagkaroon ng ASF eh. Ang may kasalanan dito, gobyerno, dahil pumasok sa borders natin. At ang nagbabantay ng border natin, gobyerno. Okay? Now, ilan yung namatay sa hog industry na baboy? Yung pinatay?
With the PSA data, Mr. Chair, there is a 3 million population.
3 million. Okay? Kung bibigyan mo ng 10,000 kada isa na indemnification, di ba 30 billion yon?
Yeah, the other hogs belongs to the backyard racers, and they were already given indemnification of 5,000 per head, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So ulitin ko lang ha. How much have we spent for the hog industry na tulong natin sa kanila to help them repopulate? How much indemnification did you release already?
Yeah, under the new program, we call it Inspire. We would like to institutionalize now the livestock insurance, and it will be the indemnification will be given by the Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation at 10,000 per head sa farmer, and then 14,000 po sa breeders.
Yes, Secretary, ulitin ko lang. How much have you spent last year on DA for indemnification? Yun ang tanong ko.
We spent around 1.395 billion.
Okay. Then we will never be able to repopulate. 3 million yung namatay eh. At 10,000 each, that's 30 billion. Kung 5,000, 15 billion. Di ba? So, your budget is only 1.6 billion. Right? Okay? So, tama nga naman. With this importation, baka naman mamaya hindi na makapag-repopulate yung local industry natin.
Yeah, we started the Inspire program. That's why we have the 600 million budget for to start the repopulation, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Kailan papasok yung mga import ninyo, Secretary?
The imports once started anytime now, and I think the first thing to do is for BOC to start putting this notification. Once that is done, the MAB secretary will put up the may palang in-issue na po ng BOC.
Okay. So, Secretary, ganito lang ang tanong. When do we
Senator Recto, I just would like to pursue that point. Secretary, you mentioned earlier, I'm now the presiding officer, by the way. You mentioned earlier na by raffle ang pag-allocate ng MAB. Is that correct?
Opo. Your
raffle. So, ito yung makapag-assure na makapag-ensure na equitable saka fair yung distribution.
Opo.
Kasi raffle eh.
Kung MAB Plus po, raffle yon.
Raffle. So dapat fair at
Hindi
saka
po.
equitable, magiging pare-parehas lang. Ano?
Po.
But alam nyo, nakatanggap kami ng data from the Bureau of Customs. Merong 4 na top 4 consignees na mga importers. Eto, bakit lagi sila nananalo sa raffle?
Maybe i-mention po ng MAB Secretariat, wala pa kaming ginalaw dun sa 54,000 po na MAB in quota. Kung sino po yung allocatees datihan, sila pa rin po.
Hindi, raffle pa rin nung nakaraan eh. Pero ito yung 4, yung Atkins, Import and Export, PNL, Technofarm, Rizalin Manyo, Manaloto Trading. Sila yung pinakamaraming importation. So lagi sila nananalo sa raffle. Thank you, Senator Recto.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Lacson. My understanding is that, Secretary, correct me if I'm wrong, ha? Ang alam ko yung MAV, kung sino yung mga binibigyan nung araw pa, sila pa rin talaga ang binibigyan. At kung may nadadagdagan na MAV, yun lang ang rinaraffle. In fact, in the last few years, mga 2% lang yung raffle. Kung sino yung may allocation na, tuloy-tuloy yung allocation nila. Is that correct?
Po, tama.
Tama. Okay. So wala talagang raffle, essentially. Now, itong 400,000 na i-import natin ngayon, yung 50,000 yun ang binibigyan. Yung 350 ba, ira-raffle yan?
Yung guidelines pa po, kasi hindi pa aprobado itong MAB Plus,
Okay.
ay wala pa po tayong guidelines.
Wala
Pero,
pang guidelines.
po.
Pirmado na yung executive order, wala pang guidelines.
Hindi po, yung lowering of tariff po yon.
Oo.
Yung sa MAB Plus po, wala pang executive order.
Wala pang executive order. Okay. So, when do we expect prices of pork to drop?
Ang pinaka factor po yun pag may dumating na po. Pero ang ginagawa po pa ngayon ng DA, yung mobilization pa rin ng hog supplies na sa galing surplus provinces ay tuloy-tuloy pa rin yun. As of this date, for more than 2 months na, nakapag-mobilize na tayo ng 289,000 heads.
Secretary, we're aware of that. Ang tinatanong ko is when do we expect prices to drop?
Okay, pag dumating na po yung mga imports out of the lowering of tariff, yun po, I understand, ang pagpasok po ng imported ay nasa 40 to 60 days.
Okay, so siguro by June. Okay. Do you expect prices to hit 500 pesos per kilo?
Ay sana hindi hahantong doon na dapat magtulungan po tayo kasi talagang manipis na yung ating supply sa bansa.
Okay. What can be done immediately to increase the supply instead of importing? What is the alternative? How do we repopulate?
Well, the
Immediately.
repopulation, Mr. Senate President Senral, yung repopulation dapat talaga yun ang pinaka priority po natin. At we only have ito nga 600 million for the backyard clustering in ASF affected areas. At mayroon din 500 million na pautang para dun sa backyard and semi-commercial in green zone, zero interest, payable in 5 years. At itong commercial hog raising, mayroon na mga credit facilities offered by Land Bank, 15 billion po mayroon sila, DBP 12 billion.
Okay. Maraming mga binabanggit sa credit lang yan. Dami namin dinagay sa SME, sa Bayanihan 1, Bayanihan 2, and all that. Ang bagal.
Senator Recto, can I make a manifestation?
Yes.
Senator Recto,
Yes, please.
Senator Villar, with the permission of the Pro Tem.
Yeah. I saw there Arise. What do you call your program? Arise for the repopulation. And my question there
We call it
is what do you call your program for repopulation? Secretary Dar?
Inspire.
Inspire, yes. I read that Inspire. And my comment there is the biggest budget is 27 billion from Land Bank and DBP. Their budget in the Department of Agriculture is only something like 400 million or 600 million, around that figure. What I'm saying is that 27 billion is not only for hog farmer. It's the provision of bayanihan law for the whole country, for the whole economy. So you cannot say that that is part of your program. It will be for the whole economy. It's not just for the hog farmer. So it's wrong to say that the DBP and the Land Bank will give it all to the hog farmers. No. It's the total budget of Bayanihan 2 to the economy. That is my question when they presented that budget for repopulation and helping the hog industry, that there is very little money there. And you're telling us that the what do you call this, the insurance company of agriculture, the Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation, based on experience, when you rely on the Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation, the indemnity will be slow. That's the complaint with the Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation. If they indemnify, they're so slow. So I don't think it will help the farmer. If I am the backyard farmer and I have to claim from the Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation, ay siguro itatago ko na lang yung aking hog at ipupuslit ko at pagbibili ko kahit may ASF. Hindi ko naaasahan ng Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation. Kasi ako nakaranas na dito sa kapitbahay ko, may mga hog farmers eh. Talaga ipupuslit nila kasi mahihirap yung mga tao na yan eh. Without the compensation, they will not give you their hogs. Yung amin eh, nagmakaawa ako sa local government at saka sa DA na bayaran para wag lang ipuslit eh. Buti kung naandun ako palagi, paano kung wala namang magdi-defend sa kanila, ipupuslit nila yun at ipagbibili nila kahit may ASF kasi ano nila yun lang ang pera nila eh, ng mahihirap na hog farmer, backyard farmer. You have to understand that, Dr. Dar. You know, when you are making policy, you have to understand yung buhay ng mahihirap na farmer sa ground. Huwag kang makikinig sa NEDA kasi ang NEDA hindi naman nila naiintindihan kung ano nangyayari sa ground. Katulad noon, inano nila sa akin na tatanggalin daw yung subsidy sa mga co-op kasi daw yung mga co-op, billion ang assets. Sabi ko, billion nga ang assets, 200,000 naman ang member. You divide 1 billion by 200,000, that's 5,000 each. Why will you penalize them? Ang kanilang binigay lang sa co-op 5,000 each. Hindi ba sila small members din? Minsan kasi yung NEDA, hindi naman nila nararamdaman yung nangyayari sa baba. Tayo ang nakakaramdam sa nangyayari sa baba. Ikaw, Dr. Dar, dapat ikaw makaramdam sa hirap ng mga mahihirap na hog farmers at damdamin mo kung ano ang nafe-feel nila bago ka gumawa ng policy na nakakaawa naman sila. Yun lang ang advice ko sa iyo, Dr. Dar. Huwag ka makikinig dyan sa mga compute na yan. Hindi naman yan ang katotohanan sa ground.
Yes.
Look at what is happening on the ground. Nakaawa-awa yung ating mga poor farmers. Very poor na nga, lalo pa magiging poor. Yun lang po. Marami po salamat.
Yes. If I may be allowed to wrap up. No?
Yes, go ahead, Senator Recto.
Thank you, Mr. President. Secretary Dar, ang hinihingi ng mga hog raisers din natin, if at all, no? Katulad ng binanggit ni Senator Villar, our chairman of the Committee on Agriculture earlier, they may be amenable to increasing the MAV. But why reduce the tariffs? if there is no assurance na bababa din naman yung presyo sa palengke. Knowing, for example, that you're talking about frozen meat na hindi binibenta sa public market. Binibenta lang to sa grocery. Okay? And you're asking for an increase in budget. That increase in budget can be coming from the BOC on the collection instead of reducing the tariff. So this is a classic case again between our local industry and importation, di ba? So, would the executive still be willing, possibly to increase your BAV, whether that right number is 150,000 to 400,000, but not necessarily to reduce the tariff to provide some ample protection for our local industry? So that they can, walang itutulong ang gobyerno sa kanila eh. Alam na natin, walang pondo yung DA in the budget today, even for indemnification. Yung insurance company ninyo, yung that you mentioned earlier, has only a budget of 3 billion. Diba? So would you still be amenable to reduce instead of increase the MAV? Yes. If you claim that there is such a big deficit, nevertheless, not to reduce the tariff. Would you still be amenable to that, Secretary?
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, especially if there is no assurance na bababa ang presyo.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President, Senator Ralph.
Yes, thank you, Secretary.
Ang nasabi na kanina ni Director Reldrin Morales po, nung natanong po ninyo kung ito ba pagbaba ng taripa ay maasigurado po na bababa yung presyo, yun po ang talagang gusto natin mangyari, but not to kill the industry. So yung affordable and safe pork will have to be there para hindi tayo masyadong mataas ang inflation dito sa bansa. So, yun, I have to restate that na the lowering of tariff will help maintain lowering the prices of pork in the market. And hoping na with this low tariff ay wala na yung mga smuggled pork because mababa na yung taripa. So, yun po. At ang NEDA board, nag-decide na po, I can speak for them. Maraming po.
Yeah, Secretary, just one final point, no, before I finish, no? Yung kung maraming player ang nag-import, posibleng bumaba ang presyo. Pero kung iilan lang yung player ninyo dyan, pwedeng hindi bumaba ang presyo niyan. At lumaki lang ang kita nila. Hindi naman ako against sa kita, kumita sila dahil negosyante sila. Nevertheless, there is a right way of doing it. That's all I wanted to make a final warning. Ha? Now, pwede tayo mawala ng pera ang gobyerno, pero hindi rin bumaba ang presyo sa merkado. Yan ang kinatatakutan ko. At the same time, pinatay pa natin yung local industry. So sana wag po mangyari yon. So thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. President. And thank you to Secretary Dar for answering our questions ably. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Recto. Next is the Majority Leader, Senator Mig Subiri. You're recognized. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. Maraming salamat po, Senate President. Sa ating mga kasamahan, magandang hapon po at sa ating mga kawanis gobyerno. Dalawang issue po ito, Mr. President, na nakikita ko. Number one is the importation as well as the tariff issue. Number two is ASF, which is basically prevention and biosecurity. Both are intertwined, Mr. President. Ano yan? Interconnected yung dalawang yan. At as early po as March 20, 2019, si Secretary Piñol pa nga ang secretary noon, nagtawag po kami ng investigation at hearing. I recall that Senator Villar had allowed me to preside over the hearing in the Senate So as early as March 20 of 2019, Mr. President, nag-hearing po ang Committee on Agriculture. I presided over that hearing, warning the DA of the possible entry and expansion of ASF. At that time, konti pa po ang ASF. Halos wala pang natamaan na masyado ang farms dyan sa Central Luzon and Southern Tagalog. Iisa pa lang po ay atang sumusulpot dahil nga dito sa importation na ito at smuggling. And I recall in October 20, 2020, I had I sent a message, a private message to Secretary Dar about the unabated importation of choice cuts in the supermarket coming from abroad. And nagpadala po ako ng litrato na meron pang NMIS clearance, National Meat Inspection Clearance, na hindi naman dapat po ipasok itong prime cuts, which is competing with our locally produced products, Mr. President, no, Chairman. So, tapos finalo up ko po ulit ito noong October 20 of 2020 sa budget hearing ng DA at tinanong ko po ang ating secretary kung anong nagawa niya doon. Policy-wise, importation, Mr. President, my dear colleagues, sa ating mga kababayan, importation should be the last resort of the Department of Agriculture. Sa ibang bansa po, yan po ang last resort nila, ang importation. Ipinagtitibay po nila ang kanilang mga magsasaka at ang industriya ng pagsasaka sa kanilang mga bansa. Take a look at Thailand. Take a look at Vietnam. They strengthen their agricultural sector because that is food security. It is not importation. And if this COVID-19 has proven to us in the first lockdowns in last year of March, April, and May, when there was a global lockdown, nagkaletse-letse na po tayo. Hindi po tayo nakaka-import ng bigas dahil yung mga bansa katulad ng Vietnam, ang sabi nila, itatago po nila ang kanilang produksyon para sa kanilang populasyon dahil nagserado po ang merkado all over the world because there was restricted shipping at that time. My point, Mr. President, for the DA, and you know, that is my dream, Mr. President, to be honest. Nakadaan na po ako I was able to serve in the administrations of almost 4 presidents. President Estrada, President Macapagal Arroyo, President Noynoy for a short while, and our president now, President Duterte. Unfortunately, it's been the policy of the DA to promote importation. Whether it is rice, whether it is sugar, whether it is pork and other products, basta nagka-problema na sa presyo, import kagad ang sagot. Hindi dapat yan ang sagot ng DA. Ang dapat sagot ng DA, sandali, tulungan natin ang ating magsasaka. At dapat yan ang naging posisyon na lamang po ng DTI, ng Trade and Industry, at iba pang mga government agencies. Di ba? Yan ang kailangan tutukan ng DA. That is my biggest frustration with our department. So, ang punto dito, Mr. President, ay dito naman sa food security na issue, I'd like to ask the Secretary and maybe also members of the private sector. I was told over the weekend by importers when I questioned them, napakamura ba ng presyo ng produkto sa ibang bansa pag pinasok dito? Ang sabi po nila sa akin, Senator, nagmahalan din. Mahal na ang presyo ng imported. Nalaman po nila binabaan ang taripa sa Pilipinas at nalaman din nila na in-increase yung MAB, nagkaroon po sila ng idea na lalo silang kikita. So, my question is, Secretary, did we do a research now, as of today, on the prices of imported pork in terms of increase or decrease in prices? Because I was told, nagmahala na muli ang imported pork. So even if we bring it down at 5% tariff, mahal pa rin ang presyo ng pork sa ating merkado. Pagka ganun, disgrasya na po. Dahil bakit po disgrasya? Nalugi na yung mga farmers, nalugi na yung gobyerno, at mataas pa rin ang presyo at halaga ng pork products. So Secretary, Yan pong aking katanungan. Do we have a research if the prices of pork to be imported have increased, as I was told by a number of importers?
Mr. Senate President, Senator Migs, magandang hapon po. Doon sa tama po kayo, ang importasyon dapat ang last resort. At simula nung ako ay naging nanungkulan dito, ay yun po ang ating unang ginawa, yung strengthening of the local commodity industries. At tuloy-tuloy po yun. You cannot do that overnight even. With the limited budget, alam ninyo yan. At ang livestock industry, poultry, nasa almost 1.5 billion lang. Pero we realigned our budget. So ang country po natin, we have to know the facts as well. Na yung sa rice, sinasabi ninyo, ay we are not 100% self-sufficient kasi ang kaya po lang natin at naipataas po natin ay naipataas po natin sa 90% level ng sufficiency. So it is such an important direction to really level up our commodity industries. At ang nangyari nga sa bigas, mayroon tayong new record high production last year, 19.4 million metric tons. Kasi maganda at maganda po ang budgetary support ng national government. Doon sa mga ibang industriya natin, commodity industry, ay hand to mouth. I mean, very negligible budgetary support. So, how I wish we can really produce every food that we eat here in the country. Yun po, ambition po natin lahat yan. We will
Sorry, Secretary, no, because I'm limited in my time, Secretary. I appreciate the answer on rice and other issues. Pero yung katanungan ko lang po, yung about the meat importation, kung mas mahal na, tumaas po ang presyo ng imported meat, Mr. Secretary. My apologies, Mr. Secretary, kasi marami pa nakapila at baka pagalitan po nila ako. At we took up more time.
Now, doon sa analysis po namin, ito na banggit na kanina, yung aming analysis doon sa kung ano po yung potential ng mga presyo pag dumating na itong mga imports. We can, from there you can deduce na pwede yung presyo na darating with the increasing prices also ay it will be still affordable price natin. So kung gusto ninyo yung datos na ito, we can present it again. By Director Morales can present that again.
But with these new computations, Mr. Secretary, ba't ang mamahal pa rin po ng imported pork sold in the market? Parang hindi pa rin gumagalaw at hindi pa rin bumababa ang presyo ng imported pork. Kasi nakikita mo naman yung posisyon ng ating mga senador at ng mga policy makers. Really, we don't want to have a policy of always importing, no? Ang joke nga ng mga producers, at alam niyo po, Secretary Bukidnon is one of the biggest producers of pork and poultry in the country. Region 10, particularly Northern Mindanao, is one of the biggest producers of poultry and piggery in Mindanao. Ang joke nila sa akin ay ang Department of Agriculture para nagiging Department of Importation, Mr. Secretary. Kaya medyo pag binabanggit nila sa akin yon, sinasabi ko na ibabanggit ko yan itong Lunes pag nagkaroon po tayo ng Committee on the Whole. So, my point is, you mentioned food security, Mr. Secretary. No? With all due respect, I know it was your birthday yesterday. Happy birthday. But it is also my birthday tomorrow. So allow me some leeway to ask questions, Mr. Secretary. Itong importation kasi, when you mention food security, the reason why we're importing and NEDA is harping about importation is because of inflation. Tama po, Secretary. Inflationary kasi pag masyadong mataas ang presyo ng produktong agrikultura, tumataas talaga inflation rate natin. But there is it's a vicious cycle. We don't know if we import, we damage the local industry. Since we damage the local industry, lalo pang nadoblehan pa ng ASF, Mr. Secretary, talagang napakarami mga farms sa Central Luzon. Naawa po ako sa kanila. Southern Tagalog, Central Luzon farmers like in Bulacan, where Senator Joel is from, Southern Tagalog, where Senator Ralph Recto is from, have been totally devastated by this ASF. Totally. I know friends who have zero pigs in their farms now dahil nga dito sa biosecurity problem. So, paano naman natin sila matutulungan, Mr. Secretary, with all this unabated policy of importation na sila na mismo nagsasabi sa akin, Sen Migs, kinakausap kami ng DA, and I'd like you to confirm this, Mr. President, the Secretary can confirm this or not, that you had invited the producers to be the importers of pork. Sila po, they sent me a message. Kausap po mga hog raisers at nagtataka po sila sa DA because ang gusto po ng DA, they want the DA to be the one, the producers to import instead of encouraging them to produce. Lalong-lalo na pag-repopulate ng kanilang population ng pork. Paano nila gagawin yun na ang policy daw ng DA is to allow the producers to import? Is that right, Mr. Secretary?
Senate President, Senator Mike, you know, in one of the meetings of the MAB Advisory Committee, ay tinanong nila kung pwedeng mag-import ang mga producers. Hypothetical yung tanong, wala pang MAB Plus na approval until now even. So it is the decision of every member to decide to be a part in importing or not. We are not dictating, we are not encouraging.
So, yan ang position ng DA. You're not encouraging the importation,
Opo.
Secretary.
Importation by the producers. But if they are interested, we will consider.
Well, Secretary, our appeal to you, Mr. Secretary, really, is to review and revise or ask the President to revise the executive order because malaking dagok po ito sa mga producers sa buong Pilipinas. And it seems na hindi naman bababa ang presyo ng pork products sa ating bansa even with the reduction of tariff. I was told, Mr. Secretary, and you can confirm or deny this, the tariff reduction of 40% to as low as 5%, it was reduced to as low as 5%. When at 40% tariff, the landed cost of imported pork was already lower than local pork. Mababa na po siya at 40%, mababa na rin po siya sa local pork. And yet, bababa pa natin ng 5%. Diyos ko po, Secretary, talagang unabated importation ang mangyayari dyan, Secretary. So, again, rather than we be accused of being the Department of Importation, I think we now have to look at asking the President to review the executive order. I think this food security is really coming up with policy that will help the farmers produce once again. And I congratulate you for your plan to repopulate. Kailangan po yan. Self-sufficiency is another important factor. So moving forward, Mr. Secretary, kasi ang dami pang gusto ko pong itanong sa department, yung sa ASF, yung prevention and biosecurity. Marami po ang kausap na kooperatiba dahil ako po yung chairman ng Committee on Cooperatives. Marami po ang kausap na farmer cooperatives, producer cooperatives, and they've said that sariling sikap po, matibay. Sila daw po ang tumutulong sa kanilang mga kasamahan at masyadong mahina o kung wala silang natatanggap na tulong galing sa DA. I'm not sure if this is probably because of the devolution of the Department of Agriculture to the local governments, if the local governments are supportive or not. Pero sana naman po, meron po tayong prevention in terms of importing pork products. Kanina sinabing smuggling. Ano po yan the problem is monitoring, Mr. Secretary, monitoring, enforcement, penalty, and punishment. Ang nangyayari po, medyo mahina po yung monitoring natin sa Bureau of Customs side, no, in the importation of these smuggled products. I clearly recall, tama yung sinabi niyo po, yung entry of ASF was because of kanin baboy. Yung swell foods, yung swell ba yan? Swell foods na binibigay nila, yan yung kanin baboy. Meron daw pork products na pinapakain sa mga baboy galing po sa infected areas na may ASF katulad ng China. And I recall one time I presented a photo to you, Sec, binebenta pa rin yung maling galing sa China sa mga merkado at pinakita ko po sa inyo po yan and it's probably in the WhatsApp chat. At sinabi ko, dapat siguro maimbestiga ito. So nakakalusot pa rin. It's still the monitoring and enforcement. And the issue of penalty and punishment, binanggit po yan ng isang senador kanina. Wala pong nahuhuli. I believe ito Senator Ping. Walang nasasampulan. Walang kinakasuhan. Walang kinukulong. Kaya walang natatakot, Mr. Secretary. Kung meron man tayo ipinakita sa taong bayan na itong smuggler ay huhulihin natin, kahit papano i-detain, kahit konti man lang at ipakita, katulad ng pinapakita po natin sa mga snatchers sa television. Ito po economic saboteurs. Ipakita po natin sa taong bayan yan. I am sure, Secretary, maraming matatakot na mag-smuggle nito mga produkto galing sa mga bansa na may mga ASF. Dahil natatakot po kami sa Mindanao, Mr. Secretary. Natatakot po kami sa Visayas. Alam niyo po, nakita ko po yung mapa. Yung mapa po ninyo kanina sa ASF. Yung pulang-pula na po ang buong Luzon. Pag yan po ay nangyari sa Visayas at Mindanao, wala na po tayong mapapakain na baboy or pork products sa ating mga kababayan. And if I'm not mistaken, in Northern Mindanao, Mr. Secretary, that is an old graph. In Northern Mindanao, meron na pong nakapasok. Even I found out yesterday, even a town of Baongon in Bukidnon ay nakapasok na rin po yung ASF. I do not know how. We do not know why because napaka-stricto po yung biosecurity namin sa borders. Kaya po, Mr. Secretary, there's a lot on your shoulders, I know. It's very difficult. But our appeal to the secretaries, let's help the industry help themselves. Buhayin po muli natin ang industriya ng mambababoy, whether it is small, medium, or large. Let us help them repopulate and let us reverse the issue or the policy of always importing when there is a problem of price. Kaya po natin i-address yung price na yan if there is food security through self-sufficiency. Yun lamang po, Secretary. I wish you the best of luck and I hope that we can really suggest to the President, first of all, the declaration of emergency for the pork industry para maka-release na po tayo ng pondo for their biosecurity and repopulation and soft loans. Pangalawa po, itigil na po natin yung increase ng MAV at reduction ng tariff. Yun pong apela ng ating mga magsasaka, Mr. Secretary. And we hope we look up to you, Secretary, taga-UPLB po ako. We look up to you. We know your heart is in the right place. Wag po kayong, tama sinabi ni Senator Villar, wag po kayong masyadong makinig sa NEDA, sa mga kaibigan natin dun. Dahil hindi po nila nararamdaman ang mga sinasabi ng mga magsasaka natin sa Mindanao, sa Visayas at sa Luzon na iyak na po, Secretary, dahil wala na po silang hanap buhay. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Senator Subiri. In other words, bottom line, data, not analysis. All right, the minority leader is recognized, Senator Frank Drilon.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'll try to be as quick as we can due to the lateness of the hour. Just a few points which I feel should be highlighted. Mr. Secretary, from the media reports, as early as January 19, you were already of the view that we must increase the annual minimum access volume from 54,000 metric tons to 150,000 metric tons. Of course, at this point, nagkakaiba na po yung ating pananaw. Ngayon, sinasabi natin 400,000 metric tons. But just assuming whatever is the figure, under the law, Republic Act 8178, the Agricultural Tarification Act, it must be Congress who must set the minimum access volume. Is that correct, sir?
Apo.
That's correct now. And why is it that, since January, it was only in March 26 that we received the recommendation of the president? I assume the recommendation of the president is upon your recommendation. Why did you not recommend earlier to Congress to increase the minimum access volume?
We are just following yung proseso, Mr. Senate President, Senator Frank.
So you are just following the proseso. Now, could you not have proposed, and this is how it really goes, could you not have proposed to the Senate President and or to the chair of the Committee of Agriculture, Senator Soto, Senator Villar, we need to increase the minimum access volume because I see a shortage in pork. Because it is really Congress who should do it. Did you ever advise Congress to increase the MAV?
The personality that can only advise Congress, Your Honor, is the President.
I totally disagree with that because, we receive recommendations from every sector of society because we are a policy making body, and I am surprised that as early as January 21, you already recognize the need to increase the minimum access volume from 54,000 to 154,000, and yet you never advised Congress, which has the prerogative of increasing the MAV under the system. You never requested us to increase the MAV, which brings me to the second point.
Before you go to your second point, Minority Leader,
Sir.
would you like to hear or to venture a guess on why?
I am about to go.
I
will not. I will not.
Uh,
I will just go to the next fact, Mr. President.
because I have a guess on why.
O sige nga po,
Because,
sige, I yield the floor.
Well, March 26 is the last day of Congress.
That's correct.
Oh,
I
kaya
was going
26
to that,
pinadala.
sir. March
Hindi na tayo
26.
magdedesisyon, sila na.
March
Executive
26.
Department, that's what's written in the Constitution.
Yes. March
Diba?
26 is the last day of session. And
Correct.
under the law, if Congress fails to act within 15 days from the time the president makes the recommendation, the MAB increase becomes effective. In other words, under the law, it's automatic. Hindi po ba, Secretary Dar?
Ano po yung automatic?
Nakalagay po sa Republic Act 8178, and let me read it to you, just for the record. Okay. Let me quote to you the law. I think this is section 6. In case of shortages or abnormal price increases in agricultural products whose quantitative restrictions are lifted under this act, the president may propose to Congress revisions, modifications, or adjustments of the MAV, provided, however, that in the event Congress fails to act after 15 days from receipt of the proposal, the same shall be deemed approved. Okay. It was submitted to us on March 26. We no longer had a session by then. It became, because we could not act on it, under the law, it is deemed approved. The increase in the MAB, which is basically a legislative act, is deemed approved since Congress failed to act on it within 15 days from the time we received the recommendation. but we could not have acted on it because we received it on March 26. And therefore, today, April 12, the MAB reduction, the MAB increase is already effective, contrary to your statement that no executive order has yet been issued dictating the increase in the MAB. So it is effective today, April 12, because we received it on March 26.
It lapsed yesterday.
Can I have your comment?
Opo, as you said, based on the law, that's the law, that's the intent of the law.
So why, you know, I have a high regard for you, Secretary Dar. Your reputation precedes you. But I cannot help but suspect that there is a clear effort to prevent Congress from looking into this, because 15 days after we received the recommendation, it is deemed approved. We have no opportunity to act on this policy issue. Isn't that suspicious to the ordinary mind? Tinime nyo po yung receipt namin ng request March 26, wala na pong session, and under the law, after 15 days, it is deemed approved.
Mr. President, with the permission of the minority leader.
The last one, good.
Yes.
Now, this is a parliamentary inquiry, no? How do we resolve this? Because there was not even an attempt on the part of the executive to call for a special session. Because if there was no, well, we'd like to assume good faith, ano? But kung merong good faith, since they knew that March 26 was our last session day, and we would go on Holy Week break, that would be a little less than 2 months. They could have anticipated that we cannot act, or we could not act on the request or the recommendation in 15 days. So the good faith should come in if the president even attempted, no, at least to call for a special session Congress.
Yes.
I understand there was no consultation with the Senate President and the leaders of Congress, both houses, if he could call for a special session. Because we can only take this up in plenary, because it takes legislation.
Yes.
So my parliamentary inquiry is, how do we resolve this? Because we're helpless.
Okay. How do we resolve this? Let me attempt an answer, Senator Lacson. If the Committee on Agriculture or any one of us would file a bill when we come back on May 17, file a bill on setting the MAV, because that is principally a legislative function, and overturn whatever is the policy, is the MAV set under the by the president. I mean by the president through his letter of March 26. In other words, the situation today is that Congress was deprived of the opportunity to review the correctness of a higher minimum access volume. I'm just talking about the MAV. This is a policy issue. Congress should have a say on this, but because of the law, Republic Act 8178, it is deemed approved as of 15 days after we received the recommendation. Unfortunately, the recommendation was reached us on March 26, and therefore, in response to your query, Senator Lacson, with all in my simple view, is that we can file an amendment to the we can file a bill to amend the president's directive, because this is a matter of policy which Congress should act upon under the law.
Thank you, Senator. A follow-up question. Would a joint resolution be enough? Because there's another law. I think this involves rice. It says there, it's the same, practically the same, but there should be a joint resolution of Congress to counter the recommendation of the executive. Now, my question is, would a joint resolution of both houses suffice to overturn the action taken by the executive to increase or adjust the MAV or the volume? Thank you.
Mr. President, with the permission of Senators Delon and Senator Lacson.
Yes, I'm yielding to Senator Pangilinan, Mr. President.
Yes.
Senator Pangilinan, you were-
Yes, Mr. President. In fact, there is a explicit provision of Republic Act 8178, amended by Republic Act 11203, that the power to adjust tariffs granted to the President is a delegated power. And the provision of Section 7 provide that upon the resumption of the session of Congress, Congress may withdraw this delegated power through a joint resolution. So that would be correct. Senator Lacson would be correct that a joint resolution, precisely because of Section 7 of the Republic Act, allows it.
Well, Mr. President, yes, there is basis for that interpretation, except that Senator Pangilinan, you are referring to tariff reduction, which under the Constitution, the President is allowed to adjust while Congress is not in session. We are talking here about the MAV, the access volume.
Yes,
yes, the volume.
To the tariff reductions, that's correct.
Yes, that one is tariff reduction. This one is volume. And as I said, under the Agricultural Tarification Act, once we do not act on the President's recommendation within 15 days, the minimum access volume level will be deemed approved. So in response to, that is why I'm saying that it is obvious that setting the MAV is a legislative function, and that is why the recommendation becomes a law, or becomes a compulsory when we do not act on it. In response to Senator Lacson's query, a joint resolution should be sufficient, in my view, if we follow the process that is provided for in enacting a law. Meaning, you file a joint resolution, it is sent to the committee on first reading, the committee goes through it, it recommends its approval, we pass it on second reading and on third reading as a joint resolution. Unfortunately, the Supreme Court, in one case, as Senator Lacson is aware, threw doubt on the validity of a joint resolution in substitution of a bill. So just to play safe, Senator Lacson, we can call it a bill just setting the minimum access volumes in accordance with our best judgment, and it's up to and send it to the President for his approval. That's my suggestion, in order that we can assert our prerogative to set the MAVs when we return on May 17, Mr. President.
Delikado sa mga analyst yun. Sasabihin sa Presidente, bito niya.
Well, okay. Just
to... joint resolution, mas mabuti kung tutusin, but as you said, there is a technicality. Anyway, you may proceed now, and your time will continue. Go ahead.
Just one more point. And first, I agree with my good majority leader that indeed importation should be a last resort. And we have heard in the past 3 hours or 4 hours about the difficulties in the Bureau of Customs, the propensity to try to go around the customs rules, to call it simply smuggling. But to me, the long-term solution is we should, with all, we are an amateur here, but from what we have learned, you have to lower the cost of production and have sufficiency in the production of agricultural products in order to make smuggling academic. If there is, if we lower the cost of production, if there's an adequate supply, nobody will smuggle. I mean, it doesn't make sense. But that is why when we impose all kinds of restrictions because there is something lacking in our production volume and our cost of production, then you impose the artificial importation controls, and you suffer, you get involved in smuggling and all this stuff. So I would like to think, and I'm sure that Secretary Dar is aware of this, that we should devote all our resources to lowering the cost of production and having enough production within our borders. Now, Secretary Dar mentioned about the need for a budget. I do not know what volumes are we talking about, but certainly I would agree that it would need a budget. I do not know how much budget is being talked about here, but should be enough funds in the budget to give priority to agriculture. Kailangan po natin yung agriculture, bigyan natin ng prioridad. Hindi po yung anti-insurgency at intelligence and confidential funds. In other words, what I'm saying is we must have the correct prioritization. The correct prioritization is strengthen our agriculture base for food security. If we do not strengthen our agriculture base by making sure that we have an efficient and least costly production mechanisms, you will have all kinds of problems. Food security, smuggling, etc. So the long-term plan to me is provide, and I do not have to lecture on this because I'm sure Secretary Dar is fully aware of this, that we need to lower our cost of production and provide sufficient production in order to respond to food security and a lower cost and stability in our agricultural sector, so that the policy of importation should not be a policy, and I see it today as a resorted to as a necessity by agriculture because of the lack of support from the national budget. Yes, I just that's the end of my intervention, Mr. President, and maybe
Mr. Senate President. Yes.
Can we just,
Thank you,
ask
Senator
Secretary
Dillon.
Dar to comment?
Are you done, Senator Dillon?
Yes,
Just a reaction.
I said,
You're waiting for the reaction of
I
Secretary
asked
Dar.
for a comment from Secretary Dar.
Senator Drilon, may
Secretary
I
Dar.
make a manifestation, Senate President, with that
sure.
comment? Okay.
Uh-huh.
Can I make a manifestation?
Right,
Sure.
before Secretary Dar reacts, go ahead, Senator Villar.
I want to inform our Senate Minority Floor Leader that we are really writing a bill for the livestock, poultry, and dairy, which is the equivalent of something like the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund, so that in the future, we will make our livestock, poultry, and dairy competitive to imports. So we will not have this problem anymore in the future. Yun ang gagawin namin para sa kanila, para long-term ang ating solution. Thank you very much.
I think, Mr. President, that's a step in the right direction. I didn't confer with Senator Villar prior to my manifestation, but indeed, my manifestation is consistent with the plan of Senator Villar to file a bill on that point. And so maybe we can ask Secretary Dar to, as a final matter, to comment on our intervention, Mr. President.
Go ahead, Secretary Dar.
Frank, Senator Cynthia. Opo, we are in complete agreement with what Senator Frank has already said. In all commodity industries in the country, lower the cost of production and produce more. And ang bottom line yan, yung sinabi ni Senator Villar, for the commodity industries to be competitive. And so with those preambles, then the needed resources must be put in harness so that we can do all those needed things to really become more competitive. This is the long-term solution, Mr. Chairman, and we are ready to work with the Senate to project itong lowering the cost of production and or producing more as a goal, and at the end of the day, majority, if not all, our commodity industries in agriculture will be very competitive. Yun po. Salamat po.
So can we expect more specific plan, at least on a number of agricultural products which are critical, that we can achieve sufficiency of production at the least cost in order that importation does not become the first priority insofar as these products are concerned?
Senator Frank, we have this being ready now, yung mga commodity industries na potentially na magiging competitive tayo. So, tama po kayo.
Okay. Sige. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. President.
All right, thank you, Senator Dilo, the Minority Leader. Next is Senator Hontiveros. Senator Hontiveros, you have 10 minutes.
Salamat, Mr. President. Unang-una po, I hope that the chair of the Senate Committee on Agriculture would welcome me as a co-author of the bill that she and the minority leader discussed, no? Yung isang panukala para suportahan yung ating livestock industries patungo sa food security. Pangalawa, Mr. President, gusto ko lang ipaalala kay Good Secretary Dar, no, na yung Senate, nirekomenda natin sa Presidente sa pamamagitan ng DA at sa pamamagitan ng Senate Resolution na pinamunuan ni Sen. Kiko, ginawa natin ito sa isang Senate hearing na magdeklara ang Presidente ng state of calamity throughout the Philippines to provide the government, meaning DA, LGUs at saka other concerned agencies, the fiscal space and ample latitude to utilize appropriate funds, including QRF, to immediately respond to the Asian swine fever and implement repopulation and biosafety measures. So nais ko lang pong paalalahanan si Sec. Dar na meron pong ganong rekomendasyon ang Senado, kami po sa inyong kagawaran. Pangatlo, isang palaisipan, Mr. President. Kanina po, sinabi ni Commissioner Guerrero na ito daw pagbaba ng taripa sa imported na baboy ay para to lower prices. Akala ko po for food security. And kanina po nag-present din po si Ginoong Rosendo So ng mga datos na in fact, in years na bumaba ang taripa, not necessarily na bumaba din ang presyo ng baboy. Sinabi din po ni Sec. Dar mismo na itong pagbaba ng taripa ay para ibaba ang inflation. Yun ba ay trabaho ng DA? And binanggit din po ni Sec. Dar na ang pagbaba ng taripa ay to eliminate smuggling. Yan din po ba ang trabaho ng DA? Palagay ko there are other champions for those public goods within the government structure. Lahat yan importante, pero parang hindi DA ang may pangunahing kailangang magkasakit ng ulo tungkol dyan. And most of all, na hindi dapat yung mga magbababoy will pay the price for those other actions. So kaya Mr. President, baka sa susunod na hearing magandang nandito rin ang NEDA saka ang Tariff Commission dahil medyo prominently ikwinento sila ni Sec. Dar na naging bahagi pala nitong pagdidesisyon na ibaba ang taripa sa kabila ng pagsusumamo ng industriya at sa kabila ng pagbabala natin sa Senado. So unang tanong ko po, Sec. Dar, itanong ko po sa inyo yung manifestation ko kaninang umaga. Sa inyo pong DA position submitted to the Committee of the Whole, hindi po nakalagay kung ano na ang status ng mga border facilities. Yung first border facility, kailan po ba talaga ito matatapos? Paano natin masisiguro na handa tayo mapigilan makapasok lalo ang ASF mula sa 400,000 metric tons na papasok na imported na karne, lalo na ngayon na meron na namang mga bagong ASF strain galing sa ibang bansa tulad ng China. And I hear, Sec, na concerned din po talaga ito ng ating mga magbababoy. I have it straight from the stakeholders na dahil walang maayos na first border facility, hindi na nila malaman kung saan galing ang ASF. Sa legit ba or sa smuggled ba? At sabi nila further, around 500,000 actually ang conservative count ng hog raisers, pero 68,000 plus lang nga ang nag-declare na affected ng ASF. So Sec, kailan na po ba talaga matatapos yung first border facility na iyan?
President Senator Risa, ito po yung estado ngayon. Meron tayong isang first border facility na i-construct po dito sa MICP.
Iko-construct pa lang po, Sec.
Opo. Yung apat na port areas all over the country, we are lining that up yung budget for next year.
2022 po.
Opo, kasi ang budget ng isang facility ay 521 million pesos.
Pero dun po, Sec, sa facility sa MICT, nasa inyo na po yung budget, di po ba?
Tama po, tama po. So maraming arrangements na ginawa sa PPA kasi sila may-ari ng lupa at ito itatayo po natin doon. At the secretaries both of DOTR and DA have come together to agree na kailangan na ito. So mas
Pero
mabilis.
Sec, bakit ngayon lang po? Di ba may ilang taon na rin naka-appropriate ito sa DA para doon? And finally, kailan po maitatayo yung sa MICT?
Last year kasi po, ni-reject ng PPA. Ito ay katotohanan without casting aspersions. But nung kinausap ko na itong last March si Secretary Tugade po, ay naayos na lahat.
So kailan po itatayo, Sector?
Itatayo na within the year po itong by the end, hopefully by on or before the end of the year ay tatayo na po.
So Disyembre pa po, Sector?
Tama po kayo.
Paano po yun, Sec? Magsisimula na or unless babawiin nyo yung EO na yun palagay ko ang best scenario, magsisimula na po yung massive importation anytime. Pero Disyembre pa pala po yung unang first border facility na iyon.
For Mr. President, while it is true that this agricultural commodity evaluation area facility ay still to be constructed and hope to be finished construction by the end of the year, ang first border inspection ay ginagawa din jointly ng BAI and BOC. So hindi po namin sineset aside. Pero yung close open. Now, ang second border facility ay dadalhin na sa CSW. So doon lahat.
Mr. President, nawala po ba ang connection ni Secdar? Mr. President.
Their video is still on.
Still on po. Secdar, naririnig niyo pa po ba ako? Nawala po yung audio nila. Secdar? Sayang, Mr. President, kasi yung ilang mga tanong ko ay para lamang talaga kay Secdar. Hindi ko po may tanong sa iba.
Their video as a whole is still on, but it's
pero parang hindi niya
somebody check on the communications of the Department of Agriculture. They're trying to reconnect. Please,
Salamat po, Mr. President.
A little patient.
Opo.
Be a little patience. It says they're due to low bandwidth,
Mm.
but they're trying to reconnect. In the meantime, just
Opo, Mr. President.
for the information of our colleagues, the Department of Trade has asked permission to leave by 4 o'clock, but there is Senator Marcos wishes to ask a few questions on Yusek Costello, so please bear with us. Wait a little, because right after Senator Tiveros would be Senator Marcos. While there is no reconnection, Senator Tiveros, if you don't mind, let's have Senator Marcos ask already the Department of Trade.
Thank you, Mr. President. And then pag makabalik na po si Sec Dar,
Pagbalik, yeah, we
I
will
may
give it back to you
continue.
right away.
Salamat
Give
po,
it
Mr.
back to you right
President.
away.
Salamat po.
Yes. Senator Marcos, are you ready?
We are ready now, Mr.
Oh,
Senator.
no, Secretary Dar is there. So go ahead, Senator Tiveros.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. So Sec Dar is back online. Thank you, Mr. President.
So, Senate President and Senator Risa, nandito po tayo.
Opo. Salamat, Sec Dar. Yung pinag-usapan po natin kanina, nakakabahala po kasi para po mahina talaga tayo para sa unang depensa laban sa ASF kung hindi pa tapos ang border facility. And in fact, Sec Dar, kanina po nung sinasabi nyo, Disyembre pa pala, maitatayo yung kauna-unahang facility na ilang taon na actually, or at least isang taon na may nakalaan ang Kongreso para dyan, December pa po. Actually, itatanong ko po sana sa inyo na irerekomenda ko po sana, Mr. President, Mr. Chair, na para sa DA at sa BOC to take administrative action to render the new tariffs applicable only for those supplies that pass through the new border inspection facility. Dahil hindi po ito ordinaryong inspection, ito po ay kontra smuggling, yes, but kontra ASF din. So, kung Disyembre pa po ma-operational ito, would you consider, Sec, na isuspend yung application ng lowered tariffs at least until maitayo na kahit yung unang first border facility at doon ipadaan lahat ng imported pork na papasok?
Ginagawa na natin yung first border inspection po yan sineset aside. Laman lang, walang facility. So ano yung methodology? Ang methodology ay nandun ng BOC, nandun ng Bureau of Animal Industry at titignan nila kung ano yung laman ng imported cargo. Now from there, they bring this to the cold storage warehouse at nandun na yung pagbuklat, 100% inspection ng cargo. So, ginagawa po yun, hindi po sineset aside.
I understand, Sec. Kaya lang po, palagay ko yung first border facility na itatayo nyo sa MICT, ayun ang mas may kakayahan talaga magbantay laban sa dagdag na ASF makapasok dito. Kasi mas safe po yun kaysa sa mga ports na walang ganong facilities. Sec, yung kasalukuyan po ba sa ports natin, kaya nilang mag-detect ng ASF?
Another thing, Your Honor, Senator Risa, there is supposedly integrity of the import item coming from the non-ASF affected countries na yun ay darating sa atin na walang ASF. At kami ay naniniwala kung countries ay respetado itong ganitong arrangements. Ang mas naniniwala po kami sa mga smuggled items at saka yung dala-dala na mga small items na semi-processed at doon ang pinanggagalingan ng African swine fever.
Well, speaking of kung saan nanggaling ang ASF, Sec, as it is, nakapasok na nga ang ASF at nakita na po mismo ng Cresta na nag-presentation kanina na mahina talaga. So I'm sad to hear, it seems, Sec, you're saying na hindi kayo papayag na intayin muna maitayo yung ASF capable na first inspection facility sa MICT bago ipasok itong napakaraming imported pork na hindi natin malalaman kung may dalang ASF or wala.
Naman po, Senate President and Senator Risa, yung existing methodology, capable yon. Mas capable po tayo kung mayroon agricultural commodity examination area.
Exactly, Sec. Kasi nga po, gaya ng sinabi ko kanina, nakapasok na nga eh. Ibig sabihin, yung kasalukuyan nating kakayahan sa mga ports, hindi niya kinaya. So kung hindi niya kinaya noon harangin ng ASF, what makes us think kakayanin niyang harangin ng ASF, lalo na sa napakalaki pang papasok ng mga imported? Kaya I think it would have been wiser, Sec. It would be wiser sana para sa DA. Intayin muna yung pagtayo nung first border protection facility sa MICT. Anyway, unfortunately, kung hindi po kayo sang-ayon doon, I will have to move on to my next question, Sec. Not to say I'm letting go or any of us are letting go of this issue. Sec, yung bagong katay na baboy ay karaniwang sa wet markets po ibinibenta. Ang frozen imported na baboy naman ay karaniwang sa supermarkets ibinebenta. Kung tama po ito, Sec, pwede kayang maglagay ng price control doon sa mga frozen imported na baboy? Pero yon, para lang doon sa supply. Samantalang sa fresh, domestically produced and sourced pork, SRP lamang. Posible po ba yon, Sec?
Well, yung the most effective now, I mean the most immediate measure dun sa imported pork ay SRP. We did not go to price cap kasi sinusundan naman in most cases. So, ganun po. You need to go to the president again and get the issuance of an executive order to have a price cap.
Yes. Actually, Sec, you took the words right out of my mouth. Tatanong ko po sana or sasabihin ko po sana na inuudyok ko po ang DA at ang DTI na mag-draft po kayong dalawa ng proposed EO para nga price controls ay maaring ipataw sa retail ng frozen pork. Sabi niyo po kasi, Sec, in most cases sinusunod naman. How do we know po? At saka, ang laki na nga ng pagluluwag na gagawin natin sa imported pork. Hindi lang po itataas yung MAV, sabay pang ibababa yung tariff na sabi ni Senate President kanina parang working at cross purposes. So ano po ba yung masama kung magtakda po kayo through EO ng price control doon para naman bigyan ng konting breathing room yung locally sourced pork?
Now, if we go by yung price control po,
Opo.
you need to do that every 6 days.
Every what, Sec? Sorry po.
You need to issue an executive order every 2 months.
Kayang-kaya niyo po yun, Sec. I have confidence in you in terms of the EOs. Ito ngang EO na lumabas di ba? Di po ba? Would you at least consider it, Sec, kasama ng DTI?
We will discuss with the DTI po.
Thank you, Sec. Fair enough po para sa akin sa ngayon. Kasi po talaga babalansehin po niyan yung interest ng consumers at interest din ng ating hog raising industry. Tapos Sec, tungkol din sa... Yes, Mr. President.
Can you please wrap up? Your time is
Will
up.
do
but
so,
you
Mr.
can go
President.
ahead.
Halfway through lang ako sa mga tanong ko, but I'll just wrap up with one more question and then stick around for the second round po. Sec Dar, hindi ba parang kulang yung 200 million para sa repopulation program? Bagamat kanina po sa presentation nyo, nakita ko po, narinig 400 million na daw. Pero ano po yung aabutin nito? Pag ganito po kasi parang pinaliit natin yung production. Sabi ko nga po kanina, parang comatose na nga eh. And then, paliliitin yung production. Maari po kayang humingi ng mas malaking target mula sa DA na itutulak po ninyo, na suportahan ni Presidente at maisama po sa hinahandang budget sa 2022. Specifically po, Sec, magkano at gaano katagal para maibalik ang produksyon malapit-lapit sa porsyento sa pre-ASF levels?
Sinabi po kanina ng aming director sa BAI ay 3 years po maka-cover na. So,
at magkano po kakailanganin?
this time around, on top of what we have today, we still need about 5 billion pesos around that area.
Wow. At sa ngayon po, meron kayong 200 po ba or 400 million?
We have 600 million po.
Sorry, 600 million. So halos 10% lang po sa sinasabi niyong 5B na kailangan.
If we want to have an elevated repop program, yes, we have the program now.
Okay, salamat po Sec. At least advice kami sa inyo. Mamaya po or sa susunod sa second round, pa-follow up ko po kayo sa mga details nito, lalo na po tungkol sa biosafety din, tapos tungkol din sa clustering strategy, sa accessible insurance coverage, at saka social assistance po sa mga magbababoy katulad nung sa nasa RCEF ngayon. So for now, salamat po Sec Dar at maraming salamat po Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Tiveros. Next is Senator Amy Marcos. Senator Marcos, you're recognized. You have 10 minutes. We have no response from Senator Marcos at this time, but she's online. If she's not online, we will have to go to Senator Pangilinan instead. He's next. Former chair of the Agriculture, Senator Francis Pangilinan, you're recognized. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President. Maraming salamat. Magandang araw sa kanilang lahat. Ilang mga katanungan lang dito sa usapin ng proseso ng pag-i-import ng karne. Kanina pinag-uusapan problema ang smuggling. Just to give very quickly, having been chairman of the NFA Council in 2014 and 2015, hinarap natin itong problema ng smuggling. Pero kinakailangan ng coordination between the BOC, between the NFA then, between the BPI, but particularly the NFA. Hindi magkakaroon ng matibay na paglaban sa smuggling kung walang coordination dito. Sino ho ang nag-i-issue ng yung sanitary permits? It's the BAI, hindi ho ba, Secretary?
Tama po,
Yes.
Mr. Senate President, Senator Kiko.
Yes. Our concern really is how do we ensure there is a transparent and accountable process of importation of the meat to ensure that there is no, tompots, there is no cartel that is creating all these dummy importers, etc., etc. So the challenge really for the Department of Agriculture is, and the BOC, is how to have a transparent and accountable process of importation, approval of the permits, inspection of the produce that's coming in, and information that is made available. So if it's does the BAI share the issuances of these permits, or at least the listing of the permits to the BOC?
Sige po, can I request the experts here to describe the process po?
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Just that question. Nagsi-share ba ng information ang BAI at ang BOC? I asked this question, Secretary, because based on the report of the BOC regarding the number of imports, the volume of imports of pork, and the BAI, hindi ho pareho yung figures for 2020. Sinasabi ng BAI, 250 million kilos ang inimport. Pero yung BOC, 225 million kilos lang. Can we clarify, nagse-share ba kayo ng information?
Mr. Chair, yung Bureau of Animal Industry po is in charge with the issuance of SPSIC. Yun po ang province po ng
Yes.
BAI, Mr. Chair. And upon arrival, yun pong ating quarantine officers, they check, sir, yung total volume of arrival. At sir, yan yung datos po na meron ang BAI.
Yes, but when you issue the permits, di ba? Alam nyo ano yung volume, alam nyo saan galing, alam nyo kung di ba sino importer, hindi po ba?
Tama, Mr. Chair.
Yung information na yun, do you share that with the BOC?
Sir, yung BOC po ay they have access on the same information written on the SPSIC, Mr. Chair.
Yes, in other words, yung SPSIC ninyo, may kopya ang BOC?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yan po ang ginagamit po ng BOC.
Yes, the reason why I raised that is because may mga sindikato na magpapasok bawa sa bigas, magpapasok ng bigas. Walang permit dati ngayon kasi hindi na phytosanitary na lang, pero dati walang permit. Pagdating doon sa walang kopya ang BOC, yung NFA hindi nag-share sa BOC, pagdating ng bigas, maglalabas ng permit ang NFA. At sasabihin sa BOC, hindi yan smuggled. Amin yan. Kaya hindi magkaroon ng coordination, no? So yun ang tanong ko. There has to be, in fact, my suggestion is there has to be from day one a sharing of the information and this documentation between the BOC at yung BAI para walang nalulusutan. That's number one. Second, yung usapin ng pag-inspection. So merong first border, may second border. Alam mo, ang sistema sa mga sindikato ganito. Papasok sila halimbawa ng 5,000 metric tons. Yun ang naka-report. Di ba? Yun ang nakasulat dun sa permit. Pero meron din pumapasok na dagdag na another 5,000 metric tons na walang sulat. Di ba? Tapos nagkakasabwatan yung BOC, yung nung NFA, di ba? Para ang naka-report 5,000 pero ang pinalulusot another 5,000. Yun yung smuggling. So paano natin maiiwasan ang ganitong sistema pagdating sa importation ng karning baboy? Na ang ire-report, kaya nga dapat pareho yung inyong dokumento para hindi kayo pwedeng iba yung dokumento ninyo, iba yung dokumento. No? Tapos, another thing, Secretary, dapat naka-upload sa internet, i-publish yung mga issuances ng permit, yung volume, yung pangalan, hindi ba? And then doon sa question naman, so these are some of the, di ba? Pwedeng mangyari pag 400 million kilos na ang pinapasok. Di ba? Sasakyan, dadagdagan, smuggle, etc. Hindi na mababantayan. So we hope you are able to put in place a coordinated task force between the BOC, the BAI, the NMIS, and the Office of the Secretary, and maybe even the Finance Secretary to be able to monitor yung implementation nito. And this is going to be our recommendation also, and hopefully the Senate Committee on Agriculture will consider it, that to exercise oversight on the process of importation, that regular reporting be submitted to the Committee on Agriculture. We will file a resolution to this effect. Now, yung allocation ng 350,000 metric tons, sino magde-decide who gets what? How is that done? Is that a first come, first serve basis? Is that to be raffled? Yung 54, sabi ninyo, mukhang hindi raffle. Raffle ba yung 350,000?
Kiko. We don't have yet the guidelines for the allocation of the MAP Plus.
Okay, so who is going to put together the guidelines?
That will be prepared by us, but it will be subjected to a series of consultation with the industry.
Okay, we will appreciate a copy of your draft, or at least the working draft, so that we can also give our comments.
Yeah, we will do that, sir, once the MAP Plus is approved.
Yes, we raised that concern because that is another area of possible abuse. Pag binigyan mo ng discretion ang gobyerno mag-decide who will get the allocation and how much that person will get.
Mr. President, with the permission of Senator Pangilinan.
Yes. Yes, yes.
Senator Lacson,
On the MAP Plus, how did you do it during the last 3 years? Because I understand you exceeded 54,000 metric tons in 2018, 2019, and 2020. In 2018, I believe it's 265,000. So it's in excess of 54. Even in 2020, at 76,000, still, it was in excess of 54. So how did you do it?
Mr. Chair, yeah, maybe you're talking about the 54 million in quota. And that was awarded during the first MAB year, initial allocation, and yung allocation ng bawat licensee accredited, these were retained hanggang ngayon. So every year,
So merong guidelines. Merong guidelines. Doon
Yes,
sa in excess yung sa out quota. Yung tinatanong ni Senator Kiko kanina, sabi niya wala pang guidelines doon sa excess.
Wala pang MAB Plus na approve. So we don't have the guidelines
De,
yet.
pero anong dating guidelines ang ginagamit ninyo? Kasi 2018 na yan, no? 265, 250.
Yes, tama. Ano yung criteria ninyo? How did you operate? How did you allocate?
That was the guidelines that was approved in the initial year of MAB allocation. Yung first year na-allocate 54,000 metric tons, meron na pong gamit na guidelines. Ngayon, the MAB Plus ay wala pang guidelines.
I think the question of Senator Lacson, and I'd like to pursue that also, is what were your guidelines in the 54 million kilos? Was it first come, first serve? Was it raffle? Ano ang proseso niya noon? I think if I got the question correctly.
Sige, the director of the MAP Secretariat can mention.
Mr. Senator, good afternoon po. As mentioned po by Yusek Medrano, yung first time po talaga na na-implement po yung MAV, it was through the import share po. Tapos may automatic retention po ng allocation for importer provided po mas aabot po nila yung 70% utilization threshold every year and magre-renew po sila ng application. So through the years, tuloy-tuloy lang po yung kanilang allocation, sir.
In other words, it will be very difficult for someone who was not part of the first round to come in. Hindi ba? Kumbaga, medyo masyadong atang constricted at nagiging selected na lang at paulit-ulit na lang sa isang grupo. Hindi ba parang cartelization yan? Sila-sila lang ang pwedeng makapag-avail every time of 70 as long as they meet 70%. What if you're a new player? You cannot come in? Tama ba yun?
Yung pong sinasabi nating raffle, pag hindi po na abot ang threshold at meron pong ni-recall, yun po ang nira-raffle. Doon po pumapasok, sir, ang mga new entrants. Ito po ay since the very start of the MAV in 1998, ganito na po ang naging
Yes,
procedure.
I understand that. But my point there is that maybe you should revisit it. Baka kasi masyadong limiting sa iilan lamang. You know, maraming gusto mag-import pero sinasabi nila, ang kwento sa amin, pinahihirapan kami dahil meron na talagang matagal diyang nakikinabang at hindi na kami napapansin. Tapos, yun na nga, natatakot sila, baka hinihingan pa, etc. May tongpats, etc. These are of course anecdotes, no? But you know, you might have to, my point here is that perhaps you have to revisit your guidelines, look at how you can open it up, make it more transparent, and make it competitive. Kasi parang hindi ata competitive yung nangyayari kapag parang mayat-maya sila-sila lang ang involved dun sa ano. If there are new players, if there are old players who are not part of that group na hindi nasama nung unang participation since 1998, hindi sila pwede, no? So I'm not, you know, all I'm saying is maybe it's time to review that, and the new rules for this 350,000 metric tons is the opportunity to do that. Hindi ba?
Sir, sabihin ko,
And that's why I want to see the draft. I want to see the draft because I want to see how you are making it more transparent, how you're making it more competitive and participatory so that it's not, you know, just a small group as the allegations have been swirling around. Naiilan lang ang nakikinabang. I have no proof, di ba? Because I've seen your list, mukha namang marami, and that will be part of the next question, set of questions. Yung Cresto, pinag-aralan na ba ninyo yung listahan ng mga nag-import last year? Yung bago ba yan? Lumang player ba yan? Tama ba yung address nila? Hindi ba bogus? So this is something also we'd like to get Cresto to look into. Kasi yung sinabit nyo kanina o pinesent ninyo sa bigas, hindi ba? At kooperatiba ng mga rice farmers. Dito ngayon, karne. Baka pwedeng pasadahan din ng Cresto itong mga yung track record nitong mga korporasyon na ito at mga importer na ito sa karne. Okay. So yung one-stop shop na sinasabi ng Cresto, I think precisely dapat yan BOC etc. para ma-monitor at mabigyan talaga ng transparent, accountable process of importation. Ang gagawin natin. Doon naman sa usapin ng yung state of calamity declaration, we raised this in March 9, and we were told precisely na as early as that week na relay na sa Malacanang. May we know what is the delay? Was there any discussion about your funding? Kasi ang proposal sa atin sa Senate is supplemental budget, di ba? Dahil kulang. In fact, kanina narinig ko 5 billion, but a couple of weeks ago, sabi ninyo, 2.6 billion lang ang budget ninyo for 2021, no? But, ang available, but you need 8.6 billion. Is that still the correct figure? Kasi merong 5 billion. Ano ba ang figura dito sa ngayon?
Para sa
How much do you have? And how do we get? And that's precisely why we're going to raise the question. How do we get yung kulang? So how much do you need and how much do you have?
ang aming repopulation program na dagdag na plano po ay 5 billion ang kailangan. Pero marami pa rin additionally na requirement po namin for not only just repap itself, yung mga breeder farms supporting repap, ay we are lining this up sana kung matuloy po ang Bayanihan 3. So it may lead or go to the level of almost 8 billion ang kailangan pag may opportunity to really resource the livestock and poultry industry this year.
Okay, kasi sabi nga ni Senator Rex, 3 million hogs at 10,000 per hog, that's already 30 billion indemnification. And talagang kulang, hindi po ba? And that's why the state of calamity declaration will free up 20 billion, at meron 20 billion sa budget ng disaster relief sa national government. Baka naman maisama yung ilang halaga doon, no? Is Dr. Morales around? Is he still around?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Is it correct, Dr. Morales? I was reading through a number of materials na you were actively involved dun sa foot and mouth disease containment noong 1995. Tama po ba yun?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Yes. And you were successful, hindi ba? In other words, we have a track record of success among the personnel and employees and officials of the Department of Agriculture. We did the same for the Cocolisap. I understand the PCA is already under the DA, no? And we succeeded there too. So, Dr. Morales, you agree that we need more, there was a state of calamity declaration in 1995 for foot and mouth disease, tama?
Correct, Mr. Chair. That's EO 281 signed by then President Fidel Ramos. Mr.
And you
Chair.
will agree that this swine fever is worse than that foot and mouth disease in 1995, correct?
That is true, Mr. Chair.
And therefore, definitely, we must have a state of calamity declaration. Do you agree?
Ideally, Mr.
Yes.
Chair.
Yeah, of course, di ba? But as a policy, you're an old hand, and I hear people have put a good word with your efforts. You are an expert. You have addressed precisely the foot and mouth disease, and therefore you are one of the persons that I'd like to listen to, and would like to support, to be able to succeed. So you would recommend, di ba, the state of the calamity declaration as what happened nung foot and mouth disease. Tama po? I mean, that's
Actually po, the state of calamity has already been recommended, Mr. Chair.
yes, but has not been declared since it's been a month, no? So kaya nga we need to act fast, no? Okay, so I just wanted that clarified precisely because we want to stress. Baka ho pwedeng i-follow up po ninyo, Secretary Willie, na talagang crucial itong state of calamity declaration so that we can mobilize local governments, the national government, the Department of Agriculture para ponduhan. So just to clarify, you mentioned 5 billion. So ano nang a month ago it was 8.6 billion that you needed for ASF for 2021. So that's no longer the figure, or is there a new figure? Just to clarify that.
Let me mention, yung sa ASF this year, mayroon kaming na-realign na mga budget amounting to 1.5 billion.
Yes.
For this year, mayroon na po yun. Tapos yung repopulation, mayroon kami rin na-realign to the level of 600 million.
So that's 2.1.
2.1B.
Yes.
So kailangan pa natin ng 5 billion for repop and 3 billion for the other supporting projects sa livestock and poultry industry.
Wait, is this only for 2021 or kasama na yung addressing the African swine fever? Meaning continuing.
2021 lang po ito. So
okay, so that's already 9 billion. No?
Well,
yeah, 2.1 plus 5 plus 2 is 9.1 billion.
For this year, yes.
For 2021, and you only have 1.5 billion.
2.1.
2.1, yeah. 2.1 billion is available, 9.1 billion is your requirement for this year.
Supporting projects.
Yes, it's okay. So and to put it in further context, in terms of the damage, so you're asking for 9.1 billion this year, but if we are to address the 3 million hogs that have been culled at 5,000, that's 15 billion. At 10,000 per pig, that is 30 billion. And I would like to think, siguro hindi kaya sa isang taon yan, kaya i-spread out mo. So malaking halaga talaga ang kinakailangan para
We need about 30 billion for 3 years po.
Yun. Okay. So,
Can you please wrap up, Senator Pangilinan?
yes, I guess my last point, and I will raise and I will just manifest this, is really as a response to the points earlier raised by the minority leader as to how we should be able to address the challenges of agriculture. And I know Secretary Dar has heard this before, and we will reiterate it. Thailand is spending almost about 1.5 trillion baht government spending for agriculture. That's about 2 trillion pesos annually. We are spending about 100 billion pesos annually. So Thailand is spending 15 to 20 times government spending sa agriculture. So if you look at it in that context, Secretary Willie Dar has 5 loaves of bread and fish, and he has to distribute it to the multitudes. And really, from the policy perspective of legislation, we really have to look at maybe another 10-year program of tripling or maybe 5 to 10 times increase in the government spending in the next 10 years. We were able to do it with infrastructure. The first budget, I remember that we debated on in my first term, 60 billion yung budget ng public works. Today, it's about 700 billion. But if you combine the infrastructure of both the OTR and the public works, it's about 1 trillion. So from my first term in the Senate, it was like 150 billion. Now it's 1 trillion in the last 15 years. We should be able to do that moving forward sa agriculture, that in the next 10 to 15 years, we will increase budgetary support for agriculture tenfold, perhaps. Maraming salamat for this opportunity, Mr. Senate President. I will have additional questions during the second round. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Pangilinan. Next in line is Senator Grace Poe.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Senate President.
Yes, you have 10 minutes.
At sa ating mga panauhin. May tanong po ako, syempre itong ating pinag-uusapan ngayon ay tungkol nga dito sa ASF. Pero napabalitaan rin at dun sa mga nakalap nating mga pag-aaral na ang COVID-19 virus actually ay pwedeng mamalagi sa frozen meat. Katulad halimbawa ng chicken, pork, kahit na sa mga isda. At pwede po bang maklarify ito, ma-explika ng ating butihing kalihim?
Let this be explained by our number one expert in the country.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may po, Mr. Chair, this is actually one of the reasons why we banned importation of chicken from Brazil last year because of the findings of China that the cartons have turned positive for sampling for COVID, Madam Chair.
Okay, so sir, sinasabi po ninyo na totoo na pwedeng magkaroon ng COVID-19 virus ang frozen products ng hanggang 3 linggo?
That's the findings, Mr. Chair, doon po sa mga produkto na nakita po sa Brazil.
Pero kayo ba ay gumawa ng sarili ninyong testing?
Mr. Chair, consequently, wala pong facilities ang DA para po mag-test ng COVID, and At yung iba pong PCR po natin ay we also lent it to the DOH, Mr. Chair.
Meron kasing sinabi po ninyo na merong 80 million pesos ang nakalaan para sa mga test kits ninyo that could detect ASF, among other things, no? Katulad na rin ng COVID siguro. So sinasabi nyo ngayon, wala kayong kapabilidad dahil yung nakalaan para dito ay naibigay ninyo sa ibang pagkakataong paggamit.
Mr. Chair, yun pong test kits po na ito ay nasa final stages po ng validation. May mga procurement po para dito sa mga test kits na to, Mr. Chair.
Kasi hindi biro to, no? Unang-una, nagte-test tayo para sa African swine flu na napakahalaga kasi nga apektado dito yung ating mga local hog raisers. Pero importante rin ang COVID kasi nandito tayo, ginagawa natin lahat ng mga precautions natin, mask, tapos nagpe-face shield pa tayo. Pero wala pa pala kayong kapabilidad na i-test yung mga pumapasok para sa mga possible COVID contamination. So at this point, you have no capability to test for COVID contamination for imported meat products.
As far as COVID is concerned, Mr. Chair, that is correct po.
Okay, well, at least that's on record. But I hope that now we're aware of it. I hope that there's some sense of urgency. This is something that you cannot just say na sa susunod na yan. Kasi pag pumasok na naman yan through our food, mas lalong delikado rin para sa atin. Gusto ko rin siguro tanongin, no? Kasi napabalitaan na yung mga may isang pagkakataon kung saan yung pinasok na kontaminadong karne, kaya nag-umpisa yung pagkalat nga ng African swine flu. Nung pumasok yon, nakumpiska, tapos tinapon sa may bandang Rizal yung cargo na yon kung saan ginawang pagkain ng hayop. Totoo ba yan?
Mr. Chair, just to qualify po, hindi po ito imported na karne na itinapon sa Rizal. Ang tinitingnan po rito ay there could have been smuggled pork or meat products na ginamit po sa mga naibenta po at ginamit ng mga hotels and restaurants. At yung pong refuse o yung pong pinagkainan po, iniipon po yan at yan po ay dinadump sa Rizal, doon po sa mga tambakan po ng basura. At doon po nagkaroon po ng maliit na industriya po ng mga pagbababuyan doon sa lugar na yon, sapagkat andun nga po marami yung kaning baboy or yung pinagkainan na galing sa mga hotels and restaurants. At yan po yung pinapakain po ng mga farmers, mga smallhold backyard raisers, doon po sa kanilang mga hayop. At doon po unang pumutok ang African swine fever.
So, smuggled ito. Sa inyong palagay, ito ay smuggled.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, ibig sabihin, pumasok pa rin yan sa borders natin, galing sa ibang bansa.
Yes, Mr. Chair, dahil wala pong African swine fever ang Pilipinas, it could have only come from the outside.
Kaya nga, napakahalaga nga ng inspection. Sinabi nga ninyo, maliit lang ang opisina nyo sa customs, pero siguro dapat ay palawakin nga ito dahil nakikinig lang, sinusunod lang ninyo yung label. Marami namang nagle-label ng iba, di ba? So yung pag-x-ray nun, ilalagay sa orange lane o kung sino man na nagdedetermine na nun, hindi naman lahat nagagawa yan. Ngayon, ang tanong ko, kunyari, meron isang container na pumasok, tapos kontaminado ang karne. Anong gagawin nyo dun sa mga kontaminadong karne na yon?
Tatlong option po under AO9, Mr. Chair. One is return to origin. Ang isa po ay i-ship to a third country. At ang ikatlo po ay destroy po itong karne na to by rendering yung pong susunugin po.
So nangyari na ba yan? Kasi merong shipment na galing sa Dynamic M International Trading Inc. from China na di umano ay contaminated daw itong mga produkto ng pork balls, dumplings, ganyan. So anong ginawa ninyo doon?
Mr. Chair, ang China po ay banned countries for meat like pork because of ASF. And for that reason, lahat po ng makikita. So wala po tayong legal importation, Mr. Chair, from China. It could
Pero pumasok nga eh.
Yes,
Dumating nga sa port natin. So anong ginawa niyo doon?
pumasok po, automatic po ito ay considered po itong smuggled dahil wala po itong papeles. At ang mangyayari po dito ay confiscate at susunugin na, Madam Chair.
Mangyayari? Hindi pa ba nangyayari?
Yan po ang practice ngayon, Mr. Chair. And just want to clarify po, Mr. Chair, na kapag ka po ang pumasok po ay finished food product, kagaya po ng siomai, ng dumpling, technically po ito ay under po sa jurisdiction ng FDA at hindi po ng DA. Pero Mr. Chair, Madam Senator, marami pong instances na nakakita po ng ating National Meat Inspection Service sa mga cold storage yung iba pong mga ganitong produkto at ito po ay atin ding sinusunog at kinukumpiska.
Saan po ninyo sinusunog?
Karamihan po dito ay doon mismo ibinabaon at sinusunog doon sa lugar kung meron pong lugar doon sa cold storage area. Meron po tayong isang facility sa Nabotas at may iba po na ibinabaon dito sa dam site po dito sa may Payatas, Madam Chair.
Okay. Ang susunod ko naman...
Mr. President, Senator Lacson, with the
Just a point of information, with the permission of Senator Grace.
Go ahead, sir.
Aside from China, ano-ano pa yung mga countries na may ban to bring in pork or hog products sa Pilipinas?
Madam, Mr. Chair, ang mga countries po na may existing ban po tayo ay Bulgaria, Cambodia, China, Poland, Romania, Russia, Ukraine, Czech Republic, Germany, Greece, Hungary, Indonesia, Laos, PDR, Malaysia, Moldova, Mongolia, Myanmar, North Korea, Serbia, Slovakia, South Africa, South Korea, Timor-Leste, Vietnam, and Zambia, Zimbabwe. Ito po yung mga countries na meron po tayong existing ban.
Salamat po. Salamat po. Thank you, Senator Grace.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ang tanong ko rin, ito naman, dito naman ito sa, ewan ko, sa Philippine Crop Insurance ba to? O paano ba to? Kasi pagka kunyari merong hog raiser na umutang ng pera para magkaroon ng, mag-umpisa uli yung kabuhayan nila, pero namatay na naman yung kanilang alaga dahil sa sakit, merong insurance dito, Ang tawag dito, indemnity fund ba? Or sa Philippine Crop Insurance ba ito?
Sa Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation, Mr. Chair, Senator.
Okay, hindi po ba dati 5,000 bawat hog? Ngayon 10,000 na? Totoo ba yan?
That's correct, Madam Senator.
Pero ano to, kahit na biek o merong size na dapat?
Yung slaughter size na. So 10,000. And then yung breeders ay 14,000, but if it is a grandparent stock, that's 30,000.
So everybody's eligible for this?
Yes, Madam Senator. For
Okay.
producers, basta RSBSA registered sila, they don't have to pay the premium. Pero ang commercial farms, they will be asked to pay the premium, but with the subsidy from the Department of 22%.
Okay. Has anyone availed of this?
This is a new policy, so we are going to implement pa for the regulation.
Pwede bang matanong yung representante ng SINAG si Mr. Rosendo kung sapat na ba ito na kompensasyon yung 10,000 kung merong apektado ng ASF? Ganito na lang po siguro. Magkano ba ang presyo ng isang baboy na ready na para maibenta?
Slaughter.
Oh, yung yung qualified na to be slaughtered.
Mr. Chair, mga nagre-range ng 15 to 18,000 yung for slaughter na.
For slaughter. So, parang may lugi pa rin talaga sila between 5 to 8,000 kung tigta 10,000. Yon yung ibibigay sa kanilang rebate or para sa insurance, di ba?
That's correct.
Kaya siguro kahit na merong 20 plus billion available for them to loan at a lower interest, ayaw pa rin nila sumugal na mag-umpisa uli ng kanilang kabuhayan. Ngayon, Secretary Dar, kayo po ay ginagalang sa larangan ng agrikultura. Nais ko lang tanungin, alam ko nagtrabaho kayo sa iba't ibang bansa at ang isa dito kasama yung India. At dun sa India ay talagang namayagpag ang kayo dahil sa mga nagawa ninyo. Supposedly dun sa ibang mga rehiyon sa India naging rice self-sufficient sila nung kayo ay pumasok doon. Ngayon, hindi ako magtatanong tungkol sa rice. Pero ang gusto kong tanungin, ano bang meron dun sa ibang bansa ng isang eksperto na katulad ninyo ay nakagawa ng isang magandang reforma na hindi niya magawa dito?
Palagi ko sinasabi po na we need to unlock and unleash the potential of Philippine agriculture. At nasabi na po kanina during the earlier discussions during this forum or this meeting na we need really to lower the cost of production for most of the commodity industries and produce more, as many as we could. At sinabi rin ni Senator Cynthia Villar na let's make all these commodity industries na competitive. So yun po, in short, mayroon dapat tayong sapat din na budgetary resources for most of these commodity industries na pwede tayo maging competitive in the future.
Okay, so to lower, Mr. Secretary, to lower the cost of production, government has to step in, perhaps to post-harvest facilities, mechanization, etc. Was this supplied by the government of India to their farmers?
Karamihan po supplied by the government.
Okay. Gusto ko lang balikan and sorry, and this is probably my last point. Also, in deference to our Senate President who's been there since this morning. The point of Senator Risa that she raised earlier, that since we're allowing so much incentives to the importers, how are we going to guarantee that they're actually not going to increase prices as we allow them to import more? Wala bang price ceiling talaga for mga imported meat products?
Mayroon po at mayroon ilalagay po natin yan.
Okay. So, yun lamang po. Maraming salamat, Mr. Secretary. Ang gusto ko lang pong sabihin, dito sa lahat ng tinanong ko, pinaka-importante, na matest din natin for COVID yung mga pumapasok na karne. Kasi, aside from ASF, na mapapatay yung ating mga alagang hayop, ito naman, makaka-apekto rin sa tao. So, hindi po pwedeng sa susunod na linggo na yan, baka siguro kailangan pagkatapos ng hearing na to, ay kunin na ninyo kung anong kailangan ninyo para mag-umpisa na tayo mag-test para doon. Yun lamang po. Maraming salamat, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Senator Pangilinan.
Yes, very quickly, just one quick question, which I forgot to raise, with the permission of the Senate President. Just one quick question.
Go ahead. Senator
Thank you.
Paul, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. This is directed to the Bureau of Animal Industry. In view of the volume that you are expected to bring in, or that will be brought in, 400 million kilos, ano ang capacity ng BAI at ng NMIS to be able to ensure proper inspection of quadruple the amounts? No? It used to be 54, now it's 400. No? So that's 8 times the amount. Do you have 8 times the capacity? Do you have the people and the expertise? There is.
Na ipapasok. It's not expected po na itong 400 na to ay papapasukin lang po ng minsanan or sabay-sabay, Mr. Chair.
Yes, I understand that, but it is still huge. Even if it's not all at the same time, it is still huge, considering where we're coming from in terms of what your capacity to inspect. But do you have the people?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have the people po.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you. We have Senator Manny Pacquiao is next in line. Senator Manny Pacquiao, you're recognized. While we're checking if Senator Pacquiao is still online, because we have a time constraint, the Senate Secretary has issued an order here because we are on semi-lockdown that we can only be here until 5 o'clock. So we will have the second round of Senator Lacson, Senator Tiveros, and the others on Thursday. We will resume on Thursday. But before we close, if in case Senator Pacquiao is not ready, we will ask a few more, well, not ask, but ask for some reactions from AGAP or from the Pork Federation, and of course, former Secretary Manny Piñol, because he has been here the whole day and we would like to hear from him, and there is a particular question Senator Lacson would like to pose to him. So if we don't have Manny Pacquiao yet, former Secretary Manny Piñol, are you still online? All right. If he's no longer here, yes, former Congressman Nicky Brones, go ahead.
I'm here, Mr. President.
Si Manny is here?
Yes, Mr. President.
Manny Piñol, yes. Former Secretary, Governor Piñol, go ahead.
Thank you very much for...
Secretary Piñol, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Senator.
Yeah, you have issued, during your time, you issued at least 5, no? Memorandum orders. Number 18, 31, 23, 06. Ito lahat nagbaban do sa mga pagpasok ng pork products from countries as indicated in the memorandum. So when this was not followed, or the issued memorandum orders were not followed, what action did you take?
Well, it was always presumed, Mr. Senator, that all of those memorandum were followed. I did not receive any information that anybody disobeyed my orders or the issued orders during my time. But let me just, maybe for a greater understanding, I don't know how much time I would be given, Mr. Senator, to give you a better perspective of how ASF was able to enter the country and perhaps what could be done.
Yes, we are interested, Secretary. We're interested to hear from you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Senator. This would take some time, but I hope to be able to give you a clear perspective on what really happened. Start.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
We have lost.
I'm just going to share the screen.
Don't have time.
Mr. Senate President. Mr. Senate President, members of the Senate, good afternoon. I would like to share with you a deeper perspective on the African swine fever and how I believe we could recover from this problem that has damaged the hog industry. I prepared this presentation and I titled it Confronting the Challenges in the Hog and Poultry Industry. There were two major challenges actually during this administration in the area of agriculture. The avian influenza, which hit us in 2017, and the African swine fever, which was reported in August of 2019, but which obviously penetrated the country as early as about July, towards the end of my term as Secretary of Agriculture. For poultry, actually, ang bird flu is the more difficult disease to contain because the transmission is airborne. The ASF is easier to contain, or had been easier to contain because it could only be spread through direct contact or ingestion by pigs of feeds or squeal, which is the kaning baboy, containing contaminated pork products. Both these viral diseases could cause massive damage to both the hog and poultry sector, as no known vaccines are available to protect the pigs and chicken. That is what makes this issue very problematic. Kasi kung ordinary yung sakit lang po ito, hindi nakakatakot. Ang problema po kasi, until today, yung bird flu ay wala pang vaccine, pati ang African swine fever. There is already a testing being conducted in Vietnam using a vaccine made in the US. But our ambassador in Vietnam, when I communicated with him, sabi niya hindi pa daw commercially available because we wanted to actually experiment this in Mindanao as a way of addressing the spread of the ASF in the region. However, there is no reason, Your Excellencies, Your Honors, for the country to appear helpless in protecting the two major agricultural industries from this deadly virus. Our involvement in the global trade of agricultural products and our porous quarantine protocols for both plants and animal products make us vulnerable to the entry of these diseases. Proof of this, Your Honors, is the entry of Fusarium wilt or Panama disease, which is devastating the banana industry in Mindanao. The cocolisa, originally believed to have migrated from Malaysia or parts of Indonesia, which destroyed thousands of hectares of productive coconut farms. The bird flu, which hit San Luis, Pampanga first, and lately the African swine fever. I am not fond of a lot of conspiracy theory reading materials, but it is not remote, Your Honors, that the entry of these diseases into the country could also be part of a conspiracy to destroy major agricultural products produced by Filipino farmers, which could compete with imported products or grab a huge chunk of the lucrative export market, especially Cavendish banana. Let me just give you a background on how the bird flu, the first bird flu that hit us in 2017, was successfully contained. The biggest challenge I faced as Secretary of Agriculture was the bird flu outbreak, reported in San Luis, Pampanga, which later spread to the neighboring towns of Nueva Ecija in 2017. When it was first reported to me by then Assistant Secretary for Livestock and Poultry, Dr. Enrico Garzon, I found out that the chicken in the broiler houses had been dying in ground zero for a month, but the farmers did not report it to the local veterinarian. This is understandable, Your Honors, because our farmers had been affected by other poultry diseases in the past. which they were able to control, and I would like to assume that the farmers whose farms were affected by the bird flu outbreak thought that it was just another pestilence like NCD, which they could control. A task force led by Dr. Garzon, composed of experts on poultry diseases led by Dr. Ronnie Domingo, Dr. Arlene Vichaco, and the Department of Agriculture Regional Office in Pampanga, was immediately formed. The task force included the local government officials of Pampanga, led by then Governor Lilia Pineda and San Luis Mayor Venancio Asyong Macapagal. Their veterinary
Governor-
officials. Yes, yes, sir.
Secretary Piñol, if you don't mind, because of time constraints, can we see the point? I hope you can submit that to us also. But we know that the bird flu has been contained. Can you move to the
Yes, sir.
African swine
Okay.
fever? How
I
it
will, sir.
came about, and what is your proposal?
Yes,
Go
sir. The ASF tragedy. When the first outbreak of the African swine fever, a deadly hog disease, was first discovered in 1921 in Africa. It was reported in China and Europe in the early 2018. The DA, under my leadership, then as Secretary of Agriculture, initiated a two-pronged approach to handle it: prevention and containment. Our prevention measures included the following: ban on the entry of pork and pork-based processed products from countries with confirmed ASF outbreaks. At that time, I resigned as Secretary of Agriculture on June 26, 2019. The ban covered 9 countries. The total ban of all foreign pork and pork products was also proposed, but this was vehemently opposed by the meat processing industry, a position which was supported by the economic team because of its perceived effect on the food manufacturing sector. The organization of the National Task Force on African Swine Fever was an action that we took. In fact, this should have been the first IATF had it been organized as early as 2018. Long before the idea of an interagency task force to handle COVID-19, the DA had already proposed a similar body in 2018 to handle a then emerging threat to the country's hog industry. As early as 2018, I had submitted several memorandums to the Office of the Executive Secretary recommending the organization of an IATF to handle the problem, which I feared would seriously damage the country's hog industry. We proposed this because we know that DA would not be capable of covering all bases: customs, the ports, airports, all entry points, which are beyond the jurisdiction of the DA. The memorandum, including succeeding treasury documents, may have been lost in the huge piles of documents that the OES received daily. The lack of appreciation on the urgency of the measure may be due to my failure at that time, and I admit this, to fully explain the seriousness of the problem, and for that I blame myself. We launched the Babes campaign, and this was in response to the threat of the ASF. This involved B, for ban on pork imports from China and other countries; A, for avoid swill feeding. Swill feeding means kaning baboy, Your Honors. And ito yung pinagbulan actually doon sa Rodriguez Rizal. B, for block the entry at international ports. E, for educating the people. And S, for submitting samples. As part of this campaign, quarantine teams were set up in the major entry ports and airports of the country. This program, however, would have been implemented efficiently had the national IATF on ASF was organized. We also proposed extra machines and even K9 units to be fielded in major airports of entry for foreign travelers because of the traditional practice of returning Filipinos of pasalubong, or bringing home processed food, including food products, through their hand-carry luggages. While the K9 teams were fielded at the NAIA, the proposal for the X-ray machine funding amounting to 50 million was granted. Strict enforcement of quarantine protocols, however, was implemented, resulting in some celebrated cases, specifically the controversy of the maling meat loaf confiscation by the BAI from a returning OFW, which gained the attention of broadcaster Rafi Tolfo. The containment strategy established the same protocol implemented during the bird flu outbreak, which involved, number 1, identification of ground zero. Number 2, establishment of containment perimeters. Number 3, disposal areas for contaminated hogs. Number 4, reparation for farmers whose hogs were becalled in the process. And number 5, repopulation program. For one whole year, from August 2018, when the DA instituted measures to prevent the entry of ASF to the country, there was no report of any ASF presence. But given our porous virtual security borders, biosecurity of borders, I had an uneasy feeling that it was going to hit us at any time. On June 26, following my public disagreements with the members of the administration's economic team, I submitted my resignation as DA Secretary. In August 2019, about 2 weeks since my replacement in the DA was named, the first outbreak was reported in the hog farms near the dump sites of Rodriguez, Rizal. Why there? It is because one of the thriving businesses in the dump sites was the gathering of food wastes from restaurants or kaning baboy, which were sold to backyard hog raisers near the area for squirrel feeding. The food wastes were presumed to have come from contaminated pork products, which could have been smuggled into the country or which could have entered the country through our ports unnoticed and served by restaurants. Hogs in backyard piggeries in the Rodriguez Rizal dump site apparently ingested ASF-contaminated kaning baboy, which started the outbreak. A subsequent investigation by the Organization for Animal Health showed that the first case of ASF in Rizal occurred in July 2019. At the time, I was still Secretary of Agriculture. As in the case of the bird flu outbreak in Pampanga, farmers kept the information of a possible ASF outbreak to themselves, hoping they could still save their hogs. From Rizal, ASF-contaminated hogs and pork were sold at very low prices to processing facilities in Bulacan and then later Pampanga, which started the spread of the disease all over Luzon. What was tragic was not that the ASF penetrated our virtual quarantine walls, but the fact that all the containment protocols were not implemented. From there, the domestic hog industry, especially the hog raising sector, the backyard hog raising sector, which accounts for almost 70% of the total production, went on a free fall, with the ASF spreading to almost all areas of Luzon, then Mindanao, and lately Leyte and Samar. As of April 2021, it is estimated that 5 million hogs, mostly in backyard farms, were culled or killed because of ASF, and this represents 38% of the total hog population of 13 million heads. The DA, in a statement, said over 68,000 farmers, mostly struggling backyard hog raisers, were adversely affected by the ASF, contributing to the economic difficulties due to the COVID-19 pandemic. As things stand now, the situation could worsen, as there is no known medication yet or vaccine to stop the rampaging ASF virus. My friends, Your Honors, maybe I'll be too frank about this, but I have to share this information so that everybody will understand what happened. Late interventions, skewed strategies. Before Assistant Secretary Dr. Enrico Garzon, who served as my provincial veterinarian when I was governor of North Cotabato, was replaced, I asked him why. I was already with Minda then. His team was not able to contain the ASF in Rizal when we prepared for it. He confided to me that his team did what was stated in the quarantine protocol, earlier prepared, which was to convene local veterinary officials and to craft a plan to create a biological containment zone. Dr. Garzon said he was summoned to the DA Central Office and questioned why He called the local officials and veterinary officers to a meeting without informing the top officials of the DA. When he responded that it was a standard procedure in cases of emergency, he was told not to do it again and warned that he just committed strike one. Before the end of that year, Carson was ousted from the DA, and Domingo was later transferred to the Philippine Carabao Center. The containment interventions undertaken by government to address the spread of ASF could be best described as a futile chase of a runaway train. Instead of working with other agencies to address the problem, the DA leadership appeared to take offense at efforts of other agencies of government to help. A clear case in point was when the Mindanao Development Authority, which I head, undertook initiatives to protect the hog industry in Mindanao by organizing the Mindanao ASF Task Force. Following Facebook posts which I made on Minda's interventions, especially when the first ASF case broke out in Don Marcelino, Davao Occidental, I was summoned to Malacanang and told to lay off the ASF problem because it was a DA concern. Today, the ASF has spread to several provinces in Mindanao, and aside from the program compensating affected farmers with measly financial assistance, there is no viable program to boost production while at the same time contain the spread of the virus. The financial assistance may help the farmers, but it will not lead to repopulation because no farmer in his right mind right now would raise hogs in an area previously affected by ASF. There is a glimmer of hope, however, Your Honors. Despite the damage wreaked by the ASF on the Philippine hog industry, there is a glimmer of hope for recovery provided the correct interventions and strategies are implemented. For Mindanao, Minda has initiated the following programs. Number one, the Mindanao Hog Industry Development Program. In coordination with the LGUs and using available data, the Mindanao Development Authority has started the identification of safe zones for hog production. These are towns and provinces, mostly in the western part of Mindanao, which had successfully prevented the entry of ASF through strict quarantine protocols. Number two, swine breeder farms development. In spite of the presence of ASF, led by the Mindanao Development Authority, a private sector and LGU collaborative program is being implemented now to boost the region's hog production. CP Foods of Thailand, a multinational corporation, is establishing huge hog breeding facilities in major corn production areas in Mindanao. They have already broke ground in Olomolok, South Cotabato. They signed an agreement in Mati, Davao Oriental, and they are coming into my province in North Cotabato to establish hog breeder farms. Number three, the Mindanao Hogstel Program. Given the vulnerability of backyard hog farms to the ASF because of inadequate quarantine protocols, Minda is now introducing the idea of a common hog raising facility to be established in different towns of Mindanao. Using fatteners from the breeder farms of CP, the community hogstel will be operated by individual farmers but closely supervised and monitored by LGU veterinarians to ensure observance of biosecurity protocols. Number four, the Mindanao Corn Program. The establishment of corn grains silos to store feed materials critical to hog feeds formulation has been recommended by Minda for inclusion in the Minpad Rice Program, an EU delegation-funded project in Mindanao. We are now finalizing this, and 5 provinces had been identified as pilot areas. With these interventions and strategies, Mindanao aims to be a major producer of hogs and pork products in the country, which in turn will benefit allied industries related to hog production. Addressing the pork shortage. Increasing the importation of pork to address supply shortage is not the only option open to agriculture officials now. Mismanaged and mishandled, this could further stunt the recovery of the hog industry because the huge pork imports could be seen by local hog raisers as a threat to the viability of their investments given the high risks. Marami po nagtatanong bakit daw mahal ang baboy. Ang sabi ng mga hog raisers tayo daw ang tamaan ng ASF. At yung binibigay ng DA, although it could help, will not compensate us, sabi ng mga hog raisers. So, kung tumaas po ang presyo ng baboy, according to them, intindihin nyo because ang laki ng risk namin that we are taking in order to be able to raise hogs. And that is their justification. Lowering the tariffs and expanding the MAV may not yield the expected results of lower prices of pork and pork products in the country's markets. And this is actually proven by the rice tariffication. It could also result in revenue losses estimated at almost 2 billion and dampen the local hog raisers' enthusiasm to restock and repopulate. However, since the EO expanding the MAV and lowering the tariffs had been signed by the President on the recommendation of DA, strategies will have to be devised to caution its negative impact on the industry to include, number one, as discussed earlier by Secretary Dar, the idea of granting industry stakeholders like legitimate hog raisers associations allocation for pork importation under the MAV Plus and lower tariff should be considered. Number two, and this was earlier discussed, I heard this, use the tariff earnings from pork importation to boost the industry by providing interventions similar to the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund of the Rice Tariffication Law. Number three, tariffs collected could be used in the establishment of the Hog Industry Recovery Fund to build and establish infrastructure to improve the local hog industry, including the establishment of biosecure hog raising facilities, such as the Hogstel program. Number five, production subsidies by government for local poultry raisers, like providing breeding farms with imported hatching eggs to produce quality and low-priced chicks, which could mature in 30 days. Your Honors, nagre-reklamo po yung mga taga Mindanao na mga poultry raisers kasi napupunto po sa amin dito ng mga sisiw, mga inferior na mga sisiw. And right now, ang halaga po ng sisiw sa bentahan is between 50 to 60 pesos per chick. So if the DA could possibly come up with a subsidy for our poultry raisers in Mindanao by importing eggs kasi kulang po tayo ng sisiw. Pwede tayo mag-import ng itlog to be hatched here, and in 30 days we will have our chicken. And initially that could caution the impact of the pork shortage in the market. Kasi ang hinahanap naman ng ating mga consumers are sources of protein. And traditionally, kapag mahal ang baboy, ang ating mga consumers would actually opt for chicken. Production subsidies for fish cage farming, especially bangus, in the coves and bays of Mindanao, because farmed fish could be harvested in 6 months. We would like to assure DA. Yes, sir.
Secretary Benyon.
Na po.
Are you closing? Please
Yes,
wrap up.
closing. To end my presentation, Your Honors, please allow me to emphasize two very important points. Number one, the COVID-19 pandemic has shown that the global food supply chain could be disrupted, and it is imperative that we must intensify and fund our local food sufficiency program, especially such commodities as rice, chicken, fish, pork, and beef. Number two, and this I address to you, Your Honors, the framers of our laws and policies must finally resolve the eternal conflict between economic policies and agricultural priorities. Our country's agricultural priorities should never be made subservient to our economic policies. In fact, I believe it should be the other way around. Our economic policies must be guided by our ultimate mission to boost the country's capability to produce food for our people, spur rural development to address poverty, and invigorate the local economy. This is an institutional reform which I present for the consideration of the honorable members of this august body. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please submit to us the hard copy of your presentation, the entire presentation.
Yes, Mr.
Thank
President.
you, former Secretary Piñol, Governor. We will suspend until Thursday, but before that, we would like to hear a short or brief comments from former Congressman Nicky Brones of the Pork Federation, and then a manifestation by Senator Pia Cayetano.
Thank you.
Suspension. Go ahead, Mr. Briones.
Napakaganda po ng presentation ni Secretary Piñol.
So malinaw kung bakit po tayo ay talagang tinamaan na matindi sa African swine fever. At yung repopulation po ay talagang wala pong babalik dahil doon sa discouragement po ang aming nararamdaman sa ginagawa ng Department of Agriculture. MAB plus, 350,000, tariff. So madalit sabi po, even yung kanyang mga loan, wala pong maglo-loan dahil takot po kami sa African swine fever. Eh ayaw namin ma-elite yung mga nangyarihan pagka kami nag-loan. At yung pong talagang nawala, kahit po yung 350,000 metric tons na additional, sobra-sobra po yun, gagawin 404. Kahit po yung sinasabi ni Secretary Piñol na 5 million heads, eh dapat po 250,000 metric tons lang. Yung po namang sinasabi ni Senator Villar, dapat po kung 25%, dapat po 160,000 metric tons lang. So, sobra-sobra po. At hindi po totoo, sinasabi ni Secretary Dar, na meron po consultation sa tariff, consultation sa MAB, price ceiling, lahat po yan. At tatanungin ko po siya, sino po kinonsulta niya sa amin? Dahil sabi niya kanina kay Senator Villanueva, nagkaroon po ng consultation. Ano po ang ginawang consultation, mahal na Secretary, Mr. Senate President, ng ating Secretary, tungkol sa mga nirekomenda niya?
Can I respond to that?
You would like to respond, Secretary? Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. With regards to the consultation issue, for several times through the pickup platform, we have consultations with the industry. In fact, Mr. Chair, the MAB plus or additional MAB volume was subjected to a discussion at the MAB Advisory Council where the pork industry sector was represented. And in that discussion that was well documented by PICAF, right there and then we approved or we established that that there is really a shortage.
Who among the pork industry sector was represented?
Edwin Chen was there representing.
Who was?
Mr. Edwin Chen.
Edwin Chen, our president, Mr. Senate President. All right.
And the MAB Advisory Council composed of representatives from the different industry sectors. In the case of pork, it was represented by Mr. Edwin Chen. And the Advisory Council accepted that there is a shortage. We approved that level of 388,000 metric tons. And we endorsed that to the MAB Management Council, which is also composed of 6 department secretaries. And that volume, 388,000 metric tons, was approved by the MAB Management Council through a referendum, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Senate President,
Yes, go ahead.
actually, nagkaroon po ng meeting ang MAB Advisory Council. Kasama na po ako dahil ako na po nag-represent nitong huli. Ang gusto po pag-usapan yung guidelines kaagad doon sa MAB Plus. Wala pa namang iyo. So, nagbutuhan po kami, 5-2. Hindi na po natuloy yung paggawa ng guidelines. At doon po sinabi ng mga kasama namin na wala namang volume na ganong kalaki na additional na 350,000. At yung pong pagbaba ng tariff, hindi rin po napag-usapan. So, yun po sinabi ng mga member during our meeting noong gustong gawan na agad ng guidelines tungkol sa yung darating na EO. Wala pa yung EO, wala pang batas. Sabi ko, paano naman po pwedeng ang mangyayari? Mauna karatela kaysa kabayo. Kaya nung pagbabasihan natin ang gagawin nating guidelines ko, nung magbutuhan po, 5-2. Kaya hindi po natuloy yung meeting. Sinabi roon na wala pong volume at wala pong tariff na napagkasunduan doon. Yes, Secretary Dar, please wrap up. Go ahead. We can do this in the next hearing.
The MAP Advisory Committee meeting mentioned by Mr. Brones is a different one. May earlier meeting po ang MAP Advisory Council na doon na-approve yung recommendation of 388,000 metric tons by the council.
Yung recommendation of importation of allowing the importation of 388,000 metric tons, in what span of time will that be realized, Secretary Dar?
Ano po yung katanungan, Mr. Senate President?
Kailan you're allowing the importation of 388,000 metric tons? In what span of time will that be realized? Na nakarating dito sa Pilipinas at nagamit.
Mr. Chair, this is good for 1 year. Yun po ang proposal.
In 1 year, ilan ba ang kinakain natin na pork in 1 year? Ilang metric tons?
1.6 million metric tons po. At ang supply lang mayroon po tayo 1.2. That's why kailangan natin 400,000 metric tons.
Mr. Senate President, yung pong 400,000 metric tons, abot po yan ng 8 million na unang baboy. Sobra-sobra po yan.
Ano po?
Talaga nga, kaya po ma-trust talaga ating mga magbababoy dahil dyan.
Mr.
Anyway,
President.
yes, Kasendong, go ahead.
Yeah. Bali, yung sa Mouth Council, dati kasama kami sa Mouth Council eh. Nung nangyari, nung pumasok si Jane Bacayo, yung Mouth Council, nag-attend kami, tinanggal kami. Tapos yung susunod na meeting, mostly yung mga important na lang nandoon, yun, inaprubahan nila yung volume na ganun kataas, no?
Mr. President.
Pero kung kami, hindi kami papayag na ganun kataas. Kasi yung equivalent na yung 400 million kilos na yan, kung i-divide, kasi yung isang baboy kasi, Mr. President, is 85 kilos yon, no? Isang buong baboy. Pagka kinat mo yon na maging kartas, magiging yung 85 kilos, magiging 70 kilos. Pero yung 70 kilos, buo pa rin yun, no? Nawala lang yung mga feeds and other na natanggal dun sa loob ng baboy. Yung 70 kilos, ibig sabihin, kasama pa rin yung ulo, tsaka yung paa. And yung mga intestine. So kung tatanggalin mo yan, yung prime cut ang maiwan, yung nasa loob ng mab na sinasabi, is 50 kilos lang. Dahil ito is yung loin, tenderloin, itong pigi, no? Ito yung pinapasok dun sa mab na sinasabi natin. Ito is mga 50 kilos. So yung 400 million kilos divided by 50, equivalent to 8 million heads ito. Ganun kalaki. Hindi pa kasama kasi yung outside mab eh. Ang mostly na pumapasok na malaki yung outside mab na isang taon, kung makikita mo natin last year, 90 million lang yung mab, yung outside mab, almost 150 million kilos. So ibig sabihin nun, yung outside mab, darating pa rin yun. So kung ang mangyayari niyan, kung 400 million kilos yung mab, yung outside mab, papasok pa rin yung 150 million kilos. So ito is equivalent to 8.5 million heads. Ganun kalaki ang ipapasok ng DA. Yun ang sinasabi natin.
Correct. Anyway, Senator Lacson, yes, you were...
Yes, I'd like to clarify with Secretary Dar. Are you referring to the March 24 Advisory Council meeting? Yung discussion doon?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Senator, if I remember right, the meeting was held on February 9.
So mas later pa itong March 24. meeting. Ito yung, di ba yung discussion was deferred? Ang grounds kasi, it was premature. Kasi 5-2 yung boto, 10 yung members, 7 lang yung present. Ito po ba yun?
Yes, Mr. Chair. That meeting was called purposely to discuss the proposed guidelines.
Yes. Even before the EO was issued, pinag-uusapan na yung guidelines and some members wanted deferment because but mag-uusap ng guidelines, wala pa yung EO. Hindi pwedeng mauna yung parang implementing rules doon sa batas.
Tama po yun. So that's the reason why we did not pursue continue conducting the meeting.
So anong comment niyo po doon sa sinabi ni Mr. Rosendoso na okay, pag in-increase natin yung out quota, yung in quota, from 54,000 metric tons, so gagawing 404,210 metric tons. Ilan na ngayon yung out quota? Tama ba yun? Naaabot tayo ng 8.5 million metric tons or kilos.
Mr. Chair, if I may po, I think Mr. Sendoso is saying that the 400,000 metric tons is equivalent to 8 million pigs.
Yeah. So ang ibig sabihin wala na tayong kasi tataas yung MAB eh. 'Di ba i-increase ng 350,000 more. So magiging yung in quota magiging ano na siya 404,000 metric tons instead of the usual or the old 54,210. Is that a correct statement?
Yes, Mr. Chair, dyan po yung sinasabi ni Mr. Rosendoso that will translate to about 8 million heads. However, Mr. Chair, if I may po, yun pong ina-estimate natin na 1.6 million metric tons of our requirement for 1 year based on our per capita consumption. Mr. Chair, it is more than 22 million heads of pigs naman po.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. Anyway, I'm sorry, but we are we have time constraints. It's past 5 o'clock already. We're supposed to be out of the Senate, so we would just like to again issue the invitation to all of you for the hearing on Thursday at 10 a.m. This serves as a formal invitation already to all of you who have been present here. And there was a request by Senator Taveros to include into the invitation Neda and some others. We have it on record, so we will issue that today. So before that, for the ending, for the final point, we'd like to allow Senator Pia Cayetano for her manifestation. Go ahead, Senator Pia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've been listening to the discussion since you started this morning. It's long. I'll keep this very short. It's not my intention to lecture to the experts and to the sectors who are very knowledgeable on these issues. But what I'd like to put on record is my perspective as your chair of the Committee on Sustainable Development Goals, Innovation, and Futures Thinking. Mr. President, I believe, having listened, and I'm not an expert, so I come in with a very open mind. This is really where futures thinking can really be put into practice to help us. Futures thinking require that we use strategic thinking in looking into what are all the possible futures, good, bad, not so good. And we lay that out in the next few years, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 30 years from now. Kasi technically, hindi tayo dapat nagugulat sa ganito. And dapat napapag-usapan na dati pa kung ano mangyayari in the worst case scenario, kumalat sa buong Pilipinas, kumalat sa Luzon lang. Doon lang ho ako nagugulat na we have to have this discussion. And that's precisely because we either don't engage in enough futures thinking and planning, or we don't support it. I don't know, baka naman meron. As I said, I'm not the expert, but what I am trying to be more knowledgeable about is the preparation and the planning for the future. And this goes hand in hand with the achievement of our sustainable development goals. So similarly, I would like to make a request na isama na rin natin, even if they will just listen, ang Development Academy of the Philippines. They have futures thinking expert. We have put funding for them in our budget so that they can assist us during times like this. We've also put a budget for research on SDG, including innovations in agriculture in various state universities. So maybe we can ask some of the university professors to listen, kahit makinig lang sila, and they can help come up with plans. I don't think the solutions are rocket science, but if it doesn't have enough planning, which is the most basic, then we will keep going back to these problems time and again. Agriculture, by its very nature, is affected by various factors: the weather, the change in climate, international prices, demands as well, because we do export some of our products, and then we are subjected to disease such as this ASF. So because of that, we really need to look at sustainability and apply futures thinking methodology to what we do. So Mr. President, may I ask that I can submit a list so that kahit makinig sila, and then maybe later on in the committee report or in small discussions, we can get the opinion of these futures thinkers, because I'm looking at the next phase. I leave it up to the experts how to solve this, but I really don't want, as many of you don't want to hear the same problems 5 years from now, 10 years from now, because we should know what the solutions are. It should be black and white, because it's not something we could not have prepared for. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Cayetano. Yes, we place that on record. So again, thank you very much for attending today's meeting. For those who, for all of you who have been re-invited for Thursday, we would greatly appreciate it if some of you would be here physically present. Especially those who have many issues or answers to give and reactions. So in the meantime, the hearing is suspended until 10 a.m. of April 15, 2021.